Chapter 234. Naruto, say yes. La Master Bayun suddenly spoke. Oh. A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. You haven't lived in vain for so many years. The man in black laughed happily. Hearing Master Bayun's words, the only shackle in Naruto's heart was removed. He had followed Master Bayun because he wanted to use him as a stepping stone to enter the 12 sects. This was something that was taught to him by the strongest ninja from the shinobi clan. He hesitated and didn't dare to say yes because he was afraid that Master Bayun would be angry, which would be detrimental to the ninja clan and him. Although the man in black said that Master Bayun was inferior to an ant, he was a transcendent after all. It would be easy for him to kill him. I'm willing to be the flame deity's disciple. Naruto knelt down and said without hesitation. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. You're really smart. The man in black laughed and said, don't worry. You've made the most important choice in your life. Once you enter the Yuhua sect, with your potential, you will be able to step into a more colorful world and even come into contact with the top geniuses of the other continents. You will become a martial arts legend in your area. The man in black's words were for Naruto and also for Ling Xiao. It wasn't enough to take Naruto back. He also wanted to take Ling Xiao back. He knew very well that what these young martial artists were looking forward to the most was to step into a more colorful world. To be able to come into contact with more and better martial arts. To be able to see what the world was like with their own eyes. In this sense, he succeeded. Ling Xiao was indeed tempted. If he became the flame deity's disciple, he wouldn't have to go to the outer sect to suffer. He could directly receive guidance from the flame deity. He would probably become an inner sect disciple soon. Then, his cultivation would improve rapidly. It was absolutely possible for him to reach the celestial realm. In fact, from the moment he saw the woman in blue, he was full of curiosity about this world. How about that kid? Naruto said yes. What about you? What's your choice? The man in black looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Hehe, senior from Yuhua school, your offer is too tempting. In addition, Master Bayun has already expelled me from his school. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for me to follow you and join the Flame Deity's school. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but I don't believe it will be so simple. Although he was tempted by the black-clothed man's words, his intuition told him that things were not as good as they were described. Ha ha ha, smart, you're really smart. I'm starting to like you. The black-clothed man laughed and said, although your aptitude is not good, but with this intelligence, it would be good for you to follow by Master's side in the future. Ha ha, I don't have that ability. Senior, you should do it. I can see that you admire the flame deity a lot. Ling Xiao chuckled. Brat, you're really bold. Do you think I can't kill you? The black-clothed man frowned. What was that? Since he said it himself, he naturally understood that it was an insult. You really can't kill me. Ling Xiao was confident that as long as he didn't do anything stupid, the black-clothed man wouldn't be able to kill him. Hee, bold but careful. Moreover, you're both intelligent and courageous. Forget it, I won't bother with these trivial matters with you. You're right. If you want to join Empyrean Demonflame's sect, you need to prove your loyalty. The black-clothed man chuckled. What kind of proof? Ling Xiao asked. Cut off something from old man Bayun's body, such as his ears, nose, or eyes. The black-clothed man said calmly, I know you have a deep relationship with him, so I won't let you kill him to avoid making things difficult for you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this person a little too vicious? Although he really wanted to join Yuhua school and didn't like old man Bayun, he really couldn't do such a thing. Hey Suo, you've gone too far. Master Bayun couldn't help but curse. So what if I've gone too far? What can you do to me? Hey Suo sneered. I'm sorry. Although I don't like this old man, I don't have an irreconcilable hatred with him. Moreover, he saved my life before. I really can't do it. It seems that I really have no fate with the flame deity. Ling Xiao shrugged and gave up. Ming Tian, what about you? Hei Suo looked at Ming Tian coldly and said, you should know that this proof is necessary. After all, you're old man Baiyun's disciples. If you pretend to surrender, wouldn't Master be at a disadvantage? Ming Tian trembled and looked at Master Baiyun. At this moment, Master Baiyun was really desperate. If Ming Tian wanted to become the flame deity's disciple, he could still understand. But now, he really couldn't understand. He spent all his energy on cultivating Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng, and even offended Ling Xiao and the others because of this. But in the end, this disciple that he wholeheartedly cultivated actually wanted to harm him. I'm sorry, Master. I'll borrow your ear. When this disciple's cultivation is successful, I'll repay you. Ming Tian walked towards Master Baiyun. Bastard! You bastard! Master Baiyun was so angry that he vomited blood. He was now seriously injured. If Ming Tian wanted to kill him, he could do it, let alone take his ear. Ha ha ha, well done, well done. A man with a small appetite is not a man without poison. You're a man who can achieve great things. I believe that soon, you'll be proud of your choice. He Suo laughed happily. I can't take it anymore, Ming Tian, you bastard. You're not allowed to hurt Master. The first one to rush out and try to protect Master Baiyun was Shalei. Unfortunately, before he could take a step forward, he was already sent flying. He Suo stood there without moving. Just the true yuan that spread out from his body was enough to seriously injure Shalei until he fainted. To be honest, if it wasn't for He Suo standing there, even the disciples of Heavenly Enduring Academy would despise Ming Tian's actions. They would also go up and stop him. However, He Suo stood there and made it clear that he would attack anyone who dared to stop Ming Tian. They, including the rest of the latent dragon camp, were powerless to stop him. Yuling, go save Shalei. Leave that old man to me. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't like old man Baiyun and even felt disgusted. However, if he watched Ming Tian, a traitor who betrayed his master, cut off old man Baiyun's ear, he, Ling Xiao, would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. This would become his inner demon. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Dai Yuling to save Shalei while he looked for an opportunity to save old man Baiyun. It could be considered repaying the old man for saving his life. Ming Tian was truly a disappointment. Old man Baiyun had invested almost all of his love into him, including personal guidance and a large amount of resources. However, in the end, this guy didn't have the slightest bit of gratitude. He even suspected that this guy's heart was black. If he, Ling Xiao, encountered such a situation, his heart would probably bleed. He might only have one chance to save old man Baiyun. According to the calculations of his mountain river martial spirit, the success rate was only about 60%. Moreover, this process required the combination of the blood shadow martial spirit, cloud dragon divine travel, martial spirit doppelganger and mountain river martial spirit world. 60% is enough. Chapter 235. Just as Ming Tian approached Master Baiyun, Ling Xiao moved. Novels, at the same time, He Suo also moved. He Suo had been keeping an eye on Ling Xiao. His master, the flame deity, had said that if he couldn't have it, then he would destroy it. Since Ling Xiao refused to go with him, then he could only kill him to prevent future troubles. However, in the next moment, he lost track of Ling Xiao. Even for a transcendent warrior, it was very difficult to find a person who had lost his aura and figure. At this moment, he didn't expect this at all. The moment of pause gave Ling Xiao the perfect opportunity to save Master Baiyun. If you dare to leave, I'll kill everyone here. He Suo couldn't see Ling Xiao and couldn't sense Ling Xiao's existence, but he could use the others as hostages. To him, as long as they weren't from the Yuhua school, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Ling Xiao didn't dare to leave just like that. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Son of a B***tch, you forced me to do this. In an instant, he communicated with Master Baiyun and discussed something. Then, he knocked Master Baiyun unconscious and threw him into the mountain river world. At this moment, Master Baiyun's body was very weak, so he could do this. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for him to knock out a transcendent warrior. The reason why he knocked him out was to prevent the secret of the mountain river world from being exposed. Don't do it. I'll show myself. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the void, but it was impossible to tell where he was. It was really difficult for He Suo to determine Ling Xiao's location with his voice. You better hurry up, or I'll do it. He Suo didn't care about the lives of the others. He cared about Ling Xiao the most. This kid was too cunning. If he left him alone, he would definitely become a big problem in the future. Therefore, he had to get rid of him. Okay, I'm out. Ling Xiao appeared. In that instant, He Suo pounced forward, absolutely not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. However, when he rushed over, he saw a black shadow being thrown at him. He thought it was a hidden weapon, so he casually blocked it. He didn't care at all. However, it was this block that caused great trouble. Boom! The terrifying explosion directly blasted He Suo's arm and half of his body into a bloody mess. A deep crater was blasted into the ground, and a thick burnt smell wafted out. Oh my, it's so powerful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He suddenly thought of the sky-piercing strike that he had snatched from the Blue Eyes tribe. As long as there were enough low-grade spirit stones in this thing, it would be able to kill a 7th-level martial master. At this point, it wasn't of much use to him. Originally, he planned to leave this item in the Divine Sword sect after returning to the sect. But today, under He Suo's aggressiveness, he thought of something. When he was reading a book in the martial arts hall, the book recorded an accident during the experiment of the sky-piercing strike. It said that someone had put a large number of high-grade spirit stones in it, and as a result, the sky-piercing strike exploded, killing the experimenter. That person was a martial master at the peak of the 9th-level martial vein. Although he didn't know if this kind of explosion would be effective against transcendence, Ling Xiao felt that he could only give it a shot. His current strength was far from enough to deal with transcendence, so he could only rely on this kind of evil method. And a large number of high-grade spirit stones were obtained from Master Bai Yun. He originally thought that after this thing exploded, it would only be able to injure He Suo a little. However, he didn't expect the power to be so fierce. He Suo looked like he had been severely injured, and his situation might not be much better than Master Bai Yun's. The calmness from before was all gone. He Suo burst into a tragic cry, like a pig that had been shaved. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. At this time, Ming Tian had completely decided to submit to the flame deity. Therefore, when he saw this situation, the first thing that came to his mind was to attack Ling Xiao. Let me do it. Half of He Suo's body was badly mutilated, but after all, he had suffered external injuries and not internal injuries. Therefore, if he went all out, killing Ling Xiao was absolutely not a problem. At this time, he was so angry that he couldn't care about anything else. As an unrelated person, I advise you to go back and treat your injuries as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you're an extraordinary warrior, your body will be crippled. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Then, an unfamiliar figure appeared at the scene. She was wearing a long purple dress and a veil wrapped around her face. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but her eyes were very clear and bright. Soul Tribe. He Suo, who was about to rush out, stopped. He turned back and shouted at Ming Tian, "Take me away. Let's go back to Yuhua school." Although Ming Tian didn't know who this purple-dressed woman was, if He Suo was so afraid of her, he definitely couldn't afford to provoke her. Therefore, he hurriedly nodded, supported He Suo, and fled into the distance. Ling Xiao. He Suo, will definitely take revenge for what happened today. It doesn't matter if you bring Yuhua school or not. I will kill you. By the way, tell old man Baiyun that he can forget about returning to the sect for the rest of his life. It's enough for him to be an abandoned piece of trash. Also, my master will take good care of his daughter. Ha 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 ha. The person had already disappeared, but He Suo's voice remained. Everyone could understand the first part of the sentence. He Suo was an extraordinary warrior who was more powerful than Master Baiyun. In the end, he was seriously injured by Ling Xiao here. If he didn't take revenge, it would probably become a thorn in his heart forever. However, everyone couldn't quite understand the second part of the sentence. However, if they thought about it carefully, they could think of something. It was likely that He Suo's master, the flame deity, really had a deep hatred for Master Baiyun. This was probably an irreconcilable hatred. Otherwise, why would he be so heartless? However, Ling Xiao was very clear about what had happened. He had seen Master Baiyun's diary in the inheritance hall. Although the diary had been sealed using a special method. However, his mountain river martial soul had easily opened the seal. The contents of the diary were actually very simple. Master Baiyun and the flame deity were actually cousins. Master Baiyun's talent had always been stronger than the flame deity's since he was young until he entered Yuhua school. This was because Master Baiyun had a wisdom bone in his body. It was said that as long as he had this wisdom bone, his potential would be much stronger than ordinary warriors. However, on the night before the two of them entered Yuhua school, Master Baiyun was knocked unconscious. His head was cut open, and the wisdom bone was removed. It was then implanted into the flame deity's body. Although their family later found out about this, what was done could not be undone. In addition, Master Baiyun's parents didn't have a high status, so no one cared about this matter. They only treated Master Baiyun's injuries and allowed him to continue studying at Yuhua school. However, the flame deity didn't pity Master Baiyun because of this. Instead, his temperament changed drastically. He wanted nothing more than to trample Master Baiyun under his feet. Master Baiyun's tragedy was far from over. Later, Master Baiyun married a wife at Yuhua school and gave birth to a daughter. However, on the night his wife gave birth, Master Baiyun encountered an even more terrifying nightmare. Chapter 236. To this day, Master Baiyun still didn't know that his wife had been killed by the flame deity and his daughter had been snatched away by the flame deity. The reason why Ling Xiao hated Old Man Baiyun but didn't hate this person was probably because of this tragic experience. This person was too pitiful. He had worked so hard to raise such an outstanding disciple, a top-notch genius. He wanted to use this opportunity to return to Yuhua school one day. After all, although he was still an outer sect disciple, he was basically exiled. If he didn't make any special contributions, he wouldn't be able to return to the sect. But in the end, it was all in vain. This disciple that he had spent so much effort on was easily snatched away by the other party. Not only that, but this disciple also wanted to cut off his ear as a sign of loyalty. Sigh, how could Ling Xiao not sympathize with such a pitiful person? After all, no matter what, other than being biased, this old man had not done anything too overboard to him. The flame deity was 1,000 times more disgusting than Old Man Baiyun. Not only did he snatch someone else's wisdom bone, but he also trampled on someone else's dignity. He clearly wanted to play Old Man Baiyun to death. It would be fine if there was a deep hatred between them, but the problem was that not only did Master Baiyun not do anything wrong to the flame deity, but he was also very loyal to the flame deity before he joined Yuhua school. Mother *K, now even I want to stand up for this Old Man Baiyun. To be honest, he was only Master Baiyun's disciple and didn't have any feelings for him. In addition, Master Baiyun was biased, so he was a little disgusted by this old man. However, when he thought about the diary he had read, Hei Suo's words, and what he had done today, he had an extremely strong urge to do something. If there was a chance, he had to do something for this pitiful old man. And he probably had to do something now. Making a feud with Hei Suo was making a feud with the flame deity. Whether he admitted it or not, the flame deity would treat him as Master Baiyun's disciple. It would be impossible for him to completely cut ties with Old Man Baiyun in this life. So in fact, standing up for Old Man Baiyun was also for his future. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao looked at the purple-dressed woman and cupped his hands. Haha, Senior. I'm not much older than you. The woman smiled, then waved her hand and said, Hei Suo's not to mention, even if I didn't arrive just now. With your movement technique, you might have exhausted him to death. You're flattering me. Since you're not much older than me, I'll call you Senior. You're really familiar with people. Forget it, I'm here today to take Yi Shui away. You have a good relationship with her, so you should help me persuade her. The woman in purple woman you senior sister seniors is. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and said, Sister, I don't seem to understand. UTS right. The purple-dressed woman smiled and said, This time, elder sister, I came to take Yi Shui away for her own good. For her own good? Yes. She's from the soul race. She's not qualified to enter the 12 sects. You humans, ninjas, blue eyes, and barbarians were one family 100,000 years ago. But our soul race isn't. The purple-dressed woman continued, think about it. You can enter the sects to improve your strength. What about her? That's right. But senior, you have to make me believe that you won't harm senior sister senior's senior, right? Ling Xiao frowned. That's simple. Yi Shui, come over and take a look as well. Back then, something happened to the soul race. You were sent to Tianfeng City to be fostered. It was originally to seek refuge. Now that everything is over, it's time for you to return and inherit the family business. As the purple-dressed woman spoke, she took out a mirror. At this moment, Ling Yixue walked over. She and Ling Xiao looked into the mirror together. An image appeared in the mirror. This is a tool that only our soul race can create. It can seal memories inside and play them. The purple-dressed woman explained. From the image in the mirror, it could be seen that Ling Yixue's family had encountered a disaster. She was sent away to protect Ling Yixue. Now that her family had returned to normal, she naturally should go back. Is this all true? Ling Xiao still didn't dare to relax. It's true. It's all true. After Ling Yixue saw the entire image, her face was already covered in tears. These images completely unlocked the memories in her mind. It turned out that the powerful soul power in her body didn't belong to anyone else but her father. Since Ling Yixue said it was true, Ling Xiao didn't need to say anything. Senior sister Yi Shui didn't have much lifespan because she forcefully increased her cultivation. I can see that. But it doesn't matter. What your 12 sects have, our soul race has. What your 12 sects don't have, our soul race has. It's very easy to let Yi Shui advance to the transcendent realm in a short period of time. The purple-dressed woman smiled. Then I'm relieved. Senior sister Yi Shui, although I miss you, it's clear that it's better for you to go back with this sister. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yixue and said, Junior brother, why don't you come with me to the soul race? You've offended He Suo and the flame deity. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the Yuhua school anymore. Ling Yixue said. Senior sister, you should know very well that the soul race's martial arts are very different from the human race's martial arts. I'll definitely go to the soul race, but not now. Ling Xiao said with a smile, as for He Suo and the flame deity, they're just stronger enemies. I've long been used to this kind of challenge. It's nothing. All right then. You must stay alive. Ling Yixue didn't speak much and didn't know how to say anything that moved her heart. Her thoughts were very simple. Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. He had already surpassed her by a lot. If this continued, she was afraid that she would never be able to catch up to Ling Xiao. She wouldn't even have the qualifications to protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, she wanted to return to the soul race and become stronger. Of course. Senior sister, you have to become stronger too. Who knows, I might need your protection when I go to the soul race in the future. Ling Xiao really couldn't bear to part with her, but he didn't show any reluctance on his face. This was because he knew very well what was best for Ling Yixue. Little brother, we'll meet again someday. The purple-dressed woman grabbed Ling Yixue's shoulder and instantly disappeared into the distance. Her speed was clearly faster than He Suo's. No wonder He Suo was so afraid of her. Ling Xiao, where's Master? At this moment, someone finally dared to ask about Master Baiyun's whereabouts. Don't worry. I've hidden Master. I'm going to bring him back now. Ling Xiao concealed his figure and aura again. When he appeared again, Master Baiyun was already on his back. At this moment, Master Baiyun's aura was stable and he was gradually recovering. It seemed like the mountain river realm was really a treasure land. It actually had the effect of healing injuries. Although this passive recovery was still relatively slow, at least old man Baiyun wouldn't die. Dai Yuling hurried over and used her medical skills to treat Master Baiyun. Moments later, Master Baiyun woke up. Although he was no longer in danger, his eyes were filled with darkness and despair. Chapter 237. Master, Why are you still talking about that bastard? He Suo was injured by Ling Xiao's void-piercing strike. Coupled with the appearance of the soul race experts, those two fellows fled in a sorry state. Shalei also woke up at this time. This guy had a straightforward personality, but he was definitely a righteous and loyal young man. In his eyes, Mingtian's actions were worse than a bastard's. Master Bai Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then returned to its previous gloominess. Ling Xiao, I don't have much to say. In short, I was blind. I only cared about talent and forgot about the most basic martial arts of a martial artist. I'm sorry for what I did to you. If you're willing, one of the 3 spots will definitely be yours. Although Master Bai Yun was still alive, his heart was completely dead. Therefore, there was no need for him to be courteous with Ling Xiao. These words were purely from the bottom of his heart. Sigh, after offending He Suo, I can only accept this biased master of yours. Ling Xiao sighed. The atmosphere was slightly less oppressive because of his words. Master Bai Yun's mood seemed to have improved a little, but that despair was difficult to eliminate in a short period of time. Master, I think we should let everyone fight for the 3 spots. Otherwise, there will definitely be people who won't be convinced. Fei Yu suddenly said. What's there to be convinced about? Ling Xiao killed Zhuoleng. Which one of you can do it? If it wasn't for him, even Master's ears would have been cut off by that bastard Mingtian. You're still not convinced? Shalei roared. Then we can fight for the remaining 2 spots, right? Fei Yu also knew that no matter if it was Ling Xiao's strength or contributions, there was no need to doubt. There was no way to fight with him. Didn't you give 1 spot to an outsider? Zhu Hua asked. I won't give it up now because it's meaningless. Master Bai Yun explained, I told you before that the 3rd spot was given to someone else. Now, I can tell you who it was given to. It's the disciple of one of my senior brothers. The reason why I gave it to him was because I was afraid that you would be suppressed by the demonic flames in the Yuhua school. My senior brother is a transcendent stage 8 expert, so he should be able to protect you. However, as you all know now, Mo Yang is already a sky human realm expert. That senior brother of mine would definitely not dare offend him. Thus, this spot is now empty. Aside from Ling Xiao, everyone else should prepare to fight for it. Master, do you think the flame deity will make things difficult for us after we enter Yuhua school? Dai Yuling asked. With his personality, he definitely will. However, the few of you don't have much potential. That person is very conceited. As long as you don't perform well enough, he won't bother with you. Instead, keeping you around will make him feel superior. Grandmaster Bai Yun explained. From his words, one could tell how desperate Grandmaster Bai Yun was. He didn't believe that any of his remaining disciples would be able to make a name for themselves in Yuhua school. Even entering Yuhua school wouldn't be easy. Perhaps Ling Xiao could succeed. After all, that kid was very cunning and intelligent. However, if they wanted to perform well enough to attract the flame deity's attention, it would be impossible. Therefore, Grandmaster Bai Yun could only say that he had done his best and left the rest to fate. He would just treat it as a little compensation for his disciples after going through this disaster. As for his disciples, they were also considering the choice they would face next. Even if they were recommended to enter Yuhua school, would it really be a good thing? What they would face in the future might be suppression and difficulties from the flame deity and his henchmen. Although it might not be too excessive, they definitely wouldn't be able to cultivate normally like the other disciples. This path of cultivation would be full of thorns and it would be very difficult. It could be said to be hell mode. In Heavenly Ninja Academy, after careful consideration, the 5 people chose to leave. They didn't want to be tied to this broken warship by Grandmaster Bai Yun. As long as they returned to the Ninja Academy, they would have other opportunities to join other sects. This path was too unwise for them. Well, it seems like there's no competition now. Ling Xiao already has a spot, Ling Yishua left, and I'm from the Elephant Clan. I'm not qualified to enter the 12 sects. I'll probably have to leave soon. The only ones left are Dai Yuling and Cold Plum. Shalei smiled and said, you two are really lucky. However, You have to think carefully about the difficulties you'll have to go through. If you really don't want to go, come with me to the Elephant Clan. I still have some power there. I can guarantee that you'll get enough cultivation resources, but it might not be as good as the 12 sects. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Shah. I really want to see how far I can go on this path of cultivation under the suppression of the other party. Anyway, I can't let that bastard Naruto be so proud. Although Dai Yuling was a girl, she was very decisive and never hesitant. I'll go wherever young master goes. Cold Plum's answer was even simpler. Ling Xiao smiled and said, of course I'll go to the Yuhua school. Otherwise, Hei Suo and the flame deity will be disappointed. He didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. This was because he realized that the greater the pressure and the more difficulties there were, the more the potential of the Mountain River martial soul would be stimulated. With so many benefits, how could he give it up? Grandmaster Baiyun saw the expressions of these disciples and a smile finally appeared on his face. However, what followed was a helpless sigh. He was very clear about the hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness of young people. However, as an experienced person, he was very clear that such a choice wasn't optimistic or smart. The reason why he didn't say it was because he didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of his disciples. Hopefully, a miracle would happen. All right, since the quota has been decided, the three of you can go and rest first. Ling Xiao, you stay for a while. I have something to tell you. Perhaps because of the setback, Grandmaster Baiyun was more amiable than before. It was as if he was about to say his last words. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes. After Shi Lei and the others left, Grandmaster Baiyun looked at Ling Xiao and said, have you read the diary in the technique hall? Ling Xiao nodded a little awkwardly and said, yes. Since you've read it, you should know about my past. Grandmaster Baiyun sighed and said, to be honest, I nurtured Mingtian and Zhueleng with impure intentions. I hoped that they could surpass the flame deity and avenge me. Understandable. Ling Xiao didn't think much of it. It was right and proper for a disciple to avenge his master. If Master Baiyun treated him well enough, like how he treated Mingtian and Zhueleng, he would definitely not shirk his responsibility. Mo Yang took away my wisdom bone and is suspected of killing my wife and daughter. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Grandmaster Baiyun smiled helplessly and said, unfortunately, revenge is an extravagant hope. Everything is over. Master, you still don't know that your daughter is not dead, right? Ling Xiao was considering whether to tell Grandmaster Baiyun about this. After all, it would be like rubbing salt on Grandmaster Baiyun's wound. However, after some consideration, he decided to tell him because he realized that Grandmaster Baiyun had suicidal tendencies. Once a person's heart was dead, it was very likely that he would commit suicide. Although telling him this would make Grandmaster Baiyun suffer more, it might save his life. Not dead. Who told you? Grandmaster Baiyun asked in surprise. Hei Suo. Chapter 238. Ling Xiao's words made Master Baiyun's originally gloomy eyes finally brighten up. His daughter was not dead yet. This might be his last hope to live. Ling Xiao. Master Baiyun was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he pressed Ling Xiao's shoulder with both hands and said, help me save my daughter. I'm willing to exchange everything for it. There was a hint of desperation in his voice. He couldn't do it. He would never be able to get his wisdom bone back, let alone save his daughter. Because his aptitude had reached its limit, his heart was not as strong as before. He needed a younger, more talented, and smarter person to help him. Master, my potential isn't that high. I might not even be able to defeat Mingtian, let alone heavenly venerate Demon Flame. Ling Xiao said lightly. No, even if it's only a slim chance, I'm willing to gamble. My daughter must not fall into the hands of that beast, absolutely not. Master Baiyun certainly knew that Ling Xiao's potential was not as good as Ming Tian's. He did not expect this matter to succeed. But in his opinion, Ling Xiao was a very cunning person. He had already created many unbelievable miracles. Maybe there was still a chance. Ling Xiao listened to Master Baiyun's words and laughed in his heart. A slim chance. Did this mean that there was not even a 10% chance? Master, you may not be underestimating me, Ling Xiao. Not to mention that my potential is not inferior to his. Even if I'm really less than 5 stars like you think, killing him is still more than a slim chance. As for the flame deity, the celestial realm did sound very scary and people did not dare to look up. But from the first level of the martial vein to the late stage of the 8th level, Ling Xiao had experienced too many things. He believed that he would be able to advance to the celestial realm sooner or later. The flame deity, what did he have to fear? Did you cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body? Master Baiyun suddenly asked. Ling Xiao knew that this matter could not be hidden from this master, so he did not lie. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, I just broke through to the 3rd level. You have already cultivated to the 3rd level. The heavenly dragon golden body is only at the 6th level." "You really surprised me," Master Baiyun exclaimed. "Master, you flatter me." No. I'm not exaggerating. You have to know that the heavenly dragon golden body exists in the Yuhua sect as well. However, none of the disciples managed to cultivate it to level 3 and above. Master Baiyun shook his head and said, "Only by cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body to the 6th level can you obtain the Dragon Emperor's protective body art, which is even stronger than the other two. Until now, no one in the Yuhua sect had ever succeeded in cultivating this set of defensive martial art. And you may be the first." At this point, even Master Baiyun's face had a touch of ecstasy. Although he had never seen the Dragon Emperor's protective armor, he knew very well how terrifying this defensive martial art was. Once successfully cultivated, even a celestial realm expert would not be able to do anything to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was shocked. He thought that the heavenly dragon golden body was already a high-level martial art among the master-level martial arts. He did not expect that there was a stronger martial art in the same series. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor's protective armor was the final form of this defensive martial art? But what level of martial art would it be? Could it be that there was a more powerful secret martial art above the master level? Of course, if you want to get the Dragon Emperor's protective armor, you must become one of the best among the inner disciples of Yuhua school. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to learn this martial art. That shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "If Mingtian can become an inner disciple of Yuhua school, I will only be stronger than him." "Where did you get such confidence?" Master Baiyun was very puzzled. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao said, "Master, has your 7-star flower grown?" He had thought about it. Before entering Yuhua school, he must make Master Baiyun have expectations of him. Then, Master Baiyun would focus on him like how he treated Mingtian. In this way, his improvement should be faster. The best way to do this was to let Master Baiyun see his true potential. Master Baiyun was stunned for a moment. He nodded and said, "It has grown into 7 flowers. Why do you ask? Do you want to test it again?" "That's what I want to do." Ling Xiao thought to himself, "You didn't really test my potential before. You said that I can't do it. If I test it again, I'm afraid you won't have any hope. You won't give me the best thing, right?" Master Baiyun looked at Ling Xiao. Although he did not know what this kid was thinking, since the relationship between them had improved, he had to give it his all. Since he had placed his hopes of revenge and saving his daughter on this kid, he decided to test it again. Thinking of this, he took out the 7-star flower. Ling Xiao cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Buzz! At that moment, the 7-star flower shone brightly. 1 flower lit up with 3 colors. 2 flowers lit up with 3 colors. Then, 3 flowers, 4 flowers, 5 flowers. During the last test, because the 7-star flower was broken, there were only 4 flowers. Therefore, the situation could not be seen at all. At that time, Master Baiyun's evaluation of Ling Xiao was that his 3 potentials had reached 9 out of 4 stars, the same as Dai Yulink's. But today, 5 flowers lit up at once, and they were all 3 colors. This shocked Master Baiyun. "Your potential is actually 3 colors and 5 stars. I really misjudged you. It seems that you have broken away from the mortal body and advanced to the treasure body," Master Baiyun said excitedly. Although there was still a big gap between his potential and Mingtian's and Zhuoleng's, after all, he already had the absolute qualifications to advance to the master state. At this moment, there was more spirit in his eyes that were originally filled with despair. He was even more excited than when he heard that his daughter was still alive. "Master, why are you in such a hurry?" Ling Xiao smiled. The colors of the 7-star flower continued to change. 6 flowers. 7 flowers. 7 stars. And it's all 7 stars. This is incredible. Your potential is even stronger than Mingtian and Zhuoleng. I really was blind. Why didn't I listen to Lin Zedi's words? I really regret it. Master Baiyun's whole body was trembling. He had never seen someone with such potential at the peak of 7 stars. Even Empyrean Demon Flame couldn't achieve this. Master, you don't have to regret it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, let bygones be bygones. The reason why I am willing to take the test again today is to tell you that I still have a high chance of completing the task you gave me. I just don't know what benefits you can give me. Don't worry. As long as I can give you something, I will give it all to you. Master Baiyun had never been as anxious as he was now. He really wanted to go back in time so that he could pass on his lost knowledge to Ling Xiao. Chapter 239. Knowing Ling Xiao's true aptitude, Master Baiyun really did his best to cultivate him. Although a lot of resources were wasted on Ming Tian and Zhuoleng, because Ming Tian and Zhuoleng did not focus on cultivating their bodies, there were still about 10 Qian Yuan bone-changing pills. In addition to nearly 500 mid-grade spirit stones and about 100 high-grade spirit stones, it was definitely enough for Ling Xiao to improve his cultivation before going to Yuhua school. With the Qian Yuan bone-changing pills, Ling Xiao naturally focused on the cultivation of Sky Dragon Golden Body. The two doppelgangers respectively cultivated Divine Prison King Fist and Snow Lotus Sword Art. Needless to say, Divine Prison King Fist was currently his strongest bare-handed attack, and once it was cultivated to perfection, it would automatically evolve into a transcendent martial art. Snow Lotus Sword Art focused on comprehension, so pills were not of much help. It was enough to let his doppelgangers slowly comprehend it. His main body was naturally focused on the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Ever since he learned that there was still the Dragon Emperor's protective armor above the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, he was even more motivated to cultivate. This time, Master Baiyun had been guarding him. So Ling Xiao had the courage to take 3 Qian Yuan bone-changing pills at once. Even if something happened during the process, there was a transcendent martial artist to help him, so there was no need to be afraid. This was the advantage of having a master. The Qian Yuan bone-changing pill's effect was very overbearing. One pill could make people want to die. After using it, the whole body's bones would be shattered and reborn. That kind of pain really made people feel like they were better off dead. Taking 3 pills at once, the effect was naturally even more terrifying. Most people would not dare to do so. But Ling Xiao not only cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, but he could also use gold to repair his body. Moreover, he also cultivated the Sky Dragon Golden Body to the 3rd level, so his injury recovery speed was much faster. In addition, Master Baiyun, a transcendent martial artist, was guarding him. So he dared to go crazy. 3 days later, with the help of Master Baiyun, he successfully went through a hellish torture and finally completely dissolved the terrifying effect of the Qian Yuan bone-changing pill. But to fully absorb and digest it, it would still take a period of time. At this time, Master Baiyun had already left because what Ling Xiao needed to do next was to absorb the remaining effect of the pill and recover his body. There was not much point for him to stay here. Shalei had left Sky Cloud City yesterday and he should have returned to the Elephant Clan. Dai Yuling and Leng Mai were both at the critical moment of improving their cultivation. He couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, so he went out to stand guard for them. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes he had made in the past, so he tried his best to ensure that he could be extremely benevolent to his enemies. The effects of 3 Heaven Essence bone-changing pills were truly astonishing. It directly allowed Ling Xiao's Heavenly Dragon Golden Body to advance to the peak of the 3rd level. It Qian Yuan to you, it would not to breakthrough body. He still had 7 or 8 Heaven Essence bone-changing pills. If he used all of them, he would be able to break through. However, he couldn't rush it yet. He had to wait for his body to adapt to his current level of toughness before he could take his time. He was anxious to raise his ability, but he also understood that some things could not be rushed. Besides that, the additional benefit of these 3 Qian Yuan bone-changing pills was that his cultivation had already advanced from the late stage of the 8th level to the peak of the 8th level. He was getting closer to the 9th level of the martial vein. There were only 20 days left before Yuhua School's enrollment expansion. Master Bai Yun said that it would take at least 4 to 5 days to rush from Skycloud City to Yuhua School. If something happened along the way, it might take even longer. So he reminded the 3 disciples to set off 10 days earlier. Now Ling Xiao only had 10 days left to raise his cultivation. In these 10 days, Ling Xiao tried his best to consolidate the cultivation of the Sky Dragon Golden Body. At the same time, he continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus Sword skill and God Prison King's Fist. 9 days later, Ling Xiao felt that his body had already adapted to the peak of the 3rd level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. And he had finally comprehended the 3rd move of the God Prison King's Fist, Impermanence Twist. When he executed the palm technique, his soul power would automatically cooperate and cause the enemy to hallucinate, as if they were being chased by the black and white impermanence from hell. This palm technique was still able to cause physical and mental torture to the enemy. This terrifying effect was something that many extraordinary martial arts could not achieve. In addition, after absorbing the experience of the extraordinary martial arts displayed by He Suo and Master Bai Yun during the battle, he had finally successfully condensed the 2nd move, Melting Water. The 1st move, Flying Snow, was extremely fast and had a good freezing effect. The 2nd move, Melting Water, was able to form a strange force field, causing the opponent to lose their balance and state. It could be said that once this move was executed, the weaker opponents would not even be able to get close to him. In addition, Ling Xiao had an unexpected gain. The number of golden dragon cells in his body had already reached 20. In other words, just relying on these 20 golden dragon cells, he had an extra 2,000 pounds of strength compared to the average practitioner. This was simply heaven-defying for practitioners below the extraordinary martial arts realm. One had to know that even Master Bai Yun, who had just broken through to the extraordinary martial arts realm, did not have more than 10,000 pounds of strength. What did it mean to have an extra 2,000 pounds of strength? After coming out of seclusion with satisfaction, Ling Xiao went to find Master Bai Yun. At this time, Dai Yuling and Cold Plum were still in seclusion. According to Master Bai Yun, Dai Yuling had broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein realm, and Cold Plum had also advanced to the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein realm. They should be coming out of seclusion soon and should be consolidating their cultivation. Ling Xiao was very happy with the progress of his 2 friends. Master, disciple has some questions, I hope Master can answer them. Ling Xiao saw that Dai Yuling and Cold Plum had not come out of seclusion and could not go to Yuhua School now, so he took the opportunity to ask some questions in his heart. Oh, tell me. Master Bai Yun's complexion was gradually recovering, and his spirit was much better. Although his 7-star aptitude was not the best in the 12 sects, it was enough as long as he was stronger than Ming Tian and the Flame Deity. He firmly believed that Ling Xiao could help him do what he wanted to do but could not. Master, you said before that there is a stronger Dragon Emperor protective art above Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, but disciple does not understand. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body is already a transcendent martial art, and it should be one of the stronger transcendent martial arts. Why is there a stronger defensive martial art above it? Master Bai Yun smiled and said, that's a good question. Well, those 2 kids have also come out of seclusion. Let's talk about it when they arrive. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. After a while, Dai Yuling and Cold Plum also arrived at the True Spirit Palace. Master Bai Yun gestured for the 2 to sit down, and then said, in your opinion, are there 2 types of martial arts, secular martial arts and transcendent martial arts? The 3 of them nodded. Chapter 240. Master Bai Yun said with a smile, the real complete martial arts actually starts from the extraordinary martial arts that you mentioned. This is called gold grade martial arts in the sect. Above it, there are 3 grades, jade grade, celestial grade, and divine grade. It can't be. Most of the martial arts that we worked so hard to cultivate are actually incomplete. Dai Yuling was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was not surprised. In fact, he had already noticed this. When the Mountain River martial spirit analyzed and practiced these martial arts, it had already given him a reminder. However, the Mountain River martial spirit did not know what the complete version of these martial arts were. Therefore, he could only cultivate it first. Although it was an emasculated or simplified version of the martial arts, it should not be considered incomplete. It was just more suitable for ordinary people to cultivate. It was just that the degree of complexity was different, and the level that could be cultivated was different. It was estimated that when Ling Xiao entered the sect in the future, he might encounter many martial arts that he had cultivated before. However, the level of these martial arts would be completely different. Gold grade, jade grade, celestial grade, and divine grade. These were the real grades of martial arts. That's right, immortal grade and divine grade martial arts currently do not exist in the Heavenly Dragon continent. The human world once encountered a catastrophe. These two types of martial arts disappeared along with martial spirits. Martial spirits can still be awakened, but I'm afraid that such high-level martial arts can only be found in other continents. Master Baiyun said with pity. Well, Ling Xiao, this is the end of the question. Actually, I don't know much about these things. After you join the Yuhua school, I'm afraid you will get more information and materials than I do. Maybe I will need your help. Master Baiyun changed the topic and said, next, we will go to the Yuhua school. Before we go, there are some things that I need to tell you. This will be very important to you. Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum knew very well that Master Baiyun was going to impart his experience. After all, Master Baiyun had been in the Yuhua school before. Although he was a failure, the more failures he had, the more experience he would gain. There was no harm in listening to him. The three of them listened very carefully, because this might be related to their future path of martial arts. If you're lucky enough to enter Yuhua school, the first thing you have to do is to keep a low profile and work hard on your cultivation. The status of an outer sect disciple is very low. Although the sect has a rule that forbids inner sect disciples from killing each other, if an outer sect disciple is crippled, there won't be any problems. The higher-ups won't even look into it. What I mean is, try not to show off in the outer sect. Instead, try to keep a low profile until you become an inner sect disciple. The three of them understood Grandmaster Baiyun's words. After all, the flame deity had a very high status. If he saw that Grandmaster Baiyun's disciples were all trash, he would probably be happy to keep them. When he was unhappy, he could trample on them for fun. If his aptitude was too good, then he might really trigger the flame deity's killing intent. At that time, it would be very easy for them to be accidentally killed. Once you become an inner sect disciple, your status in the sect will greatly increase. At that time, you have to show off your strength as much as possible. The better your aptitude and the stronger your strength, the more protection you will receive from the sect. At that time, even the flame deity won't dare to touch you easily. Ling Xiao nodded. According to his experience in the Ling family, this was indeed true. There's another thing you have to pay attention to. Once your aptitude is exposed, don't be arrogant. At that time, if there are elders or powerhouses of the same level who want to rope you in, you can join them if you think it's enough. Grandmaster Baiyun suddenly became serious. This is very important. I've seen many geniuses who were extremely arrogant. They didn't give face to anyone and didn't put anyone in their eyes. In the end, not long after, they died in the middle of a mission. Although they were killed by external enemies, it was obvious that no one was willing to help them. Not only would that not help them, but it would also increase the number of enemies. One Empyrean demon flame is already enough for you to deal with. If there's an elder-level enemy, you're dead for sure. So, you must remember, no matter what, you must always learn to pick a side. Being neutral in the sect is the stupidest thing to do, especially when you already have enemies. Remember all of this. Yes. In fact, what Grandmaster Baiyun said was something that Ling Xiao had experienced personally. This was the way he survived in the Ling family. First, he hid his strength and bided his time. Then, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Then, he found second Master Ling to back him up. After going to the Yuhua school, although the place was bigger and the opponents were stronger, the things he had to do didn't change. Okay, since you've remembered it, pack up a little and set off immediately. Time waits for no one. The earlier we get there, the earlier we can prepare. Grandmaster Baiyun stood up and said, "Yes, Grandmaster." Ling Xiao and the other two returned to their rooms and packed up a little. Then, they went back to bid farewell to the Baiyun Monastery Master and Lin Ziyi. Because time was tight, no one said much. Before leaving, Lin Ziyi and the Baiyun Monastery Master gave the three of them the spiritual stones and true elemental pills that they had painstakingly accumulated. There were low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spiritual stones. Most of the true elemental pills were low-grade, but they were very effective in recovering true elemental pills. After that, the three of them returned to the Baiyun Monastery and followed Grandmaster Baiyun to the Yuhua school. The three of them didn't take a carriage or ride a horse. Instead, they chose to walk. Based on their light body techniques, their speed was much faster than a 1,000-mile horse. It was even faster than some demonic beasts. Plus the true elemental pills, which could recover their true elemental pills, with a little rest, they could travel 1,000 miles in a day easily. Yuhua School was thousands of miles away from Sky Cloud City. Based on the three of them's speed, they estimated that they would take 7 to 8 days to reach. This was the reason why Grandmaster Baiyun was in a hurry to set off. 7 days passed by quickly and they didn't meet with any trouble along the way. After all, they had the Transcendents following them. If they met any ordinary demonic beasts, they could easily get rid of them. On the morning of the 8th day, the sky was still dark. The four of them arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. The sky had just turned white and with the help of the faint light, they could see that this place was like a paradise on earth. Heavens, is this where Yuhua School is located? The air here makes one feel energetic, as if there's some miraculous healing effect. Dai Yuling couldn't help but sigh, and the entire mountain is filled with spiritual herbs. These are hard to find in places where ordinary people live. This is just the border. There's another 100 miles or so before we reach the foot of the mountain where Yuhua School is located. When we reach there, you will understand why the hidden sects are so fascinating to practitioners. Grandmaster Baiyun smiled and increased his speed as he rushed forward. Although the journey here was treacherous and there were many places with steep cliffs, but to him and the other three, it wasn't much. Chapter 241. As far as the eye could see, there was a long flight of stairs. There were thousands of stone steps. At the foot of the mountain was the huge plaque of Yuhua School. There were disciples guarding it all year round. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. As for the other directions of Yuhua Mountain, they were really steep cliffs. Even ordinary birds couldn't fly over them, let alone martial artists. Therefore, there was only one way to enter Yuhua Mountain. Unless you reached the celestial realm and could really fly. Otherwise, even if you had a flying-type martial soul, you couldn't cross it because the quality of the energy in your body was too poor. Let's go. We're already late. Master Baiyun was originally afraid that they would be late, so he asked his disciples to set off 10 days in advance. However, when they arrived, they found that there were already hundreds of people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Among them, those under the age of 20 should be the geniuses who came to participate in the exam. As for those over the age of 20, they were probably accompanying these young people. After all, the journey was dangerous. Ling Xiao and the other two followed Master Baiyun to the foot of the mountain. Old man Baiyun, how have you been? Shu Ling. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they heard someone calling Master Baiyun's name in a very disrespectful tone. Master Baiyun looked up and couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Xiao also looked at that person. This person was about 40 years old. His cultivation was probably not inferior to Master Baiyun's. In fact, the most surprising thing was that there were 4 people standing beside him. 3 of them were familiar faces. Zhu Hua, Dia Wu, Lu Xing. As for the other person, he was very unfamiliar. He looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He was dressed very gorgeously. Looking at his cultivation, he was actually much stronger than the other three. He was already at the early 9th level of the martial vein. His aptitude seemed to be on par with Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. Ling Xiao knew about Xu Ling. On the way to Yuhua School, Master Baiyun gave them a brief introduction of the current situation of the Tianlong continent. Especially the general situation of the transcendent warriors. Xu Ling was the only transcendent warrior in the ninja clan. The young girl at the early 9th level of the martial vein was his daughter, Xu Ying. In Shinobi, Xu Ling is the imperial family, the true successor of Xu Dao. What was interesting was that Xu Ling was also a disciple of Yuhua School, but his status was higher than Master Baiyun's, so he had 4 recommendations. Old man Baiyun, there's no need to be so agitated. You and I did have some grudges in the past, but since the sect is expanding, we belong to the disadvantaged group. It's better to cooperate sincerely. I won't introduce the other 3. This is my daughter, Xu Ying. Her potential isn't any worse than Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. As he spoke, Xu Ling was rather proud of himself. Originally, he was hesitant about who to recommend. Who would have thought that White Cloud would be targeted by the flame deity, which led to the departure of several ninja clan's disciples. Although Zhu Hua, Dia Wu, and Lu Xing's potential couldn't compare to Xu Ying's, since they were recruiting, they should still have a chance of entering the sect. There were actually quite a few people who harbored such thoughts. Ling Xiao casually glanced around. Among the youths at the foot of the mountain, the oldest was just 20 years old, and the youngest was only 12 or 13 years old. The strongest was already at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, but he was already 20 years old. The weakest was at the 7th level of the martial vein, and these children were only 12 or 13 years old. In other words, they came to participate in the exam to compete for potential, not strength. Facing these geniuses, Ling Xiao didn't have any emotional fluctuations. He was only 14 years old and was already at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, and this was because he had delayed for more than a decade. The real cultivation began when he was 13 years old. Otherwise, his cultivation would have been heaven-defying. After all, it had only been a little more than a year, and he had advanced from the 1st level of the martial vein to the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. In terms of potential, he wasn't afraid of anyone. All of these youths were basically geniuses gathered by the Yuhua School's outer disciples. Because the Yuhua School's territory was in northern Han, most of the geniuses came from northern Han. There were also some geniuses from the Ninja clan, the Jadeite clan, and the Barbarian clan. Of course, there were also geniuses from other countries of the Sacred Dynasty. It was just that their numbers were relatively small. The 4 princes and 1 princess of northern Han have all come. I wonder how many of them will be chosen. Dai Yuling pointed at a few people surrounded by the crowd. Ling Xiao followed his finger and looked. In the crowd, there were indeed 5 people dressed gorgeously and filled with the aura of nobility. These 5 people were between 14 and 18 years old, and all of them met the age requirements. Among the 5, the most eye-catching one was naturally the beautiful princess, Zhao Ci. Zhao Ci and Ling Xiao were similar in age and cultivation. They were both at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, which meant that their potential wasn't bad. Of course, the 5 of them were the most eye-catching, but their potential and cultivation weren't the strongest. Ling Xiao glanced at them and ignored them, continuing to observe the rest of the people. Under the soul-entrancing state, he could easily determine the potential of these people. Among these people, there were 2 with the best potential. One was Xu Ying, and the other was the 3rd prince of northern Han, Zhao Ji. The potential of these 2 people didn't lose to Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. Sure enough, outside of Baiyun province, there were too many geniuses. Even so, Ling Xiao only secretly remembered them in his heart and didn't feel much emotion. Zhuo Leng had already been killed by him. Potential was a part of it, but battle technique was equally important. Otherwise, the result would be the same as Zhuo Leng's. Not to mention that his potential wasn't any worse than Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. Even if it was worse, he had nothing to be afraid of. Sometimes, living a long life was more important than potential. Mph, Xu Ling, stop pretending in front of this old man. Who doesn't know that you frequently flatter that Mo Yang? No wonder these 3 juniors were willing to follow you. They don't need to be suppressed by Mo Yang. Grandmaster Baiyun coldly snorted. Although he could understand the choice of Zhu Hua and the other 2, he still felt extremely unhappy. Which master could tolerate their own disciples betraying the sect? The fact that he didn't kill them was already very restrained. This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. You don't flatter, but wasn't your best disciple, Ming Tian, taken away by the flame deity? Shu Ling ridiculed. Grandmaster Baiyun coldly snorted and didn't explain anything. He didn't want to expose Ling Xiao's potential. It didn't matter even if he had to suffer some anger. Shu Ling smiled and suddenly turned his gaze to Ling Xiao. This kid is the one who killed Zuoleng, right? That's right, it's me, Ling Xiao said with a nod. There was nothing to hide, and it couldn't be hidden. Good. Very good. You even dared to kill Zuoleng. You're really something. My dear daughter, you must recognize him. He is the one who killed your fiancé. Chapter 242. Understood, father. Shu Ying nodded and then looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with resentment and coldness. Ling Xiao only glanced at her indifferently and did not say anything. He and Zuoleng fought fair and square. There were no sneak attacks or tricks. Moreover, it was a life and death battle on the life and death cliff. They even signed a life and death contract. Zuoleng wanted to kill him, but was killed by him instead. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, nor did he feel any sympathy. I will definitely kill you. Shu Ying's words were very direct and did not beat around the bush. Zuoleng also said the same thing, but the one lying in the coffin is him, not me. Ling Xiao said in a tit-for-tat manner. His current target was no longer the so-called geniuses like Ming Tian, Shu Ying, and Zhao Ji. His target was He Suo, the flame deity, and the other geniuses of the previous generation. To put it bluntly, he did not put his peers in his eyes. If he could not even surpass these people, how could he surpass the senior experts? What a big tone. I wonder how many stars little brother's potential is. Shu Ling asked with a smile. 5 stars. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He planned to hide the matter of his potential a little. In any case, this potential was something he could control. As long as he did not circulate his mountain and river martial spirit, his potential was 5 stars. It was enough for him to pass the Yuhua School's potential assessment. H. A mere 5 stars talent dares to boast shamelessly. What a joke. Shu Ying's face revealed an intense disdain. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He was too lazy to bicker with her. He had encountered this kind of thing many times and had gradually gotten used to it. There were too many people and the waiting time for the identity verification was also very long. After all, the Yuhua School did not want spies from other sects to sneak in. During this long period of waiting, unexpected things were bound to happen. Assassin. Quickly catch the assassin. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Ling Xiao looked at the place where the sound came from. It was the location of the 4 princes and 1 princess of Northern Han. At this moment, a glaring wound could be seen on the first prince's throat. His throat had already been cut. It looked like he was about to die. Even if it was Ling Xiao, once his throat was cut, he would not be able to survive. The first prince's strength was not low. He was at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein. In the crowd, a black shadow quickly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao could stop this person, but he didn't move. Northern Han's imperial family was too far away from him. There was no need for him to meddle in their affairs. However, he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to assassinate a prince of Northern Han at the foot of the Yuhua sect's mountain. Indeed, it was as He Suo had said. As long as one did not join the Yuhua sect, he would dare to kill where. The third prince, Zhao Ji, had unexpectedly discovered the assassin. This was really rare. This Zhao Ji really does have some ability. Zhao Ji's figure flashed. His speed was as fast as a gale. In the blink of an eye, he was near the assassin. Seeing that he could not escape, the assassin turned around and attacked. Zhao Ji was 16 years old. His cultivation was at the late 9th layer martial vein. He was almost the same as Ming Tian a month ago. That assassin was also at the late 9th layer martial vein. His strength was definitely not ordinary. However, the two of them had only exchanged 3 blows. Zhao Zi's terrifying kick set the assassin's body ablaze. In an instant, only his bones were left. Frightening. This fellow is simply a second Mingtian. No, his potential might be even more terrifying than Mingtian's. Ling Xiao inwardly thought. There is always someone better than you. This saying was not wrong. However, Zhao Zi's luck was not as good as Mingtian's. Mingtian had already been nurtured by the flame deity. In a month's time, it was unknown how much progress he would have made. Is that the strength of Northern Han's third prince, Zhao Zi? I'm afraid that he will definitely take first place in this Yuhua school's examination. That's right. This person is proficient in leg techniques. His leg techniques are extremely domineering. Among the princes and princesses, he is the strongest. As expected of His Highness. He is too powerful. The discussions rose and fell one after another. The third prince, Zhao Zi, was very pleased. He had also successfully become a thorn in the side of various geniuses. However, it was likely that he was not afraid of being viewed with hostility. The more others viewed him with hostility, the happier he would be. Speaking of this expansion examination, it was actually not complicated. The examination was divided into 4 sections. Each section would have a score. In the end, qualified disciples would be selected according to the score. Potential was only one of the sections. However, it accounted for a relatively large proportion. Out of the 4 sections, the full score for the other 3 sections was 10 points. Only potential had a full score of 30 points. Potential accounted for 50% of the total score. In other words, geniuses with good potential would naturally have a huge advantage. At present, it was still unclear how many disciples the Yuhua school would be recruiting. As a result, Ling Xiao did not dare to conceal his strength. As for potential, he decided that it would be fine if his score was not too high or too low. Otherwise, if his total score did not meet the requirements, he would be asking for trouble. If the Yuhua school wanted to recruit 100 disciples, then he only needed to score within the top 100. However, if the school only recruited 10 disciples, then his total score would have to be within the top 10. However, the total number of disciples recruited would likely be announced before the examination began. Thus, he was not in a hurry. Naturally, this information was given to him by Grandmaster Bai Yun. Before the enrollment expansion, the Yuhua school's examination would normally only recruit 10 disciples. Since the enrollment expansion was taking place, the number would likely be higher than that. As time passed, it was finally Ling Xiao's turn to enter the school. At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that the few Yuhua school disciples who were in charge of evaluating the geniuses were all transcendents. If Ling Xiao saw this from the outside world, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. Why did it feel like the transcendents who were like treasures in the past had become cabbages that could be found everywhere? A sect's power was indeed something to look forward to. He noticed that the potential of these Yuhua school disciples was between 5-star and 6-star. They were not even as good as Cold Plum, let alone him. This gave people very high expectations. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely reach the transcendence one day, and it would be very fast. He had a clean background. Dai Yuling and Cold Plum also knew about their backgrounds. Although Cold Plum was once a slave, the Yuhua school obviously did not care about this. Thus, the 3 of them successfully passed the first threshold. Otherwise, they would not even be able to participate in the examination. Grandmaster, why don't I see any buildings in the Yuhua school? After entering the school, they could only see the stairs. However, they could not see any buildings on the mountainside or the peak. This made Dai Yuling feel very strange. Actually, Cold Plum was also very surprised. Chapter 243. It's not that they don't exist. You just can't see them. When you reach the Transcendence realm, you'll be able to see some shadows. You'll slowly get used to it. Master Bai Yun smiled and led the 3 of them up the mountain. The sun had already risen to the middle of the sky, but it was really difficult for the sunlight to penetrate the forest. It only left specks of light on the ground. Ling Xiao continued to pay attention to the situation at the top of the mountain. He had a feeling that there was a special ancient power in Mount Yuhua. Because of this power, 10 more golden dragon cells in his body had awakened, increasing from 20 to 30. The tiny golden dragons were flying around in the cells, looking especially cheerful. Not only that, but his mountain river martial soul also seemed to have sensed a familiar power and started to operate involuntarily. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that he could see things more clearly and his thoughts were sharper. All his abilities seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. He naturally didn't dare to tell others about this, nor did he dare to ask Master Baiyun. After all, whether it was the golden dragon cells or the mountain river martial soul, these were secrets that he couldn't reveal even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, there would be big problems. Yuhua School's mountain path was much longer than Baiyun Temple's. The steps were 4 to 5 times more than Baiyun Temple's. The most frightening thing was that these stone steps were not special. There seemed to be some kind of strange power pulling at people's bodies, making everyone who stepped on the stone steps feel as if their legs were filled with lead. It was an uncomfortable feeling. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the Baiyun Temple's assessment. Since Master Baiyun was a disciple of Yuhua School, he must have referred to Yuhua School in many aspects of the assessment. Maybe these stone steps were one of the assessment. Thinking of this, he glanced at Master Baiyun. However, Master Baiyun smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. It seemed that Master Baiyun couldn't speak carelessly after reaching this place, especially when it came to the assessment. Once the secret was exposed, his recommendation would be revoked. Ling Xiao wasn't sure if that was the case, but his intuition told him that it was right. He started to speed up. Dai Yuling and Cold Plum followed him. Since he couldn't expose too much of his potential, Ling Xiao would have to score more points in other tests. If this was the first test, he wouldn't dare to slack off. At the very least, he should get full marks. Having good physical strength was nothing more than having well-developed limbs. It wouldn't attract any attention. Moreover, he believed that there would be many people who scored full marks in this category. In the process, he found that some of the young geniuses were actually riding on their family members or servants, and he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. This kind of person couldn't even endure this little bit of hardship. How could he pass the test? He would probably score a 0 in this round. Among them, there was a 12 or 13-year-old boy. He looked fair and clean, but his body was very weak. It was as if he would be blown away by the wind as soon as he walked. This person was only 12 or 13 years old, but his cultivation was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. It was enough to show that his potential was outstanding. However, he would definitely score 0 in this category. This was because he was actually using a type of mechanical beast to move around. This mechanical beast only had 2 legs. He sat on it, and it seemed to be very comfortable. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao and the first group of youths reached the 1000th stone step. This wasn't the top of the mountain, but somewhere on the mountainside. There was another entrance to the mountain here. It was obviously made of special materials. It was estimated that even a transcendent realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break it. Here, Ling Xiao and the others each received a jade token with a number on it. Ling Xiao's number was 3 because he was the third person to reach here. The first was Zhao Ji. The second was Xu Ying. Cold Plum was the fourth, and Dai Yuling was a little worse, being ranked 20th. Several Yuhua School disciples were handing out jade tokens. There was also a person sitting on a stone block, and 7 or 8 transcendent realm disciples were standing on his left and right. Master Baiyun and Xu Ling stepped forward and cupped their fists to the middle-aged man sitting on the stone block. Greetings, Elder Bai. This person was only in his 40s, but he was actually an elder. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to be very terrifying. He was even stronger than the people standing on his left and right. Ling Xiao didn't dare to check the middle-aged man's cultivation, but he could feel that this person's cultivation was much stronger than his master, Master Baiyun. Since he was an elder, even if he wasn't in the heaven realm, he was close to it. In the Yuhua school, there were inner sect elders and outer sect elders. This middle-aged man should be an outer sect elder, so he didn't have to be in the heaven realm. However, his strength was definitely one of the best in the outer sect. Elder Bai just glanced at the crowd and nodded. He continued to drink tea and wait. The others also stood respectfully to the side. They didn't even dare to speak too loudly, let alone make a move. After waiting for a full 2 hours, all the disciples who came to participate in the assessment finally gathered here. I forgot to tell you that the stone steps are the first assessment. In this assessment, some people got a perfect score of 10, while others didn't get a single point. Now, let's move on to the second assessment. He seemed to be too lazy to explain anything. He stood up and walked toward the giant door. I don't accept this. You didn't tell me in advance that this was an assessment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten a 0. There were all kinds of people in this world, and there were even more impulsive and conceited people. Someone who got a 0 would definitely be unhappy. Therefore, a young genius stood up and shouted, "Who else doesn't accept this?" Elder Bai just smiled faintly and didn't seem to be angry. He asked, "I don't accept this either. Why is it so? It's not fair." More than a dozen people stood up. Their elders wanted to stop them, but unfortunately, some were too late, and some couldn't stop them at all. A total of 16 people. Very good. Hey Suo, take back the jade tokens of these 16 people and tell them to get lost immediately. If they don't obey, throw them down the mountain and feed them to the dogs. After Elder Bai finished speaking, he ignored these people and walked straight to the door. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The people of the Yuhua school were really domineering. They disqualified them for such a small matter. Then, he looked at He Suo. This transcendent warrior had once seriously injured Master Bai Yun, but he was injured by Master Bai Yun's void-piercing strike. It was obvious that half of his body had been modified into a mechanical puppet. The body made of metal was still a little stiff, but it seemed to be quite sturdy. He probably used the mechanism study of the Blue Eyes race. That wasn't right. The mechanism study of the Blue Eyes race was split from the human race. The mechanism study of the Yuhua school was more authentic and ancient. He Suo looked coldly at Ling Xiao, but didn't dare to do anything. With Elder Bai here, he didn't dare to act rashly. The three of you don't need to worry. He Suo is only a transcendent stage 2 martial artist. He won't dare to act rashly in front of Elder Bai. Chapter 244. Everyone, come over and stand according to your number plate. Elder Bai's expression remained cold, as if everyone owed him money. It was not a smile, and there was no gentleness to speak of. From the reaction of the Yuhua school's disciples, it was clear that Elder Bai was usually very strict. Otherwise, they would definitely not be so obedient. However, this was also good. Ling Xiao liked this kind of cold person. Generally, this kind of person was not likely to be the kind of person who was unfair. This was definitely beneficial to him. Next, we will proceed to the second assessment, the test of potential. Elder Bai stood under the huge mountain gate and said, "You should have seen this mountain gate. It is a treasure forged by our Yuhua school's most outstanding blacksmith. The principle is similar to the 7-star flower, but the effect is more comprehensive and better." After hearing Elder Bai's words, Ling Xiao understood. Although the 7-star flower could test one's potential, it obviously did not work for potentials above 7 stars. This mountain gate was probably designed by the blacksmith according to the principle of the 7-star flower. Next, from the back to the front, you will begin to take the test. Do not use any martial arts techniques. Condense your true essence on your palm, then hit the mountain gate. After Elder Bai finished speaking, he sat at the side and drank tea. Naturally, someone would be in charge of the detailed test process for him. Number 356, Liu Tian, here. Hearing the name, Liu Tian hurriedly walked out of the crowd and walked to the mountain gate. Then, he took a deep breath and hit the mountain gate according to Elder Bai's instructions. The mountain gate was expected to make a loud sound, but there was no sound at all. Liu Tian's hand even seemed to have sunk into the mountain gate. Soft. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. When he saw the bronze gate, he thought it was made of metal. It was probably a special material that he had never seen before. Liu Tian's palm hit the mountain gate, but there was no reaction at all. That's impossible. My potential is clearly 5 stars. Is there something wrong with your door? Liu Tian turned pale with fright as he shouted. I forgot to tell you that the 7-star flower was used to test one's potential before the 12 sects reappeared in the world. However, it can only test the potential of a martial artist without a complete martial soul. This is a huge flaw. Elder Bai explained, the reason why this door was designed is to make up for the flaws of the 7-star flower. This is also the standard test in the sect. There is a big difference between it and the 7-star flower. It does not include the mortal body. In other words, 1 star represents a mortal body. What? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Ling Xiao, was shocked. It seemed that the reappearance of the 12 sects was not a simple matter. Many of the rules in this world might have undergone subtle changes, but many people were still unaware of it. But I do have a 5-star potential. If I were to be tested here, I should have a mortal treasure body. Liu Tian said. That's a good question. Why? Elder Bai suddenly raised his voice and said, I seem to have forgotten another thing. If you want to be tested as a treasure body, at least 10% of your martial path remnant soul must be awakened. In other words, if you don't have a martial path remnant soul, no matter how high your potential is in the previous test, it is meaningless here. As soon as he said this, many people were dumbfounded. There were not many people who had awakened a martial path remnant soul. Those who had a complete martial path remnant soul were even rarer. The Yuhua school's requirements were really high. Okay, I don't need to say more. Those who have not awakened a martial path remnant soul can leave now. When you leave, each of you will get a high-grade vital elemental pill as compensation. Elder Bai's words reflected the demeanor of the Yuhua school as a big sect. He probably wanted to win over these people. After all, it was really hard to say whether a martial path remnant soul would awaken a martial path remnant soul the next day. It would not be good to offend these children. This time, more than 200 people left silently. This was different from the other 3 assessments. If one's potential did not pass, they would be directly eliminated. As for the other 3 assessments, even if they got 0 points, they could continue to participate in the assessment. From this point, one could see the importance of potential. Not bad. It seems that after the appearance of the mountain and river martial soul, it has become easier to awaken a martial path remnant soul. Continue. Elder Bai revealed a hint of joy, but it disappeared in a flash. The second person to take the test was a girl. She slapped her palm, and something that looked like the petals of the 7-star flower appeared on the mountain gate. It was shining with a strange light. Ling Xiao noticed that the flower showed 3 colors. However, it was a little different from the 3 colors of the 7-star flower. They were black, white, and red. Black represented the potential of the soul, white represented the potential of the internal force, and red represented the potential of the body. This should be the standard display. Although he did not know why it was like this, there should be some conventional reasons. Very good, mortal grade treasured body. You pass. 1 point. Next. The scoring rules here needed to be explained. 1 star, 1 point, belongs to the mortal grade treasured body. 2 stars, 10 points, belongs to the fine grade treasured body. 3 stars, 20 points, belongs to the precious grade treasured body. 4 stars, 30 points, belongs to the immortal grade treasured body. Above 5 stars, one could pass the test directly. The score was full. It could be seen that the higher the potential, the more benefits one would get. No matter how one looked at it, potential was obviously very important to the Yuhua school. 1 star here was equivalent to the 5 stars tested by the 7-star flower. The 5 stars here could not be tested by the 7-star flower. Therefore, the test result of this mountain gate was obviously much more accurate. Later, there were martial artists taking the test one after another. Some were crying tears of joy, while others were crying sadly. This kind of test was so cruel. If you did not pass, you would be eliminated directly. You would not even be qualified to take the other tests. Number 20, Dai Yuling. The fateful moment had arrived. When Dai Yuling was tested before, her 3 potentials were only 9 out of 4 stars. Now, She could not even light up a single star. She had really encountered a major crisis. Master Bai Yun was worried for Dai Yuling. This girl, Elder Bai, who was drinking tea, was suddenly stunned. He looked at Dai Yuling differently. However, he did not say anything. Dai Yuling took the test. As expected, one of the stars was only about 90% lit up. It was not completely lit up. Although there were 3 colors, it was a pity. Little girl, is your martial Dao remnant soul a healing type? Elder Bai suddenly asked when he saw Dai Yuling walking down with her head lowered. Yes. Dai Yuling nodded. As expected. How about this? Although you are not qualified to be an outer disciple of the Yuhua school, I have a friend who is the deacon of the Yuhua school Herb Mountain. If you are willing, you can be her disciple and be considered an inner disciple in the future. Elder Bai said with a smile. This was a rare smile from him. Is this true? Dai Yuling could not believe this fact. Nonsense. How can Elder Bai lie to you? Hurry up and kneel down to thank him. Hei Suo snorted. This guy was not happy with Master Bai Yun's disciple anyway. He thought he could eliminate one of them, but he did not expect to encounter such a thing. He was really unhappy. Hei Suo, I am speaking. Since when is it your turn to interrupt? Elder Bai only glanced at Hei Suo, but his eyes were as sharp as swords, making Hei Suo tremble. I don't dare. Shut up if you don't dare. After saying that, he looked at Dai Yuling again, waiting for her answer. Of course I am willing. Chapter 245. Congratulations, Senior Sister Yuling. Ling Xiao sincerely congratulated Dai Yuling. He couldn't help Dai Yuling in terms of talent. All he could do was hope that Dai Yuling would encounter a miracle. However, a miracle happened today. He was happy for Dai Yuling. Thank you. You have to continue working hard too. Of course. While the 2 of them were chatting, a few more people were tested. Naturally, some were happy, and some were sad. Number 10, Leng Hao. Ling Xiao noticed that Leng Hao was the young man who used the mechanism to climb the stairs. He was only 12 or 13 years old, but his lower body was obviously paralyzed. He only got a 0 in the first test. Ling Xiao paid a lot of attention to this young man. That was because after this young man learned that he got a 0 in the first test, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Was it because he had a card up his sleeve? With a smile on his face, Leng Hao gently placed his palm on the mountain gate. Boom tilde tilde at that moment, it was as if there was an explosion between heaven and earth. No. It didn't seem like it. There was really thunder. In the sky, thunderclouds suddenly covered the sky, and the rumbling sound was endless. Even the heavens are jealous. Elder Bai, who had been sitting there steadily, suddenly stood up and looked at this scene in horror. In the history of Yuhua school, only one person had encountered such treatment. Boom. The explosion landed and directly blasted Leng Hao's body. Leng Hao's body was charred black, but there was still a smile on his face. At that moment, 5 bright stars appeared on the mountain gate. The light shone brightly and directly pierced through the thunderclouds in the sky, dispersing them. 5 stars. Heavens, that's a divine treasure body. Elder Bai knew clearly that although this mountain gate was forged by the best weapon refiner in the Yuhua sect, there was still a limit to how much it could withstand. 5 stars and a divine treasure body. That was the limit. Beyond that limit, the test couldn't be done. Of course, it wouldn't shatter like the 7-star flower. Everyone was stunned by this scene. A divine treasure body. Make an exception and admit him with full marks. Elder Bai announced excitedly. He really didn't expect that this young man, who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, actually had such terrifying talent. They had heard that the flame deity had also taken in a genius youth with a divine-grade treasure body called Ming Tian. The rest of the inner sect elders were extremely jealous. Once this news was spread out, even the elders would fight until their heads bled. Leng Hao looked a little embarrassed, but there was always a confident smile on his face. He looked so unfathomable. He turned around and used the mechanical limbs to walk to the side. Almost everyone was staring at him. There was envy. There was jealousy. There was surprise. This child is really lucky. Although his body is not good, once he is valued by the inner sect elders, it will be easy for him to recover. As Grandmaster Baiyun spoke, he could not help but glance at Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, even though Ling Xiao's aptitude was outstanding, he was only a treasure body at most. He was unable to gain the favor of the inner court elders. Otherwise, he could also use this method to attract the inner court elders' attention. In that case, it might be a shortcut. Buzz tilde tilde ha ha ha, which kid has a divine grade treasure body? Suddenly, there was a terrifying explosion. Before anyone realized what was going on, they saw a figure descending from the sky and landing near the door. He did not even look at Elder Bai and the others. That terrifying aura made everyone feel a huge pressure. Elder Bai also hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Forget it, forget it. There's no need to salute. Hey, it's you, right? Your body is not very good, but your inner strength potential is amazing. Divine grade treasure body, good. Very good. Will you be my disciple? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light waved his hand at Elder Bai, indicating that he did not need to salute. Then, his eyes locked onto Lung Hao. Even though this person's actions were very casual, everyone present could clearly feel that they had suddenly become ants on the ground, and this person was a god in the sky. They felt that he was too powerful, so powerful that it was unbelievable. At this moment, many of the geniuses who were previously arrogant felt that they were insignificant. The difference between a candle flame and a sun was just this. Even the experts in the transcendent realm could only kneel there and tremble, not daring to speak loudly. Among everyone, Ling Xiao did not feel that much pressure. With the mountain river martial soul, he did not feel any pressure. It was only because everyone was kneeling that he did not want to be too unique, so he reluctantly squatted down to avoid being too eye-catching. Lung Hao, what are you waiting for? This is Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, a respected inner sect elder of Yuhua school. If you become his disciple, you will soon enter the inner sect and receive personal guidance from Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Your future is limitless. Seeing that Lung Hao seemed to be frightened, Elder Bai hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, Lung Hao came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, I am willing to cultivate with Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Ha ha ha, you have good taste. Let's go. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light lifted Lung Hao's shoulders and turned into a golden light, disappearing into the mountains in an instant. Seeing the golden light disappear into the distance, Ling Xiao felt somewhat envious. Unfortunately, he cannot reveal his potential. It is not only because of the flame deity, but also because of his mountain river martial soul. If he wants to reveal a potential that is as strong as Lung Hao or even stronger than Lung Hao, his mountain river martial soul must be activated. He cannot afford to take this risk. Therefore, he still intends to proceed according to the plan. He cannot be too flamboyant, but he cannot be too weak either. Otherwise, Hei Suo and the flame deity will not believe him. After Lung Hao was taken away, the test continued. The test of potential had eliminated too many people. Among the remaining 100 or so people, nearly half of them had been eliminated. Number 5, Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi is the princess of Northern Han. Although she is very sad that her elder brother was assassinated, she cannot miss today's test. This noble and beautiful princess who does not have any heirs received the admiration of many people the moment she appeared. 3 stars, treasure body, second test, 20 point. Young and beautiful, noble status, and aptitude that has reached the treasure body standard, Zhao Xi's future can be said to be bright. After all, the majority of the geniuses who passed this test are only 1 or 2 stars. Currently, Zhao Xi is the only one with 3 stars. Currently, no one with 4 stars has appeared. Among the 5 stars, there is brother Lung Hao, but he is only 1. Number 4, Cold Plum. Although Cold Plum's appearance is also outstanding, she is not good at dressing up. Moreover, she is dressed in men's clothing and does not have any noble aura. Therefore, her appearance is more ordinary. However, her test results are not worse than Zhao Xi's. She is also a 3 stars, treasure body. Yuhua School's 3 stars are the 7 stars of the 7-star flower. Her potential is even higher than the previous test. It is probably because of the growth of her martial soul. Chapter 246. Number 3, Ling Xiao. After Cold Plum finished her test, it was Ling Xiao's turn. Hearing Ling Xiao's name, Master Bai Yun, Shu Ling, and Shu Ying's gazes all gathered together. Their target was Ling Xiao. Shu Ying's face remained indifferent. In her opinion, Ling Xiao was only at the 8th level of the martial vein at the age of 14. His potential was definitely not higher than hers. But to be honest, she was still a little nervous. After all, Ling Xiao had killed Zhuo Leng. His potential was still unknown. She, Shu Ying, would definitely not lose to Ling Xiao. She could not lose because Zhu Hua, Dia Wu, and Lu Xing had already been eliminated. Ling Xiao only bowed to Master Bai Yun and then walked towards the mountain gate. He did not even look at Shu Ying. Although Ling Xiao's model allowed him to hide his aura and cultivation realm, his long-term self-confidence still gave him a different feeling. Even Elder Bai couldn't help but take another look at him. Zhao Ci and Zhao Ji's gazes also focused on Ling Xiao. What kind of potential could such a calm and reserved youth have? Pretentious. Seeing that Ling Xiao had received so much attention before the test, Shu Ying was a little unhappy. She did not know that people who had such thoughts were mostly because they did not have confidence in themselves. Ling Xiao walked to the mountain gate and gently patted it. He did not use much strength and did not use his mountain river martial spirit. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. It's about time. Ling Xiao's hand was always on the mountain gate. This way, he could control his potential. And this, other than him, no one else could do. In fact, the moment his hand touched the mountain gate, the 7-star flower in the mountain river world had already changed. It actually had some kind of connection with the mountain gate and could control the changes of the mountain gate. However, this required him to touch the mountain gate. Otherwise, he could really trick Shu Ying. 3 stars, treasure body, pass, 20 points. Her aptitude was the same as that of Northern Han's Princess Zhao Ci and Lung Plum. Although she was outstanding, she was far inferior to Mingtian and Lung Hao. Therefore, it definitely wouldn't attract too much attention. In fact, if Ling Xiao were to display his full potential, this door would probably not be enough. God's jealousy would probably be even worse than Lung Hao's. Precious treasure body, not bad, but compared to me, it's far from enough. Seeing this result, Shu Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to hers, and his potential was also inferior to hers. To her, this was absolutely great news. Shu Ling was also visibly relieved. No matter what, his relationship with Grandmaster Bai Yun was not very harmonious. The relationship between the shinobi clan and the human race wasn't very good. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be a heaven-defying character. Ling Xiao retracted his hand, cupped his hands towards Elder Bai, and then stood on the side of the pass. He obtained 10 points in the first round, 20 points in this round, and 30 points in this round. As long as there were no accidents in the next few rounds, he would be accepted with an average score. Brat, you're only SOSO. TMPH, after entering the Yuhua school, you want to compete with Mingtian with this kind of aptitude? You want to compete with us? Coincidentally, the person standing near Ling Xiao was He Suo. He Suo also heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao's cunning and battle prowess were too shocking. He was really afraid that this brat's talent was too heaven-defying. If an elder took a fancy to him, even his master, the flame deity, wouldn't be able to suppress this brat. But now, everything was fine. It was just a treasure body, nothing to worry about. One must know that before the expansion, a treasure body was only a passing standard. He Suo, had an immortal treasure body. Ling Xiao's performance was not bad, but it was hard to say that he was outstanding. This made He Suo not suspect anything else. If Ling Xiao's performance was too bad, or even worse than Cold Plum's, He Suo would suspect that there was something fishy about this test. Master Bai Yun had been observing He Suo's expression. When he saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Xiao had passed this round of concealing his strength and biding his time. Next, he would have to concentrate on his cultivation. Number 2, Shu Ying. A voice rang out. Xu Ying walked to the front of the mountain gate with a cold expression. Ling Xiao was really not interested in Xu Ying. He was just silently thinking about his own matters. After passing this round of potential, he could basically enter the Yuhua school. He was full of expectations for his future. But unlike him, Xu Ying's special temperament won the admiration of many young geniuses. Many young men's eyes almost turned into hearts. Buzz tilde tilde, another terrifying sound rang out, and the entire mountain gate flickered. Fortunately, there were no thunderclouds this time. This meant that Xu Ying's potential was still lacking compared to Leng Hao's. However, even with that being the case, that bright and resplendent light was still able to surpass everyone else. 4 stars. A total of 4 stars lit up. Although only the soul potential had reached this level, and the other 2 were only about 2 stars, it was already very terrifying. Good. 4 stars, immortal grade treasure body. Pass. 30 points. Perhaps because of the appearance of a genius like Leng Hao, Elder Bai's reaction was not particularly excited. But one could still see that his face was smiling like a flower. Immortal grade treasure body. Even before the enrollment expansion, this was the qualification that could easily enter the Yuhua school. Old man Bai Yun, how is it? My daughter is not bad, right? Xu Ling looked at Master Bai Yun provocatively and asked. Not bad indeed. But compared to Mingtian and Zuoleng, she's still lacking. Master Bai Yun shook his head. He did not mention Ling Xiao because he also wanted to keep Ling Xiao's secret. Yes, she's lacking compared to Mingtian and Zuoleng. But compared to your proud disciple, Ling Xiao, she's much better, right? Xu Ling glanced at Ling Xiao, hoping to see shock in Ling Xiao's eyes. But unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the situation here at all. He kept his head down, thinking about his own matters. This kid really knows how to pretend. Xu Ling coldly snorted. This was the only explanation he could give. He would not admit that Ling Xiao disdained Xu Ying's talent. Number 1, Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji, the 3rd prince of Northern Han, was an expert at the late 9th level of the martial vein realm. He was only 16 years old. He killed an assassin at the late 9th level of the martial vein realm in 3 moves. From all the signs, this guy's potential was also very shocking. So when they heard his name, the scene suddenly quieted down. Many people wanted to know if this Zhao Ji could also be envied by the heavens like Leng Hao. Even Elder Bai looked at Zhao Ji, seemingly quite expectant. Zhao Ji stood there, raised his right hand, and slapped it. The mountain gate shook, and golden light suddenly appeared. The bright light made many people unable to open their eyes. Compared to Xu Ying's scene, this scene was a little better. 4 stars. It was a little better, but unfortunately, it was not 5 stars. Chapter 247. After the end of Zhao Ji's test, the second test was completely over. A total of 68 people passed the test in the end. This number was actually not small. However, Elder Bai did not announce the score ranking, so at present, everyone did not know their specific ranking. But in Ling Xiao's view, those who ranked at the top were nothing more than those few people. Zhao Ji, Xu Ying, Cold Plum, and Zhao Ci were definitely not lacking. Including him, their rankings were probably not low. Dai Yuling, follow this senior brother to the Herb Mountain. The rest of you, follow me to the next test. Elder Bai stood up and ordered a female disciple of Yuhua school to take Dai Yuling to the Herb Mountain. It was probably a mountain on Yuhua Mountain. Master, what's the cultivation of the golden light heavenly master who took Leng Hao away? How is he compared to the flame deity? On the way, Ling Xiao finally could not help but ask. The golden light heavenly master is a high-level powerhouse in the celestial being realm. The flame deity has just reached the celestial being realm. Once you reach the celestial being realm, you almost completely get rid of the body of an ordinary person. From the soul to the body, you are brand new. You can fly without any external help. Master Bai Yun explained. Speaking of this, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. I will never be able to reach the celestial being realm. Under the celestial being realm was the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm was the same as the martial vein realm. However, Unlike the martial vein realm where every martial vein realm level opened a martial vein, every time a transcendent realm level crossed a martial vein realm level, there would be a change in the body until it completely got rid of the shackles of the mortal body and reached the celestial being realm. In a sense, the celestial being realm could be said to be a higher level of human beings. They could do things that ordinary people could not do. Things that ordinary people regarded as magical were ordinary to them. Unfortunately, Master Bai Yun had not reached this realm, so he could not explain it clearly. He could only wait for Ling Xiao to explore. All of you stop talking. There are still 2 more tests after this. One is the Mechanical Colossus, and the other is the God Attainment Catalogue. All of you better pay attention because even if you're unable to pass these 2 tests, you might be able to obtain some benefits from them. Elder Bai's voice sounded. However, he only mentioned the names of the last 2 tests, but did not announce the specific content, which made people's imaginations run wild. Ling Xiao's plan was to get full marks if there was a test related to combat or intelligence. That was because there was no need for him to hide. That day, he had been able to injure Hei Suo, which had long since proven that his combat skills were outstanding. The flame deity probably knew about this as well. It was just that within the sect, there was a view that the so-called combat skills below the transcendent realm were of little use. It could only save his life. Therefore, it did not account for much in the assessment, only 10 points. Even if Ling Xiao got full marks, the flame deity probably wouldn't take him seriously. Moreover, it was true that concealing one's strength and biding one's time was not a lie. If one really hid one's strength excessively and was eliminated in the end, that would be too embarrassing. Elder Bai opened the mountain gate and everyone followed him to a narrow passageway. From here, the passageway was pitch black. It was impossible to know how long the passageway was, let alone what was on the other side of the passageway. Ling Xiao could see that at the end of the passageway, there was a black shadow with a very dangerous aura. The oppressive power of this black shadow was almost equivalent to a peak 9th layer martial vein expert. The content of the 3rd test is very simple. From here to the other side of the passageway, you will encounter some trouble along the way. You can either avoid it or choose to attack. The score is calculated according to the distance you can reach. Elder Bai said indifferently, the passageway is a total of 10 feet long. For every 10 feet you advance, you will get 1 point. If anyone can kill the mechanical giant beast at the end, you will get an additional 10 points. This rule was simple and clear. There was no need to say more. Alright, let's begin. Who's going first? This time, we don't have to follow the order of the number plates. I'll do it. As soon as Elder Bai's voice fell, a young man with a peak 7th layer martial vein cultivation jumped into the dark passageway. His potential was not bad. He had reached 2 stars, which was a fine quality treasure body. However, his strength was really not much. Just as the young man entered the passageway, a white light suddenly shot out in front of him. He did not have time to identify it and was directly blasted out. By the way, if your cultivation is below the 8th layer martial vein, unless you have special abilities, it is normal for you to get 0 points in this test. The young man who was blasted out was not injured, but he seemed very disappointed. As expected, unless your potential was as heaven-defying as Leng Hao's, strength was also very important. It's my turn. This time, the one who rushed in was a young man at the early 8th layer martial vein. His strength was slightly stronger, and his reaction was also more agile. However, when he jumped into the passageway, the expected white light did not appear. Instead, a saber light appeared from the darkness. Clang! The young man panicked and retreated 3 or 4 steps, almost exiting the passageway. Everyone could vaguely see a figure appear in the passageway. However, this figure's entire body was made of steel and he was waving a long saber in his hand. It was clearly a mechanical puppet. The strength of this mechanical puppet was stronger than the peak 7th layer martial vein, but slightly weaker than the early 8th layer martial vein. This was in line with Elder Bai's words: if a martial artist below the early 8th layer martial vein did not have special abilities, it would be very difficult for them to get a point. After the young man experienced the initial danger, he quickly calmed down. After a battle, he defeated the mechanical puppet and advanced 10 feet. Suddenly, Two rays of light shot out from the darkness. They clearly flew from the opposite end of the passageway, but their speed was too fast. In an instant, they arrived in front of the young man. Flying sword. Before the young man's body was pierced, he only thought of this and then fainted. You won't die from injuries in the passageway. At most, you will faint. You can rest assured that we are here to take in disciples, not to kill. Elder Bai explained. Their Yuhua school was not a demonic sect, so it was not that bloody. Advance 10 feet and you get 1 point. A genius youth at the early 8th layer martial vein had only advanced 10 feet. This was really lamentable. After that, many people took this test one after another. The danger that appeared every time was different, so whether it was early or late, there was no reference point. Of course, this was only for others. For Ling Xiao, going in later would benefit him a lot. This was because he found that whether it was the mechanical puppet or the strange attacks, the frequency of their appearance was fixed. As long as he could find this pattern, he could easily get full marks in this test without fighting. Young master, I'm going. Before Lung Mai, Zhao Ci scored the most points in this round, but she only got 5 points. She couldn't go any further than that. Wait a minute. Chapter 248. Ling Xiao was not one of Master Baiyun's companions, so he would not violate the rules no matter what he said. Although he could not help Cold Plum in the potential assessment, it was not too much to give her some pointers in this kind of assessment. After Ling Xiao's guidance, Cold Plum actually managed to obtain a perfect score of 10 points for this level with her cultivation at the early 8th level of the martial vein realm. This caused everyone else to be taken aback. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao was the one who had contributed the most to this? If it was just Cold Plum herself, she would be able to obtain 5 points. At most, 6 points would be her limit. After Cold Plum, Xu Ying and Zhao Ji both successfully obtained full marks for this level. Interestingly, the two of them attempted to kill the mechanical beast in the end but were defeated instead. Feeling that it was about time, Ling Xiao also walked to the front of the tunnel. Master, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get an extra 10 points, right? Ling Xiao asked Master Baiyun before entering the tunnel. Of course there's no problem. Many people know that your combat skills are strong. If your performance is bad, others will be suspicious. However, that mechanical beast is equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm. Can you really kill it? Master Baiyun was very clear about Ling Xiao's combat strength, but he still had doubts. Ling Xiao did not answer this question. If it was a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm, he would definitely not be a match for them. However, the mechanical beast was different. It was a brainless thing. As long as he grasped its weakness, not to mention the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm, even if it was the transcendent realm, he might not be afraid. Su. Ling Xiao rushed into the tunnel. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. He did not fight with any mechanical puppets. Instead, he walked towards the main point as if he was taking a stroll. It was just that every time an attack appeared, his figure would be a little faster, and he would easily dodge it. Could this kid be a relative of Yuhua school? Why does it feel like he knew about the mechanism in advance? That's right. Otherwise, how could he dodge the attack so easily? Are you tired of living? How dare you spout such nonsense? You guys are really ignorant. Didn't you guys notice that there was a pattern to those attacks? It's just that even if an ordinary person noticed this pattern, they wouldn't be able to easily dodge it. But this brat could. That's because his movement technique is extremely terrifying. At the very least, it's a transcendent martial art. It should be called a gold-grade martial art now. Zhao Zhizhen looked down on these people. Just because someone performed well, they said that they had connections. What a joke. However, what happened next made even him a little suspicious. After Ling Xiao reached the end of the tunnel, he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. It pierced through the beast's weakest spot, which was the beast's weakest spot. With the central core destroyed, the mechanical behemoth was instantly silenced, turning into a metal lump that could be bullied by anyone. At this moment, Elder Bai's face was filled with astonishment. What frightening judgment! What a terrifying combat technique! It's a pity that this person's potential isn't outstanding. Otherwise, he would definitely be a genius that's hard to come by in 100,000 years. What a pity, what a pity. He believed that the flame deity would think the same. However, that wasn't necessarily the case for He Suo. After all, Ling Xiao had injured He Suo before. It was normal for this fellow to want to harm Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of He Suo finding trouble with him. After joining the Yuhua school, Ling Xiao believed that he would definitely have more opportunities to improve his strength. As long as he didn't die, he would quickly catch up and even surpass He Suo. Of course, before that, he still had to try his best to avoid a direct confrontation with He Suo. That would be too disadvantageous for him. Successfully traversing Tenjong and killing the mechanical behemoth. You have scored 20 points for this test, 10 points was the maximum score. Killing the mechanical behemoth would give an additional 10 points. Ling Xiao's score for this test was actually equivalent to making up for his potential points. I can try to rope this fellow in. Zhao Zhizhen stroked his chin. As a prince, he had been living in schemes for a long time. Naturally, he was used to trying to rope in Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's combat skills were too terrifying. At least under the Transcendent Realm, he would definitely be a powerful helper. No wonder he could kill Zhuolong. His combat skills are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, this is the end for him. He might be invincible under the Transcendent Realm, but when he reaches the Transcendent Realm, the gap between him and others is huge. Xu Ying wasn't too surprised by Ling Xiao's performance. He already knew that Ling Xiao's combat skills were terrifying. In fact, there were many veteran disciples who had the same opinion as Xu Ying. Among these people, even the weakest one had a treasured body. Many of them had an immortal treasured body. Not only did they not praise Ling Xiao's combat skills, they even felt disdain for him. This was very similar to Master Bai Yun's attitude towards Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao, many people participated in the challenge. After the mechanical behemoth was destroyed, it was repaired. It didn't take much time. However, the people behind didn't exceed 5 points, not to mention higher. Ling Xiao's estimation wasn't wrong. Among these people, there were only a few who had the potential to increase. Next is the last test, the God Investiture Catalogue. Elder Bai led everyone to the underground. This was obviously an ancient ruin. There were many strange pictures engraved on the walls. They were basically people. Alright, this test is the same as before. You can go in if you're ready. There's no need to care about the number plate. Elder Bai stood guard in front of a stone door. Behind the stone door, there was a mysterious and strange aura. Ling Xiao could feel that the mountain river martial spirit seemed to be impatient. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He was a person who didn't want to be reckless. He had the ability to analyze and practice. It was better to observe the performance of the other disciples before making a decision. Those who volunteered would never be in the minority. Especially those young geniuses who felt that they had no hope of being accepted. They might as well go in and give it a try. Who knows, they might be able to obtain some benefits. There were people who went in one after another. It felt like after they went in, they quickly came out. When some of the youths came out, they lowered their heads and muttered to themselves. When some of the youths came out, their faces were bitter. There were also some youths who had a face of excitement. The most puzzling thing was that there were people who were brought out by Elder Bai after they fainted. What was inside? Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it. Master Bai Yun didn't want to remind him. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Cold Plum, this time I'll go in first. You can go in after I come out. Ling Xiao decided to go in first to explore. Because he couldn't find any clues from those disciples who had already taken the test. In this case, he could only rely on the mountain river martial spirit to solve the problem. However, he had made some preparations. The first test was clearly about endurance and determination. The second test was about potential. The third test was about battle techniques. In that case, the final test was very likely to test one's perception or soul force. Chapter 249. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and walked through the stone door behind Elder Bai. he discovered that there was actually a completely different world behind the stone door. There was an old man sitting cross-legged here with a small dog lying beside him. He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation, but he was sure that the old man was definitely much stronger than Elder Bai. The old man sat cross-legged in the middle of the circular room. There were murals around him, and all sorts of characters from the primordial era were drawn on them. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. There were people with 3 heads and 6 arms. There were people with wings on their backs. There were people with 3 eyes. There were people with bird heads and human bodies. There were people with monkey heads and monkey brains. In any case, there were simply too many of them. No matter who looked at them, their eyes would be dazzled. These murals are the God Sealing Catalogue. Those with high comprehension ability will be able to comprehend some things from them. This is also our test method. The old man calmly said, I'll ask and you'll answer. You have 10 breaths of time to comprehend each question. If you can answer it, you can continue. If you can't, you can leave. 1 point per question. Do you understand? I understand. All right, let's begin then. The first question is, how many people are there in total on the murals? This question was actually very simple for Ling Xiao. Under the soul imprint state, it was something that could be solved in an instant. 365. Ling Xiao answered. The old man's expression was normal because it wasn't difficult to answer the first question. For these 10 questions, it would only get more difficult as one went on. The second question is, how many types of martial arts moves are there in total on the murals? 13,600 types. When he received this answer, Ling Xiao honestly didn't dare to believe it himself. 365 people, but they used 13,600 different moves. How was this possible? However, when he observed carefully, he discovered that the murals were clearly moving. It was just that one's soul had to be strong to a certain extent before they could see them. Not bad. The old man finally glanced at Ling Xiao, as though he was wondering why this brat could answer the questions so quickly. Although the previous youths had also answered the first 2 questions, all of them had used up all the time. The third question is, how many types of props are there in the murals, including weapons, hidden weapons, defensive equipment, and so on? 19,380,000. Ling Xiao blurted out again. Oh! So far, you are the first person to answer this question correctly. Many people before you have forgotten to check the items in the storage rings of the people in the paintings. The old man was even more surprised. This was where the God Seal catalogue was miraculous. If one's perception was good enough and their soul force was strong enough, then they would definitely be able to see the items within the storage ring. Only then would they be able to report the true number. To be honest, this still surprised Ling Xiao. These 365 people had more than 10 million items, and the quality of each item was much better than the drifting snow sword in his hand. It was really enviable. Fourth question. How many people are using the fire profound meaning in the painting? This problem had obviously become more difficult. Because not only did you have to recognize the Upanishads that these people were using, you also had to see the attribute of their Upanishads. If you didn't have enough comprehension ability, you wouldn't be able to do so. 6. Ling Xiao's reply was as quick as ever. Being able to answer the fourth question correctly caused the old man to be even more surprised. This was because he had always been in charge of the God Seal catalogue's test. In the years before the expansion, there were only a few people who could answer the first 4 questions. In any case, there wouldn't be more than 10 people in each test. Fifth question. How many people are using the thunder profound meaning? 25. Ling Xiao's reply was slightly hesitant because the thunder profound meaning was different from the fire profound meaning. The fire profound meaning was more obvious, while the thunder profound meaning was more hidden. He could only wait for the moment the painting moved to find the truth. Pleasant surprise. Absolutely pleasant surprise. The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. Even the small dog lying on the side barked twice. How could he not be excited? In the past, there wouldn't be more than one disciple who could answer the 5th question. Sometimes, there wouldn't even be one. Ling Xiao's performance was truly amazing. 6th question. You have to be careful. How many people in the painting have a star martial spirit? This was indeed difficult. Martial spirits were things that couldn't be seen if they weren't used. If he wanted to analyze it, he had to inject his soul force into the painting and then spar with the people in the painting one by one to draw out their martial spirits. This time, Ling Xiao spent a little more time. After about 8 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, 233. This time, the answer was no longer important to Ling Xiao. He suddenly realized that after he withdrew his soul force, it actually caused a huge change to the mountain river diagram. The original mountain river world only had the earth and no sky because the sky was just a piece of darkness. But this time, it was different. At this time, the sun, moon, and stars actually appeared in the sky. He had a feeling that although the mountain river martial spirit hadn't leveled up, it was obviously stronger than before. The fusion rate between his soul and the mountain river martial soul had also increased to 20%. At this moment, Ling Xiao could even feel the old man's fervent expectations for him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, he only wanted to get full marks in this section, but now it seemed that he couldn't continue. If he really got full marks, he was afraid that something would happen. Comprehension wasn't considered a kind of talent, but sometimes it was even more terrifying than talent. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause a stir. It was better to restrain himself a little. With his current score, the first section was full marks. The second section and the third section's additional points could actually be said to be full marks for 2 sections. Even if the third section wasn't full marks, it should be acceptable. In fact, the so-called full marks of 100 in this assessment should be 60 points, because the other 40 points were additional points. Potential plus 20 points, combat skills plus 10 points, comprehension plus 10 points. Currently, only Leng Hao and Ling Xiao had received additional points. And because Leng Hao had already been taken away by the Golden Light Heavenly Sovereign, there was no competition. Ling Xiao could get 56 points, which was definitely enough to be accepted. Even if only 3 or 4 people were accepted, he was definitely qualified. Thus, there was really no need to be ostentatious. Thinking of this, when the old man asked the 7th question, Ling Xiao simply said that he didn't know. Although he said that he didn't know, in fact, he used 10 breaths of time to comprehend the mural again and actually gained a lot. The profoundness of this mural was more exquisite than the profoundness of Transcendent Realm Warriors. Because of this, he actually instantly comprehended the 3rd move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water, and the 4th move, Ice Heart. This speed made Ling Xiao feel that it was very unbelievable. Chapter 250. The 3rd move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water, was a move that could freeze everything. Its speed might not be as fast as the first move, and it did not have a force field, but its terrifying freezing power could end the enemy. The 4th move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Icy Heart. To be precise, this move should be one of the auxiliary moves of the 5 moves. When using this move, all the true essence in the body would be transformed into ice energy. In this case, the power of all the other 4 moves of the Snow Lotus Sword Art would be increased by at least 1 to 10 times, which was really terrifying. Especially once the 5th move was mastered, it could be said to be as terrifying as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the greater the power, the greater the consumption. Therefore, the process of using this move still depended on Ling Xiao's precise control. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill the enemy after using all his true essence, he would die. Of course, all these changes were not noticed by the old man. He only heard that Ling Xiao couldn't answer the 7th question and was obviously a little disappointed. However, he quickly returned to normal. That was because if he could even answer the 7th question, this kid could really be called a peerless monster. The old man even suspected that Ling Xiao was not human. Fortunately, Ling Xiao stopped answering crazily in time. Otherwise, it would really cause a big disturbance. Junior can leave now, right? Ling Xiao stood up and was about to leave. Since the test was over, there were still other people coming. He couldn't keep taking up time here. Wait a moment. The old man stopped Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, this old man has been in charge of the God Investiture Catalog test for many years. In the Yuhua school, I am not a big shot, but I still have some strength. I don't know if you are interested in cultivating with this old man. Heh. Ling Xiao did not expect this at all. He thought that this kind of good luck would not fall on his head, but he didn't expect it to be waiting here. The trouble now was that he could feel that this old man's cultivation was not as good as Golden Light Sky Master, which was similar to Elder Bai. With such a backer, he was afraid that the flame deity would not be able to suppress him. If he followed this person, it would be troublesome. If this old man had a good character and was willing to protect him, then he would have been killed by the flame deity. If this old man's character wasn't good and he heard that he had offended the flame deity, then following this old man would be even more troublesome. So no matter what, he really couldn't leave with this old man today. Thinking of this, he already had a plan in mind. He cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. However, my aptitude is too poor, and my temperament is dull. I'm afraid I'm not suitable to be Senior's disciple. If Senior has any needs, please don't hesitate to tell me. Even if I'm not your disciple, I'm still willing to serve you. These words could be considered appropriate. He was not willing to be a disciple, but he was willing to help. If the old man was still holding a grudge, then he was probably a narrow-minded person. There was no point in taking such a person as a master. On the contrary, it indirectly proved that Ling Xiao's approach was correct. If the old man didn't hold a grudge, then Ling Xiao would interact more with this old man. Even if he didn't rely on him, at least he could build a good relationship with him. There would always be a time when he would be useful. The other party treated him with sincerity, so he would naturally treat the other party with sincerity. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. This old man was indeed a little abrupt today. However, after you join the sect, you can slowly interact with him. Maybe you'll change your mind. Although the old man was a little disappointed, he wasn't angry and just smiled. It was just that these words clearly expressed that he wasn't willing to give up such a good disciple. Ling Xiao didn't dislike this kind of person. The old man looked up to him because he really thought well of him. If he hadn't offended the flame deity, he would have really agreed. After all, joining a sect and having such an old man to help him was definitely not a bad thing. If Junior wants to choose a master, he will definitely choose Senior. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and said, Senior, can Junior stay a little longer? He had just comprehended the 3rd and 4th moves of the Snow Lotus sword art and knew how powerful the God Sealing Catalogue was. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain some benefits. Even if he couldn't completely comprehend the 5th move, obtaining some understanding of the rules of martial arts was also good. This God Sealing Catalogue was simply an encyclopedia of martial arts. It was a pity that not everyone could understand it unless their soul was strong and their perception was outstanding. The higher one's perception, the greater the benefits they would obtain. Sure. The old man smiled and said. Right now, he wanted to accept Ling Xiao as his disciple. Therefore, there were some things that he would naturally try his best to satisfy Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know that what Ling Xiao wanted to do would definitely shock him. Ling Xiao's idea was to see if the Mountain River martial spirit could directly copy the God Sealing Catalogue. In this way, he could comprehend the mysteries of martial arts from the God Sealing Catalogue at any time. This was too helpful. Earlier, because of the urgency of time, he didn't do so. But now, he could give it a try. Just as Ling Xiao was attempting to copy the God Sealing Catalogue, Elder Bai walked in. They were clearly at the same cultivation level, but Elder Bai was actually very respectful to this old man. Elder Yang, is his test not over yet? The people outside are all waiting. Elder Bai lowered his head and asked respectfully. Let them wait. Also, without my permission, you can't come in without permission. This is against the rules. Elder Yang glanced at Elder Bai and said in a dignified manner. Elder Bai glanced at Ling Xiao awkwardly. He was puzzled. Although Ling Xiao's combat skills were strong, his potential could only be considered below average. Why was Elder Yang so concerned about him? Although he was puzzled, he still retreated. Strictly speaking, he really couldn't casually enter this room. It was only because he had waited outside for too long that he was afraid that something would happen. It's done. Ling Xiao realized that as long as he increased the input of his soul force and circulated the mountain river martial spirit, he could instantly copy the God Sealing catalog into the mountain river world. At this moment, there was an additional building in the small town of the mountain river world. It was an underground building and the interior was exactly the same as this room. Senior, this junior can do it. I can't let others wait for too long. Ling Xiao's words were truly shameless. He had already gotten what he wanted. If he didn't leave, what was he waiting for? Kid, don't be too anxious. This God-sealing catalog isn't that easy to comprehend. If you like, you can come once a month. Elder Yang said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded. He thought to himself, although you are indeed good to me, it's a pity that I don't need this benefit anymore. Of course, although he had obtained the God-sealing catalog, there were some things that he couldn't solve by himself. In the future, he would have to look for Elder Yang. Chapter 251. Hey, old man, you're already a half-step celestial venerable, but this little guy looks down on you. Just after Ling Xiao left, the puppy actually spoke in human language. It was obviously mocking Elder Yang. Half-step celestial venerable. The master this kid wants is a celestial venerable. Elder Yang sighed and said, it's a pity. His comprehension is too terrifying. He could at least answer the 7th question, but he deliberately didn't answer the question in the end. I guess he must have some enemies, so he doesn't dare to be too arrogant. The puppy nodded and said, well, that should be the case. His enemy is probably a celestial venerable from our Yuhua school. Why don't you take him as your disciple? Elder Yang suddenly looked at the puppy and said, forget it. My standards for taking disciples are very high. Although his performance is eye-catching and his comprehension is very high, I still need to observe him for a while. You also know that when I choose disciples, the most important thing is their character. The puppy looked like an expert, and its words were also very dignified. That's true. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. There's no rush, no rush. Elder Yang smiled and looked out the door. At this time, Ling Xiao had already walked to the hall outside. Everyone looked at him a little strangely. It was because he had been in there for the longest time, but he didn't get a full score. According to the score announced by Elder Bai, Ling Xiao only got 6 points. Although it was the highest score so far, how could it take so long? Ling Xiao didn't care about what they thought. Anyway, he roughly told Cold Plum about his experience inside. Of course, he skipped some things. He hoped that it would be of some help to Cold Plum. However, when Cold Plum came out, she told him that all the questions had been changed. However, Ling Xiao's words still played a certain role. Cold Plum got 4 points in this round, which was not bad. Among the other people who did well, Xu Ying and Zhao Ji both got 6 points, which showed that the two of them were still good at comprehending. Zhao Ci got 3 points. Elder Yang didn't mention taking Xu Ying or Zhao Ji as his disciple, which made Ling Xiao a little worried. Because this meant that Elder Yang had already seen that he deliberately didn't answer the 7th question. However, even though he was worried, he had no enmity with Elder Yang. Moreover, from the exchange just now, it was quite good. Elder Yang probably wouldn't publicize this matter. What's more, Elder Yang wanted to take him in as a disciple, so he definitely wouldn't reveal this secret. Otherwise, wouldn't his disciple be easily snatched away? After the 4th assessment, the Yuhua School's enrollment test was officially over. According to Elder Bai, this time, Yuhua School only recruited 10 students each time. This time, because of the expansion, they directly recruited the top 30 students. Even if Dai Yuling and Leng Hao had already taken 2 spots, there were still 28 spots left. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be accepted. If he was ranked 28th, there wouldn't be a problem. However, while he was relieved, more than half of the people present were trembling with fear. There were still 68 people left here. First place, Ling Xiao, 56 points. Although Ling Xiao got first place, most of his points were from his combat skills, so no one thought that he was that great. Instead, Zhao Ji, who got second place, and Xu Ying, who got third place, got the most attention. His first place was probably the most worthless first place in the entire competition. Cold Plum got 4th place, and Zhao Ci got 5th place. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the rest at all, so he didn't care too much about their rankings. For Master Bai Yun, it was really a surprise that all 3 of his recommended candidates were selected to enter the sect. He was originally worried that Dai Yuling and Cold Plum wouldn't be accepted, but it turned out that Dai Yuling had other opportunities. Cold Plum's potential was much better than he had imagined. As a master, he was really a little unqualified. Not bad, old Bai Yun. Your disciple actually got 1st place in the entrance test. Do you want to hold a banquet to celebrate? Xu Ling said with a laugh. It was obvious that his words were full of sarcasm. Among the 3 people he brought, only Xu Ying was selected, and she only got 3rd place in the end. But in terms of potential, Xu Ying had an immortal-grade treasure body, which was far better than Ling Xiao's treasure body. She was a real talent that could be cultivated. In other words, no matter what the current ranking was, his daughter would become an elite in the sect in the future, and Ling Xiao would gradually dim until no one cared about him. Master Bai Yun just smiled and didn't reply, because he knew clearly that Ling Xiao's true potential was definitely not worse than Xu Ying's. The list of 28 people was soon out. Including Leng Hao and Dai Yuling, there were a total of 30 people. Although some people were not convinced by Dai Yuling, the problem was that there was no martial artist with a healing-type martial soul, not to mention that Dai Yuling's martial path remnant soul had been perfected to 80%. So they had nothing to complain about. This was the final result. Speaking of which, among the 30 people, Leng Hao was the most outstanding one. Next were Zhao Ji and Xu Ying. Both of them had immortal-grade treasure bodies. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon become the best of the outer sect disciples, and then be promoted to the inner sect. After them were Ling Xiao, Zhao Ci, and Cold Plum. However, most people directly ignored Ling Xiao, not because they hated him, but because he was a man. Zhao Ci was the princess of Northern Han. She was dignified, elegant, and lovable. Cold Plum was beautiful and cold. Although she was not good at dressing up, she had a unique style and was still sought after by many people. After all, in the Yuhua school, there were more men than women. On the same day, the Yuhua school gave the 30 new disciples 2 hours to say goodbye to the elders and masters who had accompanied them. Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum reluctantly said goodbye to Grandmaster Bai Yun. Grandmaster Bai Yun promised Ling Xiao that he would look for the Divine Sword sect after returning and help guard it. This was also something he had promised Ling Xiao. Ever since the Blue Eyes race invaded the Bai Yun province, Ling Xiao had been very worried about the Divine Sword sect. That was his home, his family. Afterwards, Leng Hao returned to Golden Light Exalted Celestial and Dai Yuling returned to Herb Mountain. The other 28 people followed Elder Bai to the outer sect main hall to register their ranks. Elder Bai was one of the outer sect elders. Ling Xiao did not know that the outer sect was actually very important in the Yuhua school. The Yuhua school's daily life was inseparable from the outer sect, including the purchase of food, medicine, and equipment. It even included the management of worldly affairs. It really was inseparable from the outer sect. In addition to cultivation, the outer sect disciples were also responsible for these chores, especially now that the taboos of the 12 sects had been abolished. Their connections with the outside world would become increasingly close, and the outer sect disciples would probably have even more matters to attend to. After registering at the outer sect main hall, Elder Bai informed the new disciples of the sect's rules one by one. At this moment, Elder Bai no longer had the cold expression from before. He looked more like a capable shopkeeper. Chapter 252. Speaking of the Yuhua school's forbidden area, the most eye-catching thing was the towering Moonlight Pagoda. Looking from the outer sect's main hall, the Moonlight Pagoda became even clearer. However, most of the pagoda towered into the clouds, so it was impossible to see it clearly. No one knew how many floors it had. According to Elder Bai, the Moonlight Pagoda was a treasure of the Yuhua school's primordial sect master, the Moonlight Goddess. It was also the foundation of the Yuhua school. It could absorb the moonlight and stabilize the Yuhua school's providence. Even Elder Bai didn't know how many floors the Moonlight Pagoda had. Other than the Moonlight Goddess, No one else had been able to climb to the top of this mysterious pagoda. Even the current Yuhua school's sect master couldn't do it. When Ling Xiao looked at the moonlight pagoda in his soul immersion state, he could clearly feel a mysterious ancient aura coming from the pagoda. His mountain river martial soul actually had a feeling that it wanted to devour the moonlight pagoda. Be good, don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I'll be finished. Ling Xiao hurriedly suppressed the impulse of his mountain river martial soul. In his opinion, since his mountain river martial soul wanted to devour the moonlight pagoda, it most likely meant that the moonlight pagoda wasn't a treasure but a martial soul. The moonlight goddess martial soul. Alright, the registration is done. Next, I'll bring you to the outer sect disciples' residence. Actually, although the outer sect disciples didn't have much status in the Yuhua school, they were still quite important. Therefore, the place they lived in wasn't as shabby as Ling Xiao had imagined. Although the place wasn't big, the windows were clean and everything was complete. Furthermore, there were 4 people in a stone house, so it was quite comfortable. It was just that it might not be convenient for cultivation. However, there was basically no need to worry about cultivation. Cultivating in the Yuhua school was naturally different from cultivating in the secular world. Normally, they would choose to cultivate in the mountains with abundant heaven and earth spirit qi. Furthermore, there were also disciples or elders who opened up cave abodes in the mountains. It would be best if he could have his own cave abode. After arranging the accommodations for Ling Xiao and the other new outer sect disciples, Elder Bai left. He still had his own matters to attend to. Naturally, it was impossible for him to accompany these new disciples. Anyway, when the time came, there would be someone in charge of assigning duties and tasks to the new disciples. As an outer sect elder, he didn't have to worry about it. He didn't know if he should say that Ling Xiao was lucky or unlucky. In his stone house, there was actually an old disciple called Wu Xiong. It was said that because this person's cultivation aptitude was not good, no one was willing to live with him. In the end, he came out alone. Due to the expansion of the recruitment this time, the stone house was obviously a little tight. It was unlikely that they would let him live in a stone house alone, so they arranged for 3 new disciples to live together. The other 2 were the 2 princes of Northern Han. Second Prince Zhao Ting and third Prince Zhao Ji. An old disciple and 2 princes. Both of them could be considered big shots. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. However, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. He came to Yuhua school to improve his strength. He didn't have the time to care about such things. Before that old man Bai Yun left, he had made a promise to him. Old man Bai Yun would take care of the Divine Sword sect. He would help Bai Yun rescue his daughter. A man's promise was worth 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was a fair exchange. He had no reason to slack off. With old man Bai Yun protecting his grandfather Hong Qi and brother Ling Luo, he could be at ease. In the sect, transcendence didn't seem like much. However, in the secular world, transcendence were still powerful enough to make one's hair stand on end. Even if this exchange was excluded, he still wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. He had no parents since he was young. Grandfather Hong Qi had never told him what his parents did. He only said that they were dead. However, even if they were dead, he still wanted to know the identity of his parents and how they died. And this required him to become even stronger. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Moreover, in this vast world of sects, there were countless capable people. Powerhouses were as common as clouds and geniuses were as common as trees in a forest. The young him was really excited and longed for it. When Ling Xiao heard He Suo say that his master, Grandmaster Bai Yun, was one of the weakest outer disciples of Yuhua school, he thought that all the old outer disciples of Yuhua school were transcendents. However, after asking Wu Xiong, he realized that this was not the truth. Wu Xiong was a bit slow and timid, but he was very amiable. He helped Zhao Ting and Zhao Ji make their beds. Then, he chatted with Ling Xiao. As for the 2 princes, they were nowhere to be found. The royal family of Northern Han and Yuhua school were inextricably linked. Ling Xiao didn't want to delve too deeply into it. After all, it was their resources. What they wanted to do with it was none of his business. So your master is Grandmaster Bai Yun. Wu Xiong sighed and said, actually, there is a rule in the Yuhua sect. Inner sect disciples who can't break through to the heaven realm by the age of 100 will be sent back to the outer sect to do some mundane things. Master Bai Yun is such a person, but he is definitely not the worst among the outer sect disciples. After all, once an outer sect disciple reaches the transcendence realm, he can automatically become an inner sect disciple. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao roughly understood He Suo's words that day. He was just mocking old man Bai Yun. Bai Yun couldn't explain it. After all, being sent back from the inner sect to the outer sect was more shameful. Then, the strongest in the outer sect is a half-step grandmaster? Ling Xiao asked. The so-called grandmaster was an honorific for transcendence. It was the same reason why heaven realm cultivators were called heavenly venerables. A half-step grandmaster was naturally much stronger than an ordinary peak 9th layer martial vein cultivator. However, they couldn't break through to transcendence. That's right. Among the outer sect disciples, there are 30 half-step grandmasters. As for peak 9th layer martial masters, there are more than 100. This is because there was a limit to the number of disciples. In the future, there will be more outstanding disciples. Wu Xiong nodded his head and said, when you reach the outer sect, you have to be careful. After all, there are no outer sect disciples whose cultivation is below the 9th level martial vein. The worst is at the late 9th level martial vein, just like me. Senior brother, don't be discouraged. You are only in your 30s. There is still a long way to go. There will always be opportunities. Ling Xiao didn't know how to comfort Wu Xiong. He could only say some polite words. Wu Xiong smiled and didn't say anything. However, there was no spirit in his eyes. It was obvious that his spirit had been worn down. Something happened. Suddenly, someone barged in from outside and shouted at Ling Xiao, "Brother Ling, you're with that Lung Mai, right? She's been targeted by someone. It's Tian Chao, who's ranked 50th in the outer court." Ling Xiao knew this person. He was in the same batch of disciples. They had chatted a little before. He was an extrovert. Tian Chao. Wu Xiong heard the name and was about to explain it to Ling Xiao. However, he found that an afterimage had already rushed out of the door. This is bad. To be honest, Wu Xiong had a very good impression of Ling Xiao. After Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting learned that he was the last in the outer sect, they disdained him. Chapter 253. Ling Xiao's attitude towards Wu Xiong was different from that of Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting. Even though he knew that Wu Xiong was ranked last among the foreign disciples, he was still very polite and respectful. This made Wu Xiong feel a little warm. Even if he didn't help, he didn't want something to happen to Ling Xiao as soon as he arrived at the Yuhua school, so he chased after him. Tian Chao, who was ranked 50th in the outer sect, was at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. He was definitely very powerful. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was at most at the peak of the 8th level martial vein. How could he fight with an expert of this level? He would definitely be at a disadvantage, so he had to stop Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's movement technique was too terrifying. By the time he arrived at the scene, Ling Xiao was already standing in front of Cold Plum, blocking Tian Chao. "Hihi, why are you so nervous?" "I didn't plan to do anything. It's just that my clothes are torn and I want this junior sister to help me mend them." Tian Chao looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Then, he took off his clothes and deliberately made a tear. "My sister is clumsy and doesn't know anything about needlework. Why don't I do it for you?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You?" Tian Chao sneered and said, "You can do it, but the tear on my clothes seems to be very big." As he spoke, Tian Chao tore his clothes again and threw them to Ling Xiao. While the clothes were still in the air, Ling Xiao suddenly slapped them with his palm. The clothes immediately turned into powder. "Kid, what are you doing?" Tian Chao's eyes widened as he shouted. "I'm just dealing with a piece of trash," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although Cold Plum wasn't injured this time, the other party's provocation was very obvious. He said that he would hide his strength and bide his time, but there was no need for that under the transcendent realm. His fighting skills were already very strong. This was something that both He Suo and the Flame Deity knew. What was the point of hiding it? Kid, you're really tired of living. Tian Chao swung his fist, but he was stopped by someone. Junior brother Tian, it's so boring to bully a new disciple. I'll just get him to compensate you for your clothes. The one who blocked Tian Chao was Wu Xiong. Compensate? Tian Chao suddenly grinned and said, that's good too. My clothes are made from the best silk in the Sky Dragon continent. It's worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. If you can't pay, then don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, he glanced at Wu Xiong, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned around and left. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. Senior brother, I was just looking for someone to spar with to see how good the outer disciples of the Yuhua school are. Why did you have to interfere? Although he thought so in his heart, Wu Xiong had good intentions after all, so it was inappropriate for him to say anything more. He only cupped his fists and thanked him. There's no need to thank me. However, he said that it's 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If junior brother doesn't have them, I can help you pay for it first. Wu Xiong said. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were very precious in the secular world. In fact, it was also very precious in the eyes of the outer disciples of the Yuhua school. After all, Wu Xiong had done many tasks and saved up for a year, but he had only accumulated 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to make friends with Ling Xiao, he would not have lent it to him. Senior brother Wu, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for that. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, you have it. I don't have that many low-grade spirit stones. I just don't want to give it to you. Senior brother, you don't have to worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao actually had 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, but he did not want to show his wealth. His words made many of the new disciples break out in cold sweat for him. Tian Chao had always had a habit of bullying the new disciples. Other than Cold Plum, the others had also been harassed. A few of the new disciples had even been seriously injured by Tian Chao. Anyway, as long as they did not die or become disabled, it was not a violation of the rules. This was a bit similar to the latent dragon camp. They knew how terrifying Tian Chao was. More than a dozen 8th-level martial vein martial masters could not even last 3 moves against Tian Chao. Of course, this was also partly because Zhao Ji, Xu Ying, and Zhao Ci were not present. Cold Plum and Ling Xiao did not make a move. Even so, Tian Chao's strength was very terrifying. Ling Xiao also knew this. He even felt that Tian Chao's strength should be at the same level as the General of the Nine Moons, or maybe even stronger. After all, it was too difficult for the General of the Nine Moons to learn a gold-grade martial art, but Tian Chao could learn it casually. The gap in cultivation was narrowed by the martial art. If Tian Chao were to go to the mortal world, most of the martial masters at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein would not be his match. Only Lin Ziyi, Wn Ben, and the master of the Baiyun Monastery would be able to win against him, and it would definitely be a tragic victory. This was the advantage of being in a sect. Of course, this was only for other martial artists. Ling Xiao, who had the mountain and river martial spirit, was not afraid of Tian Chao. Senior brother Wu, if you are free, why don't you take us around the outer sect? For example, the outer sect's library or something like that. Do you have it? Ling Xiao quickly put Tian Chao's matter aside. Now that he was out, he wanted to take the time to familiarize himself with the outer sect's environment. It would be convenient for him to do anything in the future. The Yuhua School's library is called the Moon Pavilion. It is divided into the outer sect's Moon Pavilion, the inner sect's Moon Pavilion, and the core sect's Moon Pavilion. I will take you around first, then we will go to the outer sect's Moon Pavilion. Wu Xiong was very enthusiastic. He had nothing to do anyway. In the past, when no one paid attention to him, he would cultivate alone in boredom. Now that Ling Xiao was willing to be friends with him, he was quite happy. Wu Xiong first took Ling Xiao and Cold Plum around to familiarize themselves with the terrain before heading to the outer sect's Moon Pavilion. Cold Plum, what's wrong with you? On the way to the outer sect's Moon Pavilion, they passed by a valley. Cold Plum suddenly stopped, her face very dignified. This made Ling Xiao a little worried. It should be the murderous aura that entered her body. Wu Xiong explained, about 100,000 years ago, this valley was a battlefield. I once read in a book that a foreign killer killed 1,000 masters of the Yuhua school in this valley, causing the murderous aura here to fill the sky. There is actually such a terrifying person. His strength is actually not strong, but his martial arts are too strange. Wu Xiong shook his head and said, "It's a pity that the records in the book are not clear. Otherwise, I really want to know what kind of master he is." "Gongzi, I'm fine." Cold Plum glanced at the valley and smiled. Ling Xiao didn't suspect anything. After all, Cold Plum's cultivation is not as good as his. It is very likely that she was disturbed by the murderous aura. What he doesn't know is that Cold Plum is very anxious now. She has been saved by him repeatedly, which makes Cold Plum feel happy and very annoyed. After all, the purpose of Cold Plum following Ling Xiao is not to rely on Ling Xiao, but to help Ling Xiao. Chapter 254. Ling Xiao and the other two quickly arrived at the outer sect's moon tower. The name was different, but it was similar to the Ling family's library. The only difference was that there were more ancient books inside, and there were no incomplete secular martial arts. The worst of them were quasi-transcendent martial arts, and there were many other transcendent martial arts. They could be studied at will, and there was no time limit or status restriction. As long as you were an outer sect disciple of the Yuhua school, you could study them. In the secular world, quasi-transcendent martial arts were the absolute arts that many martial artists dreamed of, not to mention transcendent martial arts. They were like the stars in the sky, difficult to reach. Unless one was extremely talented and had a transcendent master, it was impossible to come into contact with more transcendent martial arts. Of course, here, transcendent martial arts were called gold martial arts, but they were the same in nature. Gold, jade, immortal, divine. These were the grades of martial arts outside the secular world. Oh right, apart from the 4 grades of gold, jade, immortal, and divine, each grade is further divided into 4 grades: entry, rare, superior, and peak. You should know this, right? Wu Xiong was considerate enough to even explain such basic matters. I've heard about it from Master. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum nodded. At this moment, Ling Xiao was clear that his heavenly dragon golden body was a superior gold grade martial art. This also confirmed his previous thoughts that it was not unreasonable for the golden sky dragon body to be so powerful. The gold grade martial arts that he had encountered before were all gold grade entry-level martial arts, which were of a different grade from his martial arts. How could they defeat him? After parting ways with Wu Xiong, Ling Xiao went to look through the gold martial arts in the moon tower alone. After entering the sect, he realized that there was a reason why there were no gold martial arts manuals in the secular world. There were only profound martial arts manuals. Most secular martial artists were unable to organize these profound martial arts manuals, and even if they did, they would not easily leak them. But it was different in the sect. There were as many experts in the sect as there were clouds in the sky. Gold-grade martial arts profundities were nothing at all. After they had comprehended them and organized them into martial arts secret manuals, it was an extremely simple matter. Therefore, the gold-grade martial arts that he saw now were all in the form of secret manuals and not the profound stone tablets. The gold-grade martial arts in the outer sect's moon tower were all entry-level. Actually, he didn't care for them because he heard from Old Man Bai Yun that after becoming an inner sect disciple, he would be able to obtain better gold-grade martial arts. However, he still copied all of these entry-level gold-grade martial arts. He didn't want to use it as a trump card. Instead, he wanted to use it to increase the levels of Cloud Dragon Divine Travel and Ox Demon Art. Right now, Cloud Dragon Divine Travel was a gold-grade entry-level movement technique. As for the Ox Demon Arts, it was still stuck in the ranks of peak-grade martial arts. He needed to feed it some gold-grade martial arts. This way, it would definitely be able to rise to the ranks of gold-grade martial arts. After copying them, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to these martial arts secret manuals. Instead, he went to another place. The so-called miscellaneous books were books that weren't martial arts. They included astronomy, geography, and so on. They were all knowledge related to this mystic world. Ling Xiao believed that while increasing his strength, he also needed to broaden his horizons as much as possible. Otherwise, he would only be a frog at the bottom of a well if he remained stagnant. He didn't notice that Cold Plum had already quietly left the moon tower. Cold Plum returned to her residence and packed her luggage. Then, she left a note for Ling Xiao. She didn't have the courage to say goodbye to Ling Xiao face to face. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to part with him. Because there weren't many female disciples, she lived alone in a stone house. She wasn't afraid that the note would be taken away by others. After leaving the stone house, she ran straight towards the valley that she passed by earlier. The killing intent there made her feel very familiar. She believed that the killing intent would only be beneficial to her and not harmful. Turning her head to look in the direction of the outer sect's moon tower, she muttered to herself, "Young master, wait for me." Then, she leapt down into the valley. Within the valley, a huge black shadow suddenly flew up and completely swallowed her. Ling Xiao didn't know what happened to Cold Plum. He was still focused on reading the book. There was a book that recorded the ancient cultivation system, which made Ling Xiao feel like he had obtained a treasure. He had always known about the 9th level of the martial vein and the transcendent realm. Later, he learned from Master Bai Yun that the martial vein realm was from the transcendent realm to the celestial realm. However, from this book, he found that he was really quite ignorant. It turned out that the cultivation realm was far more than what he knew. The path of cultivation was divided into the martial vein realm, the transcendent realm, the celestial realm, the grotto realm, the yin-yang realm, the reincarnation realm, the human immortal realm, and the true immortal realm. There were a total of 8 realms. He thought that the flame deity's celestial realm was already ridiculously powerful, but now it seemed that he was really a frog in a well. If he hadn't read this book, he wouldn't have known this. According to the book, the strongest person on the heavenly dragon continent was a celestial realm expert. After that, unless it was a hidden expert, there were no stronger people. Therefore, the Yuhua school's records were blank as to what the realm above the celestial realm was. The Yuhua school was one of the 12 sects on the heavenly dragon continent. It was a super powerful sect. If they didn't have it, the other sects probably didn't either. It seemed that if he wanted to know about the realm above the celestial realm, he would have to leave the heavenly dragon continent. However, the book also said that in the ancient times, the realm above the celestial realm did exist. There were even experts who cultivated to the true immortal realm. However, true immortal realm experts were very rare even in the ancient times. Even the founder of the Yuhua school, the Moonlight Fairy, was only an expert in the immortal realm. Closing the book, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and put this matter aside for now. Then, he went to read about the local customs of the heavenly dragon continent. Just like that, he spent several hours reading. Junior brother Ling, Cold Plum is missing. Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in the sea of knowledge, Wu Xiong came to him anxiously and said that Cold Plum was missing. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned. He hurriedly put down the book in his hand and went to Cold Plum's residence. The door was not locked. There was a note on the table that was pressed down by an inkstone. "Young master, Cold Plum originally wanted to protect you, but she became a burden to you. So, she wants to go out and improve her strength. Don't worry, I've found a suitable place to cultivate. Don't worry, Cold Plum." There weren't many words on the note, but the meaning was clear. Sigh. In fact, Ling Xiao had been worried for a long time. However, he didn't know how to persuade Cold Plum. This girl was also very stubborn. It was fine as long as nothing happened to her. In the past, in order to test Cold Plum's potential, Ling Xiao dripped a drop of blood into the 7-star flower in his mountain river world. This created a special connection between him and the refrigerant. Although he couldn't determine Cold Plum's location, if something happened to Cold Plum, he would be the first to sense it. Chapter 255. It's good that nothing happened. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He did not intend to look for Cold Plum. That girl could still survive after becoming a slave. He really did not need to worry too much about her. More importantly, Leng Mai was the same as Ling Yixue. Both of them had better choices and were going to improve their strength. Why should he stop them? Since they were fated, They would meet again. He thought for a moment, crushed the note into powder, then turned and walked out of Cold Plum's room. At the same time, in Heisuo's cave, outer sect disciple Tian Chao was being lectured. Tian Chao, I just received news that Cold Plum has disappeared. You can take this opportunity to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Just say that he hid Cold Plum. This is a betrayal of the sect. If he does not hand her over, you will have the opportunity to deal with him. Heisuo lightly said, your previous method of finding fault was too stupid. It is called making trouble without reason. If we want to find trouble, we have to find a legitimate reason. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain in front of that meddling elder Bai. Listening to senior brother's words, Tian Chao suddenly saw the sun. Tian Chao flattered. Okay, you go immediately. This kind of opportunity is rare. Because of my special identity, it is not good for me to make a move on that brat in the sect. I will leave this matter to you. Senior brother, you're being too polite. Your business is my business. Tian Chao mischievously smiled. After saying goodbye to Heisuo, he turned and left. He really did not expect to make a fortune this time. Heisuo said that as long as he could cripple Ling Xiao and make him unable to cultivate in peace, he could get 10 high-grade true elemental dans and 10 middle-grade spirit stone. This was too precious. As an outer sect disciple, he was only eligible to obtain middle-grade and low-grade true elemental dans. High-grade true elemental dans were simply not eligible. Although he could obtain middle-grade spirit stones, it would be good if he could get 10 of them in a year. Such a small matter could make him a year's income. How could he not be happy? However, Tian Chao did not know that his deal with Heisuo had already been discovered by Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao came out of Cold Plum's stone house, he looked around with soul immersion. He couldn't find Cold Plum, but he accidentally found Tian Chao and Heisuo's deal. He sneered in his heart. Originally, if you, Tian Chao, were just someone who liked to look for trouble, then I would just teach you a lesson. But now that you're in cahoots with Heisuo, then I'm sorry, I won't let you off easily. He was not interested in continuing to observe the two of them. Instead, he turned his attention to the valley that was filled with murderous aura. That was the last place where Cold Plum's aura disappeared. He believed that Cold Plum was in the valley. This surprised him. This was because the murderous aura in the valley had already condensed into some intelligent non-human life forms. Even heaven-tier elites would find it difficult to enter, but Cold Plum was able to enter unscathed. This was truly strange. However, he didn't think too much about it. In this world, everyone had their own opportunities. It just depended on whether they could grasp them. He, Ling Xiao, obtained the mountain and river martial spirit. Dai Yuling was accepted as a disciple by an expert of Herb Mountain. This was actually a kind of opportunity. It was better to go back and cultivate. Although dealing with Tian Chao should not be a problem, Tian Chao was only ranked 50th in the outer sect. The difficulties he faced might be greater than he imagined. Although the flame deity looked down on him, and even couldn't be bothered to suppress him because his aptitude was not good enough. But Heisuo was different. Heisuo would definitely continue to find trouble with him. If Tian Chao couldn't do it, he might call for someone stronger. If a half-step master really came, he really wouldn't be a match. At this time, the sky was already hazy, and the moonlight outside the window was very bright. After Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting left, they did not return. Wu Xiong went out on a mission. Only Ling Xiao was left in the room. He locked the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Right now, the fastest way to increase his strength was to advance to the 9th level of the martial vein. Before he came, he was about to break through, so he simply swallowed 3 heaven essence bone-changing pills. While cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body, he intended to use the snow lotus truth to break through the shackles of his cultivation. At this time, his cultivation was stronger than before, and his body was also stronger than before. Therefore, he did not need Old Man Bai Yun to protect him. He could even create 2 doppelgangers and use the shadow cultivation secret technique to continue practicing the divine Hell King's fist and the bronze sword manipulation technique. There was still one move of the divine Hell King fist that he had not comprehended. He believed that with the benefits he had obtained from the God-sealing catalogue, he should be able to easily comprehend it. After all, he had easily comprehended 2 moves of a gold-grade martial art like the Snow Lotus sword art. This divine Hell King Fist was only a quasi-gold-grade martial art, so it was even easier to comprehend. As for the bronze sword controlling art, he had not cultivated it after obtaining it. The main reason was that time was too tight. In order to increase his cultivation, he had temporarily put it aside. In the Moon Pavilion of the Outer Sect, his understanding of martial arts was also clearer and more detailed. In the past, he always felt that the bronze sword controlling art should be a quasi-transcendent martial art, which was a quasi-gold-grade martial art. Its power was comparable to a transcendent martial art, which was a gold-grade martial art. But now he knew that the bronze sword controlling art was actually a gold-grade martial art. Moreover, it was a superior gold-grade martial art. It was actually right that he did not cultivate it in the past. If he had cultivated it earlier, based on his knowledge and experience at that time, it would have been very difficult to cultivate. But it was different now. After observing many battles between transcendent martial artists and comprehending the God-sealing catalogue, his understanding of gold-grade martial arts was already very deep. The cultivation this time was not as painful as when he was in the White Cloud Monastery. The Heaven Essence bone-changing pill only gave him a slightly more numb feeling. This meant that his body was indeed much stronger than before. After a night, Ling Xiao's cultivation was already close to the limit of the 8th level martial vein. He was almost 1 foot into the 9th level martial vein. However, it seemed that he was still lacking something and was still unable to break through. However, the cultivation results of the avatar were astonishing. He had already thoroughly comprehended the last move of the Divine Prison King Fist, Ghost King Annihilation. When this move was used, it was simply the combination of the previous 4 moves. A terrifying Ghost King would appear in the opponent's mind. At the same time, it would be accompanied by Ox Head, Horseface, Black and White Impermanence. In addition, there would be a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost generals. One could imagine that when Ling Xiao used this punch, martial artists with weaker souls would probably collapse on the spot. As for the bronze sword controlling art, he had also successfully cultivated it to the peak of the small success stage, which was the 3rd level. After all, this was a superior gold-grade martial art. It still needed time to slowly cultivate. After cultivating the bronze sword controlling art to the great perfection stage, the flying sword could be transformed into 36 rays. Moreover, the lethality of each ray was not inferior to the main body. Not only that, he could also comprehend the heavenly dipper sword formation and control it. Chapter 256. According to Ling Xiao's estimation, the power of the heavenly dipper sword formation would not be inferior to that of a top gold rank martial art. The key was that the sword formation would have a special effect of being able to absorb the power of heaven and earth, which was even more wonderful. The special effect of the heavenly dipper sword formation was to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. As for the specific effect, Ling Xiao had not tried it yet, so he did not dare to say. As the sun rose, Ling Xiao moved his stiff body and walked out of the stone house. Wu Xiong dragged his tired body back. He did not know where he had gone for the entire night, but he looked very tired. "Senior brother, what kind of work are you doing? Why is it so hard?" Ling Xiao saw that there were many calluses on Wu Xiong's hands. They did not look like they were caused by cultivation at all. Instead, they looked more like they were ground out from hard work, so he could not help but ask. Wu Xiong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He did not know if he could not say it or if he did not have the strength to say it. Ling Xiao helped him into the house. Just as he put him on the bed, the wooden door was suddenly kicked open. Wu Xiong was so frightened that he stood up from the bed. Ling Xiao also looked outside the door in surprise. "If you want to find fault, so be it. Why do you have to go against the door? This is public property. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Standing outside the door was naturally Tian Chao. Behind Tian Chao were 3 people. However, their cultivation bases were not high. They were only at the middle 9th level of the martial vein. Speaking of which, it was embarrassing. In the past, The middle ninth level of the martial vein was already considered an absolute expert. However, here, it seemed somewhat insignificant. Ling Xiao, we found out that Coldplum did not return last night. We suspect that she betrayed the sect. You have to give us an explanation for this. Tian Chao's voice was unquestionable, as if his words were an imperial edict that could not be violated. Wu Xiong could not help but feel worried. This Tian Chao was clearly trying to pull a banner and pull a tiger's skin. He was trying to pin a groundless crime on Ling Xiao's head. However, this was really a reason. Even if it was investigated later, it would still be reasonable. After all, Tian Chao could be considered a member of the outer sect law enforcement team. Although he was just a small fry, it was perfectly justifiable for him to do this. If Ling Xiao did not accept it, he would probably be forcefully taught a lesson. Tian Chao's coming here was probably what he had in mind. Hehe, it's so lively today. I've just returned and I've already encountered such a thing. Coincidentally, the second Prince Zhao Ting, third Prince Zhao Ji, as well as the fourth Prince Zhao Yu, Princess Zhao Xi, and Xu Ying. Seeing this scene, the fourth prince could not help but clap his hands to clap. He was a person who loved to watch a good show. Wu Xiong wanted to step forward and be the peacemaker, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Senior brother Wu, you should rest. It's just 3 or 4 small fries. They'll be dealt with in a moment. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wu Xiong could only swallow the words he was about to say was. How was she going to sleep when the door was torn down? What arrogance. The 3 of you, tie him up for me, Tian Chao sneered. If he could, he would be too lazy to make a move. After all, it was not a good reputation to bully the weak with the strong. Because of this, he had been taught a lesson by elder by several times. Yes. The 3 people behind him walked out and tried to restrain Ling Xiao with a very fierce method. However, Ling Xiao only took a step forward. Suddenly, his body emitted a terrifying black light and a cold wind. This was the effect of the divine prison king fist. He did not need to use a gold-grade martial art to deal with 3 kittens. It was better to try the effect of the divine prison king fist. He had just comprehended the 5th move, Ghost King Extermination. He really wanted to find a strong opponent to practice with. At the same time, the 3 mid-stage 9th level martial vein martial artists stopped. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and their faces were filled with fear. Ghost King Extermination. Ling Xiao roared and punched out with both fists. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. The surrounding outer disciples all retreated to the side because a terrifying image had formed in their minds. It was too terrifying. This was only the aura that leaked out. Boom. An explosive sound rang out. The 3 mid-stage 9th level martial vein martial artists were all blasted out of the stone house. Not only were they seriously injured, but even after falling to the ground, their bodies continued to tremble because the terrifying image in their minds was still there. All of you are trash. Trash. Even though he said that, Tian Chao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He found it hard to imagine why a peak 8th level martial vein stage martial master would give him such pressure when he was clearly a late stage 9th level martial vein stage martial master. Why did he have the urge to run away? No, he had to attack. Otherwise, this fear would grow deeper and deeper. Mixed essence palm. This was the gold-grade martial art that Master Bai Yun had once used. It was called a transcendent martial art in the secular world. In fact, it was just a beginner gold-grade martial art. But even so, there was no doubt that it was powerful. For most people who had just joined the Yuhua school, they would inevitably feel fear when they saw such a move. A pure energy formed a round ball in Tian Chao's right hand. It was especially obvious that it was full of destructive power. Ghost King Extermination. Ling Xiao was still using Ghost King Extermination. He was not proficient in using this move, so there was a small mistake. He planned to repeat it until he completely mastered this move. He punched out with both fists. A black wind wrapped around his fists and then turned into a ghost-like shape that pounced on Tian Chao. Bang! The mixed essence palm and Ghost King Extermination met halfway, and the 2 forces produced a strange explosive effect. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back and stabilized his body. Tian Chao also took 2 steps back, but suddenly he held his head and screamed. In terms of the surface attack, the two of them should be evenly matched. However, the destruction of the soul caused by Ghost King extermination was impossible for Tian Chao to defend against. Puff! Tian Chao directly bit his tongue and then spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Finally, he managed to expel that terrifying soul force from his body. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Tian Chao was indeed much stronger than the 9th-level martial vein experts in the secular world. At the very least, Ming Tian could not do this in the past. Lin Ziyi and Wn Ben could not do it either. He was surprised, but Tian Chao was shocked. This expert, who was ranked 50th in the outer sect, really did not expect that Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 8th-level martial vein, could make him so embarrassed. There were not many disciples in the Yuhua school, but there were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples. Tian Chao was really strong to be ranked 50th. The new and old outer sect disciples watching the battle were also shocked. This was a result that none of them had expected. Xu Ying's expression was not very good. She had hoped that Tian Chao could teach Ling Xiao a lesson, at least to vent her anger. But now it seemed that Tian Chao could not be counted on. Ling Xiao was stronger than she had imagined. The 50th in the outer sect is just SOSO. Chapter 257. To deal with Tian Chao, Ling Xiao was too lazy to use the stronger floating snow sword. Novel, La, the ice glaze sword was enough. 13 swords transforming shadows. It was still a quasi-gold martial art, which was also a quasi-transcendent martial art in the secular world. 13 figures appeared from Ling Xiao's body and tore through the air, pouncing on Tian Chao. Although Ling Xiao was currently using the quasi-gold grade martial art, 13 shadow transformation swords, he was secretly using the 4th move of Snow Lotus sword technique Ice Heart. Because he wanted to see if this move was effective against all sword moves. The result of this test was good. Although the buff wasn't that great, the power of the 13 swords transformed shadows had almost doubled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The figures kept flashing and the sword light kept stabbing out. Tian Chao felt like an idiot. He could only defend in a sorry state and did not even have a chance to counterattack. But even so, there were still many wounds on his body. His clothes were pierced until they were mottled, as if they had been washed by a rain of swords. Great Chaos Palm. Knowing that he would lose if this continued, Tian Chao finally used his martial soul. Behind him was a huge palm. The palm was yellowish and was 3 to 4 meters tall. There's such a strange martial soul. Ling Xiao had seen it today. This kind of martial soul was not seen in the secular world. And it was a complete martial soul. It was just a transparent body in the first stage. To use his martial soul to deal with a new outer sect disciple, Tian Chao felt extremely ashamed. So he wanted to completely defeat Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao kneel in front of him and apologize. This way, he might be able to make up for his sorry state today. The terrifying huge palm seemed to merge with Tian Chao's palm and directly pushed towards Ling Xiao. In the process, a layer of the ground was pushed away and new soil rolled out from the ground. The scene was very shocking. You think you're the only one with a martial soul? Ling Xiao sneered and shook the long sword in his hand. Blood shadow destruction. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Everyone was able to sense a biting cold air. However, they were unable to determine where this cold air was coming from. The blood shadow martial spirit combined with the shortkill skill of the 13 shadow transforming swords, blood shadow extermination. The power of this move might not be comparable to Tian Chao's great chaotic origin palm, but in terms of strangeness and lethality, it surpassed it by far too much. You'd better stop what you're doing, or else my sword will go in. When Ling Xiao reappeared, the ice glass sword in his hand was stabbed into Tian Chao's back. Moreover, the sword had already pierced into his body. It was only an inch away from his heart. If it was just a light push, this sword could end Tian Chao's life. I won't move. I won't move. Tian Chao was completely scared out of his wits. Fortunately, killing was not allowed in the sect. Otherwise, he would definitely die here today. This was because he didn't even see how Ling Xiao had attacked. His face was pale and his body was trembling. He was already regretting accepting this matter from He Suo. He thought that he could easily get those rewards, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying that it completely exceeded his expectations. Hiss. Everyone watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. No one thought that this would be the result. Xu Ying's expression became more and more unsightly, while the third Prince Zhao Ji lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. Yen, not bad, not bad. The effect of the fourth style of the Snow Lotus sword art, Ice Heart, is really impressive. In terms of attack power, it can completely make the quasi-gold grade martial art, 13 Shadow Swords, surpass a gold grade martial art. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the results of his experiment. Tian Chao, some money really can't be earned. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword and patted Tian Chao's shoulder. Do you know who injured He Suo? It was me. Do you think you're stronger than him? Hearing this, Tian Chao couldn't help but tremble. He Suo was a transcendent realm third-layer cultivator. He only heard that He Suo went to Baiyun province and returned with serious injuries. It was rumored that He Suo was injured by Grandmaster Baiyun, but it seemed that this rumor might not be true. Enough, hurry up and take your people and leave. I don't want the same thing to happen a second time. If there is a next time, although I can't kill you, I can definitely make it so that you won't be able to break through for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao kicked Tian Chao's butt, but Tian Chao didn't resist and ran away like a wisp of smoke. He didn't even care about the 3 people lying on the ground. I'll have to trouble senior brothers and sisters. If anyone knows these 3 dogs, take them away. Leaving them here will affect the environment. Tian Chao, stop right there. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. Tian Chao had already run more than 100 meters away, but when Ling Xiao shouted, he obediently stopped. Junior brother, what are your orders? Immediately find someone to replace this door with the best material. You only have half an hour to prepare. After half an hour, if this door isn't replaced, just wait for it to be destroyed. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for Tian Chao. This time, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. The key was that because of this guy, Cold Plum left. He vented all the displeasure in his heart on this unlucky guy. I'll immediately call someone to fix it. Don't worry. Tian Chao ran away as if he had been granted amnesty. Not bad, Brother Ling. Your battle skills are really amazing. Although many people were shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, Zhao Ji seemed to be different from them. Zhao Ji already knew that Ling Xiao's battle skills were strong, but his potential wasn't as good as his, so he still wanted to win over Ling Xiao. Your Highness, Second Prince, you flatter me. Battle skills are just insignificant tricks. Potential is the way to go. Ling Xiao didn't dislike Zhao Ji, nor did he have any intention of befriending him. Because people of the imperial family entered the world of sects, there was actually only a little bit of relationship left. It was really meaningless. Hee. Zhao Ji smiled a little awkwardly. When he first moved into the stone house, he used a condescending attitude to persuade Ling Xiao not to spend too much time on battle skills. But today, he was slapped in the face. If Ling Xiao's battle skills weren't so powerful, no matter how good his potential was, it was meaningless. He would probably have been destroyed by Tian Chao long ago. Junior brother Ling, that Tian Chao is not an obedient person. You offended him this time, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Wu Xiong sighed and said, I've already figured out Tian Chao's strength. He's a little stronger than a cat or a dog, but there's no need to be afraid. Ling Xiao didn't understand why Wu Xiong was so worried. You don't understand. Tian Chao has a very good relationship with some of the top 30 outer disciples. The top 30 outer disciples are all half-step masters. They're not at the same level as Tian Chao. If they come to trouble you, you'll really be in trouble. Wu Xiong smiled bitterly. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Wu. I'll be careful. Chapter 258. The trouble he was worried about did not appear. Instead, Tian Chao really sent a few people over to help change the door of the stone house. The material used for the new door was quite good. In any case, it was much better than the broken wooden board from before. An ordinary 9th level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master would not be able to break this door with a single punch. Since Tian Chao was so obedient, Ling Xiao could not be bothered to find trouble with him. Instead, he entered a state of cultivation again. He originally thought that fighting with Tian Chao would stimulate the power in his body and break through to the 9th level martial vein realm. However, the effect was obviously not that good. Tian Chao was too weak. He could not make Ling Xiao use much of his true essence. The pressure was not great, so the breakthrough was not successful. Since he was unable to break through for the time being, Ling Xiao did not think too much about it. He simply focused on improving his fighting skills. After today's events, he also realized that although fighting skills were not as important as cultivation, without a backer, if his fighting strength was not good, it meant that he would be suppressed. Therefore, he had to work together in this aspect. One of his clones continued to cultivate the bronze sword controlling technique, while the other began to cultivate the new divine prison king fist. It was said before that once the divine prison king fist was cultivated to the highest realm, it would be upgraded. Although the name of the divine prison king fist had not changed, there were many more moves. Furthermore, its grade had been upgraded to a gold grade rare martial art. In addition to the power of the first 5 moves, there were also new moves. However, these 3 moves were completely different from the previous 5 moves. It could even be said that they did not belong to the same system. They were life-taking, soul-stealing, and destruction. Life-taking was to take a person's life. This punch was extremely powerful. Soul-stealing was to destroy a person's soul. It focused on attacking the soul. Destruction was the combination of the first 2 moves. It killed people and stole their souls, making it impossible for the opponent to survive. Why does this move sound so terrifying? Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. Even so, he still had to cultivate. There was no good or evil in martial arts. It all depended on who used it. He had never been picky about martial arts. As long as he felt that he could use it to improve his strength, he could use it. After the 2 doppelgangers were done with their arrangements, the main body began to practice the gold-grade entry-level martial arts copied from the Moon Tower. Of course, he didn't learn these things to use in battle. It was purely for nourishment for Cloud Dragon Divine Journey and Ox Demon Arts. Since Ling Xiao had already cultivated a rare gold-grade martial art, it was much easier for him to comprehend this entry-level martial art. In less than a day, he had already cultivated a gold-grade entry martial art to the Great Perfection realm. Then, he directly handed it over to the Ox Demon Arts to devour. The anticipated evolution had begun. Because Ox Demon Arts was of a lower grade, he hadn't really used it. But now, he could finally bring it back to the battle schedule. After a round of devouring, Ox Demon Arts successfully evolved. After the evolution, the name of the Ox Demon Art changed, becoming the 9 Demons Divine Art. Of course, the change in name also brought about an increase in level. At this point, Ox Demon Arts had successfully evolved into a gold-grade entry-level martial art. The 9 Devil Divine Arts was clearly of the same attribute as the Ox Demon Arts. It was classified as a supplementary cultivation method. It could increase the power and level of other martial arts. Moreover, it could also form a strange armor like the Ox Demon Arts. This kind of armor could completely cover the martial artist's body, causing the martial artist's body to become very tall. In addition, it had a special effect, and that was demonization. The so-called demonization was the ability to transform one's whole body or part into 9 types of demon kings. Currently, he could only transform into an ordinary ox demon or demon king. To Ling Xiao, this was undoubtedly an additional layer of protection for his life. It was easy to imagine how shocking it would be if Ling Xiao, who was in the state of the 9 Demons Divine Arts, used other martial skills. It could even be said that the 9 Devil Divine Arts gave the 13 Swords transformed a new opportunity to withdraw from the battle schedule. This was because once the 9 Devil Divine Arts was used, all martial arts would automatically increase by a level. Then, the quasi-gold grade 13 Swords transformed martial art would be equivalent to a gold grade entry-level martial art. If it was combined with the Ice Heart, then it would be possible to display the power of a rare grade martial art. It must be known that even among the disciples of the Yuhua school, those who could simultaneously master 3 gold-grade martial arts were very rare. Moreover, The gold-grade martial arts they mastered were mostly entry-level martial arts, because only inner sect disciples could come into contact with rare-grade martial arts. Unless they brought a higher-level martial art from the outside world, but those who could do such a thing were probably only Xu Ying or Zhao Ji. Even Zhao Ci couldn't comprehend it because she didn't have enough potential. From this point of view, Ling Xiao's advantage in martial arts in the outer sect was very obvious. This was also the reason why he didn't fear a quasi-master. The Ox-Demon arts evolved into the 9 Devil Divine arts, and the cultivation of the 2 doppelgangers also had results. The bronze sword controlling art smoothly entered the realm of greater mastery, and it had already been cultivated to the 5th level. He also comprehended a new move for the divine Hell King Fist Kill. It took him a full day and night to do all this. Wu Xiong still didn't return for the whole night, and Zhao Ji and Zhao Ting didn't stay in the stone house either. He didn't know if it was because the conditions of the stone house were too poor, or if there were other reasons. In any case, Ling Xiao discovered that their cultivation had improved a lot, and he guessed that they had obtained some benefits. People from the imperial family were really good. However, this kind of thing couldn't be envious. At dawn, Wu Xiong came back. This time, he was directly carried back, and it could be seen that Wu Xiong's body was seriously injured. "Senior brother Wu? What's going on?" Although Ling Xiao didn't spend much time with Wu Xiong, this honest person was very good to him. He brought him to familiarize himself with the situation and explained some of the rules of the Yuhua school to him. This couldn't be considered a great favor, but Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. He couldn't bear to see his friends get injured, so when he saw that Wu Xiong was seriously injured, his expression didn't look too good. Without waiting for Wu Xiong to speak, one of the 2 people who brought Wu Xiong backside and said, "Newcomer, I know you defeated Tian Chao, but the situation in the outer sect is more complicated, so you shouldn't ask too much. It's not the first time senior brother Wu was injured, but it wasn't this serious before." After saying that, the 2 of them hurriedly left. "Let's go, I'll take you to the medicine hall." Without saying anything else, Ling Xiao carried Wu Xiong on his back and rushed to the medicine hall. The medicine hall was a very large organization in the Yuhua school, and it was equivalent to the outer sect hall. Even the herb mountain was part of the medicine hall. Chapter 259. "Oh, little guy, we meet again. It's Senior." Ling Xiao had never expected to meet the old man who had guarded the God Sealing catalogue in the medicine hall. Of course, his dog was also there. Novel, La, the dog was still sleeping lazily on the table. It only glanced at Ling Xiao's arrival and ignored him. "Ha ha ha, we are really fated." Elder Yang laughed very happily. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Senior, please help me take a look at senior brother Wu's condition." He. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to trouble this old man. However, since you're here, this old man will personally diagnose him. Elder Yang was definitely not bragging. He was the hall master of the medicine hall. Usually, when an injured person was sent here, even if it was an inner disciple, he would let the pharmacists under him deal with it. He would not easily make a move. Even the higher-ups of the Yuhua school might not be able to invite him. Although his cultivation was not particularly strong, as a pharmacist, he was a very high-level one. He was simply a special target of the Yuhua school's protection. Including the Yuhua school's headmaster, no one dared to touch him easily. After all, there were too many experts who owed him a favor. Once they made a move on him, they would become a target of scorn. Such an amazing person was actually willing to give face to Ling Xiao. In the end, he had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's comprehension and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Otherwise, a small outer disciple like Ling Xiao would not be worth it. Well, it's not a big problem. It's mainly because he was overworked and beaten up. That's why he's like this. I'll just prescribe him some medicine. After a round of diagnosis, Elder Yang said, "This child is probably working in a mine. The sect needs a lot of iron ore to forge weapons, but this kind of thing should be handed over to ordinary people in the secular world. Why is an outer disciple like him doing this?" Ling Xiao looked at Wu Xiong, who had already fallen asleep, and could not help but feel a little angry. It was clear that someone was trying to make life difficult for Wu Xiong. That was why they did this. Thank you, Senior. You don't have to be so polite. Have you considered my request? If you really don't want to be this old man's disciple, you can come work in the medicine hall. In any case, you should be announcing the new outer sect disciples' work assignments today. Old Yang said with a smile. All right, Senior, since you've put it this way, if I still don't give you face, then I'm really not a good person. Ling Xiao simply nodded. He had thought about it. Although Elder Yang's strength was inferior to the flame deities, his status was definitely higher than the flame deities, a newly advanced sky-tier elder. Moreover, if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he would need medicinal herbs. Working in the medicine hall was a very good choice for him. Moreover, looking at Wu Xiong's situation, he had already offended He Suo. If things went wrong, he might be assigned to a more difficult place to work. That would not be good. Ha ha ha, that's great. How about this? When the deacon in charge of assigning tasks arrives and assigns you a job, just tell him that you've already discussed it with this old man. He definitely won't dare to stop you. Elder Yang laughed and said. Understood, then this junior will take senior brother Wu away first. Well, remember to let him take the medicine on time. If possible, it's better not to do that kind of work anymore. It's too hard, and it will delay your cultivation time. Elder Yang reminded him. Ling Xiao nodded, then took the medicine, paid the money, and carried Wu Xiong back. Because it was just ordinary medicinal herbs, it was enough to pay with money. The Yuhua school also needed a lot of silver and gold to pay the ordinary workers. He couldn't let his disciples do too shabby work. The main reason was that there were not enough people, and it was too much of a waste of cultivation time. Thank you for your hard work. Junior brother Ling Wu Xiong had already woken up when he returned to the stone house. What's the trouble? Senior brother, what happened to your injuries? Were you beaten up? Wu Xiong was silent. Senior brother, just tell me. In the outer sect, there is really no existence that I, Ling Xiao, am afraid of. My current goal is the inner sect. Ling Xiao was not arrogant. For him, breaking through to the 9th level of the martial vein would be a piece of cake. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone under the transcendent realm. What half-step grandmaster? He was more concerned about the real transcendent grandmasters. Well said. Zhao suddenly walked in from outside and clapped his hands. The outer sect is just a bunch of small fries. Our goal should be the inner sect. That's where the real geniuses gather. There are many people like Ming Tian and Leng Hao. You came back to accept a job assignment? Ling Xiao asked. That's not it. I've already found a job. I just came back to pack my things and move to the equipment hall, Zhao explained. How about it, Ling Xiao? Come with me. You offended Tian Chao, so the job assigned to you won't be good. Thank you for your kindness, second prince, but there's really no need. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then there's no other way. I just want to remind you that the one who injured Wu Xiong is Yang Cheng, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect. He's very strong. Even among the half-step grandmasters, he's one of the best. This can be seen from his ranking. Don't stand up for irrelevant people. It won't end well for you. After speaking, Zhao went to pack his things. Yang Cheng. Ling Xiao silently called out this person's name. Ling Xiao, the assignments are coming. Hurry up and gather at the square. A familiar disciple shouted from the outside. Since Ling Xiao defeated Tian Chao, his popularity among the new disciples was very high. Everyone was willing to build a good relationship with him. Got it. Hearing the shout outside, Ling Xiao responded. He then arranged for Wu Xiong to rest and walked out. On the square, most of the new outer disciples had already gathered here, including a few who had already obtained jobs. They were also here to watch the fun. When Ling Xiao arrived, Zhao also followed him. It's said that the top 30 outer sect disciples will come today. But I don't know how many of them will come. Everyone wants to see. Zhao said to Ling Xiao with a smile. Obviously, he was reminding him. That Yang Cheng was the outer sect disciple ranked 10th. They're coming. 3 of them came at once. In the eyes of the new outer sect disciples, the top 30 outer sect disciples were legends. After all, They were the top 30 among more than 1,000 people, and all of them were half-step grandmasters. Therefore, when someone came, they all became excited. Ling Xiao followed the crowd's gaze. He found that there were indeed 3 people. They were all unfamiliar faces. Yang Cheng is really coming. And Li Anli, who is ranked 26th. Even Jin Ming, who is ranked 3rd, is here. Zhao Ji seemed to be very familiar with the outer sect of the Yuhua school. He soon said the names of the 3 people. After all, he was the second prince of the royal family. He was good at gathering information. Chapter 260. When Jin Ming, Yang Cheng, and Li Anli appeared, all the outer disciples waiting in the square showed a look of awe. Novel, of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. To make him feel awe, you must at least be in the transcendent realm. The one in white is Yang Cheng. He specializes in using spears, and his spear skills are extremely terrifying. If you want to take revenge for Wu Xiong, you have to understand him thoroughly. Zhao Ji continued, the one next to Yang Cheng is Li Anli, ranked 26th, good at movement skills. The one in the middle is Jin Ming, right? Yes, that's Jin Ming. Zhao Ji nodded and said. Jin Ming's body was clearly shorter than Yang Cheng and Li Anli, but he gave people a strange illusion, as if he was the tallest and most powerful of the 3. He was thin, like a skinny monkey. However, the confidence and power in his eyes were frightening. Don't be fooled by Jin Ming's appearance. This kid is very powerful. You probably didn't expect that he is best at defensive martial arts. His body is very strong. Don't be deceived by the appearance. Zhao Ji reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. Others couldn't see this, but he could see it. This Jin Ming should have a complete martial spirit that strengthened the body, and his potential should be relatively strong in the physical aspect. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that even if Jin Ming didn't use true essence, he could easily defeat ordinary martial artists below the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the deterrent and pressure Jin Ming brought to him would actually make him break through in this situation. This guy's aura was too strong. Compared to him, Tian Chao was not even comparable to an ant. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to consolidate the cultivation of the early 9th layer martial vein. Breaking through now was really not a time-consuming process, but fortunately, he could exchange his main body with his martial spirit avatar. His main body entered the mountain river world to cultivate. The martial spirit avatar stood outside and continued to chat with Zhao Ji. However, Zhao Ji didn't notice such a huge change at all. In addition to possessing a complete martial soul that could strengthen one's body, Jin Ming should have also cultivated a defensive martial art that was not inferior to the heavenly dragon golden body. Jin Ming must have brought it from the outside world. As expected, Ling Xiao was not the only genius. The potential of Jin Ming's body was probably not inferior to Ming Tian's. When they arrived at the square, Jin Ming's aura swelled even more obviously. Many outer sect disciples trembled in fear and some even knelt on the ground. That kind of terrifying aura was truly unbearable. The qi and blood in his body became restless, and his true essence also seemed to be flowing in reverse. Terrifying. Zhao Ji's face was a little pale. Although he didn't kneel down, his body was obviously trembling. In the secular world, I have never seen such a terrifying half-step master. This guy's aura is probably on par with a transcendent. That Ling Xiao is not bad. Not only did he defeat Tian Chao, but he also did not waver under senior brother Jin's aura. Amazing, amazing. Li Anli, who was ranked 26th, said with a smile. Only 3 people can stand there. He is indeed extraordinary. Yang Cheng said with a gloomy face. At this time, only Ling Xiao, Zhao Ji, and Xu Ying were standing there. The rest were all kneeling on the ground. Humph. Jin Ming snorted coldly, but it was directed at Ling Xiao. A powerful aura directly turned into a substance and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, it was his martial soul avatar that was standing there. The body may be affected by the aura, but the martial soul avatar was not at all, because the martial soul avatar was completely condensed by soul power and true essence. It had no qi and blood, so it was basically unaffected by the aura. Therefore, Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face. Jin Ming's face changed and said, "Good guy, this kid is indeed somewhat capable, but if he wants to be a tyrant in the outer sect, he has to pass through me first. Yes, senior brother Jin, you are the embodiment of justice and the idol of the weak." This Ling Xiao actually bullied Tian Chao, too overbearing. Li Anli hurriedly flattered. He didn't know what Tian Chao said, but it seemed that Ling Xiao's reputation among the outer sect experts was not very good. Jin Ming seemed to be very happy with Li Anli's flattery. He said coldly, "Arrange the work later, and show this kid who is boss first." Originally, the work of the new outer sect disciples was arranged by the deacons of the outer sect. However, these deacons, in the name of training the disciples, gave this kind of work to the top disciples in the outer sect. This time, the person in charge was Jin Ming. Therefore, if he intended to show Ling Xiao who was boss, he could really do it right away. However, Jin Ming didn't know that Ling Xiao had already been reserved by the medicine hall master. Listen carefully, the work of the outer sect disciples is still relatively heavy. If you can't complete it, you won't be able to enjoy the benefits of being a disciple of the Yuhua school and will be punished. You'd better listen carefully. Jin Ming said this and handed a list to Li Anli. "Junior brother Li, you arrange it." In fact, the work on the list had been arranged in advance, so he just had to read it out loud. Li Anli nodded and happily took the list. To him, Jin Ming was someone he absolutely couldn't provoke. He had to smile with him properly so that he could continue to mingle. Although they were both in the top 30 of the outer sect and were both half-step masters, Jin Ming's strength was definitely much stronger than his. Of course, there was another person above Jin Ming, and that was Hei Suo. Hei Suo was a genius in the inner sect, so he had to deal with him well. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. Although he didn't know how Ling Xiao had offended senior brother Hei Suo, today's matter was just to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. It was too simple. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already ended, and he changed his martial soul avatar back to the mountain river world. His cultivation had already advanced to the early 9th level of the martial vein, but on the surface, there was still no change. Of course, this was due to the model. He was now at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein, and could deal with most of the matters in the outer sect. For the time being, he didn't want to reveal his 9th level cultivation, so as to avoid being noticed by the flame deity. Ling Xiao keenly noticed that there was a person staring at him from about a mile away. He activated soul entry and looked into the distance. That person was Hei Suo. At this moment, Hei Suo was drinking tea while waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Li Anli had already begun to arrange the positions. Zhao Ji, Xu Ying, and Zhao Xi's positions were not announced. It was said that there were other arrangements, so it was obvious that someone had informed them in advance. As for Zhao Ting and Zhao Yu, their positions were very relaxed and they had a lot of benefits. In fact, this was normal. Xu Ying was a member of the Ninja Imperial family, and her talent was astonishing. Chapter 261. Although the jobs assigned to the other new outer sect disciples were not as good as these people, they were not bad either. At the very least, the tasks were relatively normal. There was no difficulty. However, when it came to Ling Xiao, the situation suddenly changed. Li Anli looked at Ling Xiao with a somewhat disdainful expression and said, "Ling Xiao, your job is to be a miner. You are responsible for helping the equipment hall collect iron ore. You have to collect at least 5,000 kilograms of iron ore every day. Do you understand? 5,000 kilograms. Those who were familiar with the Yuhua school's iron ore knew that even an ordinary miner hired by the outer sect could only collect 500 kilograms of iron ore a day. However, they had actually given Ling Xiao 5,000 kilograms of iron ore. This was even more than the amount given to Wu Xiong. In order to collect 2,500 kilograms of iron ore, Wu Xiong had to work through the night and even neglected his cultivation time. Ling Xiao's 5,000 kilograms was simply bullying. Many outer sect disciples who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao sympathized with Ling Xiao. However, no matter how much they sympathized, they did not dare to say anything. Why would the other party target Ling Xiao? Wasn't it simple? Ling Xiao injured Tian Chao. Someone was probably helping Tian Chao to take revenge. Their thinking was still relatively simple. In fact, if it was just Tian Chao, Jin Ming, Yang Cheng, and Li Anli would not easily offend him. However, this matter involved He Suo and the flame deity, so the situation was very different. Xu Ying looked at Ling Xiao and was clearly very happy. She absolutely hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Naturally, she was happy that Ling Xiao encountered a difficult task. Under the sympathetic and gloating gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brothers, unfortunately, I can't accept this job." "You can't accept it?" Jin Ming, Yang Cheng, and Li Anli looked at each other. They were not angry, but happy. This was because refusing to accept the job could be seen as violating the Yuhua school's rules. Next, they could make Ling Xiao suffer within the scope of the rules. "Are you sure you don't want to accept it?" Li Anli asked with a smile as he walked towards Ling Xiao. "Yes, I'm sure." Ling Xiao nodded. "The rules of the sect. Those who do not accept the job will be severely punished." Li Anli sneered and suddenly sped up. The so-called heavy punishment didn't have a specific standard, so he could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't beat them to death or cripple them. When he was about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, Li Anli suddenly jumped up. His movement technique was indeed very good, and his speed was also very fast. In the outer sect, in terms of movement techniques, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. Jin Ming sat there without saying a word, a cold smile on his face. Yang Cheng's face revealed a sinister expression. He Suo, who was further away, chuckled. Xu Ying was so excited that she almost screamed. Li Anli was a half-step master. He was much stronger than Tian Chao. She believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand Li Anli's attack. Quasi-gold grade martial technique? How dare you look down on me? Ling Xiao found that Li Anli only used a quasi-gold grade martial technique to deal with him. That was a gold grade beginner martial technique. He sneered. Since the Divine Hell King's Fist had been upgraded to a rare gold grade martial technique, he could test its power on Li Anli. Divine Hell King's Fist, kill. Ling Xiao didn't dodge or evade, only punching out. At that moment, red shadows appeared in Li Anli's eyes. It was as if countless ghosts were attacking him, and each of them had sharp claws and teeth. The terrifying murderous aura caused his body to suddenly stop in midair, as if he was frozen. "Get lost!" Ling Xiao roared. Li Anli's body was sent flying. Then, they saw Li Anli's pale face and trembling arms. "Ghost! Demon!" Li Anli shouted in horror. His strength was much stronger than Tian Chao's. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's strength had also increased a lot. In addition to today's battle, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In the end, he was beaten to the point where he lost the ability to fight. Although the injury did not seem serious, the mental injury was more troublesome than the physical injury. Seeing this, Jin Ming and Yang Cheng both widened their eyes in shock. They knew Li Anli's strength. It was impossible for the two of them to defeat Li Anli in one move. Ling Xiao's combat strength was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. He Suo was so angry that he smashed the teapot. "Idiot, I told you that Ling Xiao's combat skills are terrifying. How dare you underestimate him?" In his opinion, if Li Anli had not underestimated the enemy, he would never have suffered such a crushing defeat. The fact was just as he thought. Unfortunately, there was no if. "Ling Xiao, do you want to rebel? You disobeyed the arrangement and injured senior brother. What are you trying to do?" Jin Ming said angrily. "Senior brother Jin, first of all, you have to understand that it's not that I disobeyed the arrangement. It's just that I've already been informed by the people in the medicinal hall to help them. It's this senior brother Li who suddenly attacked without asking clearly." Ling Xiao said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "He attacked rashly and was injured by me. It can only be said that he is not good enough." "Why are you blaming me? Medicine hall?" Yang Cheng snorted. "So what if it's the medicine hall? Your work can only be arranged by us." "Haha, is that so? Why don't you talk to Elder Yang of the medicine hall about this? If he agrees, I will absolutely obey the arrangement and go to the mine." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. So what if I go? Wait, did you just say Elder Yang? Old Hall Master Yang? Yang Cheng's face suddenly changed. That's right. Yesterday, Senior Marshal Brother Wu was injured by some dog. I took him to the medicine hall to treat his injuries. Elder Yang mentioned this matter and asked me to inform the deacon today. Who knew that the deacon didn't come today? Ling Xiao said helplessly. Both Jin Ming and Yang Cheng's faces became very ugly. In the distance, He Suo was so angry that he smashed the stone table. Xu Ying almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She did not expect this result at all. What was this? Why could this Ling Xiao be treated so well by Old Hall Master Yang? Zhao Ji and Zhao Ci looked at Ling Xiao with surprise. They were all members of the royal family and had no grudges with Ling Xiao. When they heard this, they knew that Ling Xiao must have something extraordinary. Otherwise, with Elder Yang's picky personality, it was absolutely impossible for him to personally ask Ling Xiao to work in the medicine hall. After all, the two of them used a lot of connections to get a better position. Haha, since Old Hall Master Yang asked for you, you can go to the medicine hall. Yang Cheng smiled, but his smile was very ugly. Thank you, senior brother. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and turned to walk to his stone house. Chapter 262. After the other new outer disciples had gone to report to their respective places, Yang Cheng looked at Jin Ming and said, Senior brother Jin, this Ling Xiao is not simple. Can we afford to offend him? What are you afraid of? He is just the disciple of the old man Bai Yun. We have the flame deity on our side. Why should we be afraid of him? At this time, Li Anli had already recovered from the frightening illusion. He gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Ling Xiao, so he absolutely would not agree to let Ling Xiao go. Anli is right. This Ling Xiao is too arrogant. We must destroy his arrogance. Jin Ming also nodded. If that's what senior brother Jin thinks, I have a good idea. Yang Cheng suddenly smiled insidiously. What idea? Doesn't he live in the same stone house as Wu Xiong? As long as we ask Wu Xiong to put something in his water, no matter how powerful he is, he can only be trampled on. And you can take revenge however you want, as long as you don't kill or cripple him. Yang Cheng sneered. Isn't it a bit too insidious? Jin Ming frowned and said, Is it necessary for us to deal with a new outer disciple? Senior brother Jin, a real man doesn't care about trifles. You have seen how arrogant and despotic this person is. As half-step masters and top 10 outer disciples, if we provoke him directly, we will be suspected of bullying the weak. But if we ask Wu Xiong to do it, no one will know. Yang Cheng persuaded. Well, you are in charge of this matter. I want to go into secluded cultivation soon to see if I can break through to the transcendent realm. Jin Ming thought for a moment and said, Senior brother Jin is really diligent. I am afraid you will be the first to enter the inner sect. Don't forget us at that time. Li Anli smiled. Of course. After that, Jin Ming also left. That afternoon, in the Yuhua School's iron mine. I really can't promise you. Junior brother Ling is good to me. I can't do that kind of thing. Wu Xiong was called to a remote place by Yang Cheng and Li Anli. Anyway, Li Anli was in charge of the iron mine. No one would say anything if he called someone. Bang! Li Anli kicked Wu Xiong's body and scolded, Trash, listen carefully. If you don't want to continue to be beaten in the future and don't want to continue to do such heavy work, do as we say. Yang Cheng squatted down beside Wu Xiong with a smile and said, What are you afraid of? It's not poison. It's just temporarily making him lose his power. We won't kill him. As long as you put this bag of medicine into his water, I guarantee that no one in the outer sect will dare to bully you again. Wu Xiong could only grit his teeth and persevere. Shameless thing. Yang Cheng's storm-like attacks directly greeted Wu Xiong. Wu Xiong did not resist. He only protected his vital parts and curled up his body. In any case, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. He would just have to endure it for a while. However, things did not develop as he expected. This time, Yang Cheng and Li Anli seemed to have gone crazy. Their punches and kicks were not light at all. Wu Xiong's face grew paler and paler. In the end, His hands gradually gave up resisting and his body stopped moving. Stop. Yang Cheng suddenly stopped and used his finger to check Wu Xiong's breath. He's not breathing. No way. Li Anli was also shocked. Yang Cheng used his true yuan to check Wu Xiong's condition. He's really dead. Senior brother Yang, what should we do? Although he's just an outer disciple, it's hard to explain his death, Li Anli said worriedly. Don't worry. No one will care if an outer disciple dies. Yang Cheng shook his head and said, in the eyes of ordinary people, the Yuhua school is like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Although it's true, outer disciples can't do it. Most of the time, they do odd jobs unless they enter the inner sect. I think senior brother Hei Suo also said that it's not a big deal if 1 or 2 outer disciples die. As long as there's someone in charge, the higher-ups will definitely not pursue it. Li Anli suddenly woke up and thought of Hei Suo's words. Yes, only by becoming an inner disciple like senior brother Hei Suo can you be considered a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Not only will you be protected by the sect, but you will also get more resources. Unlike now, ordinary outer disciples can only receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and 10 spirit pills a month. Yang Cheng nodded. In fact, compared to the outside world, such a salary was already a lot. Low-grade spirit stones were very precious. The key was that these 10 spirit pills were said to be more effective than the best spirit pills in the secular world. The Qian Yuan bone-changing pill, which was regarded as a treasure by Master Bai Yun, was not ranked in the Yuhua school's spirit pills. In the dark night, Wu Xiong was thrown into the mountains by Yang Cheng and Li Anli. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Xiao was cultivating, but he couldn't calm down. As usual, Wu Xiong didn't come back. He couldn't help but look at the bed. I have to find a chance to transfer senior brother Wu back from the mine. This person is really good. He thought for a moment and walked out of the stone house. Originally, he wanted to look at the scenery, but after entering the soul imprint state, he unexpectedly saw a scene that made him angry. Yang Cheng and Li Anli threw Wu Xiong's body and kicked it a few times. Senior brother Yang, let's not use the drug. Just like how we dealt with Wu Xiong, let's get rid of Ling Xiao. Li Anli laughed. Let's not touch Ling Xiao for the time being. We have to figure out his relationship with Old Hall Master Yang. That old man is a very protective person. If we kill Ling Xiao and provoke him to come out of seclusion, then this matter will be big. Yang Cheng shook his head and said, this kid is really lucky. He can actually get the attention of Old Hall Master Yang. It really makes people jealous. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go back quickly. Be careful not to be seen by others. Yang Cheng called Li Anli and the two quickly left in the direction of the iron mine. The place where the body was dumped was 5 or 6 miles away from the iron mine. Moreover, there were many wild beasts in the forest. There were also demon beasts and even fierce beasts. They believed that Wu Xiong's body would soon disappear. Bastard! Ling Xiao angrily cursed. He sped up and rushed to the place where Wu Xiong's body was dumped. No matter what, Wu Xiong was his junior brother. Moreover, Wu Xiong was really good to him. He couldn't just watch this person's body be left in the wilderness to be eaten by wild beasts. Ling Xiao, who used the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel to the extreme, was so fast that it was impossible to see him. If the outer sect disciples saw him at this time, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Senior brother Wu. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough. When he arrived, no wild beasts had approached Wu Xiong's body. His body is still warm. Ling Xiao touched Wu Xiong's body. Then he released his soul force into Wu Xiong's body. Chapter 263. When Ling Xiao's soul force entered Wu Xiong's body, he suddenly discovered that there were 2 souls in the depths of Wu Xiong's brain. One of the weaker souls was Wu Xiong. The other one was filled with ruthless aura and was extremely powerful. It was actually Wu Xiong. However, this powerful soul had been sealed, as if it was imprisoned in a cage. The weaker soul, other than retaining some memories, was basically about to dissipate. Ling Xiao hurriedly wrapped her with his soul force. Kid, you can actually enter here. Are you from the soul race? Suddenly, the soul in the cage asked. Senior brother Wu, Don't joke around. Of course I'm a human. It's just that my soul is stronger. Ling Xiao said. Do you have a way to open this seal? As long as you open the seal, I can come back to life, the soul said. Ling Xiao observed the situation of the seal. In fact, the seal had already loosened. Using his mountain river martial spirits analysis ability, he estimated that he would be able to open the seal in about half an hour. However, he was a little worried. The soul in the cage was too ruthless. There must be a reason why it was sealed. If something went wrong, then things might go out of control. I do have a way, but you have to tell me why you were sealed. Ling Xiao asked. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Ruthless indeed. However, you're just a soul now. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao said with disdain. He suddenly thought of a sealing profound in the God Investiture catalogue. It was called Forbidden Magic Seal. Strictly speaking, this was also a type of martial art. It belonged to the category of auxiliary martial arts. It could seal a martial artist's heart demon. I have a way. He studied the antidevil seal and realized that he didn't need to release the ruthless soul completely. Instead, he could add another layer of the seal and slowly release the soul inside. This way, Wu Xiong wouldn't become so ruthless in an instant. Forbidden Magic Seal. Ling Xiao released his soul and sent it into Wu Xiong's brain. Then, he used the anti-magic seal to reinforce the cage. However, he released a small group of souls, which merged with the weaker soul in his hand. Then, his soul left Wu Xiong's brain and returned to his own body. From the outside, it could be seen that Wu Xiong's body was emitting a blood-red light. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Wu Xiong opened his eyes, his gaze became much colder than before. Thank you for saving me, junior brother Ling. Wu Xiong immediately knelt on the ground. Although his soul was very weak before, he still knew what Ling Xiao had done. He knew very well that it was Ling Xiao who had saved him. It's good that senior martial brother Wu is alive. What's going on? Are Yang Cheng and Li Anli crazy? They actually want to kill you? And what's with the sealed soul in your body? Ling Xiao asked. We'll talk about it when we get back. The two of them returned to the stone house. Wu Xiong told Ling Xiao about how he was forced to drug Ling Xiao. After listening, Ling Xiao wanted to kill him. Since Yang Cheng and Li Anli wanted to die, then he didn't need to be polite. Junior martial brother Ling, leave Li Anli and Yang Cheng's lives to me. Wu Xiong said coldly. Junior martial brother Ling saw the sealed soul in my body, right? That's actually my original self. I won't say the details. What you did was right. My past was too violent and cruel. I can't completely release it. Otherwise, it won't be easy to deal with. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao thoughtfully nodded and said, all right, I'll leave the lives of those two to you. However, I have to vent my anger first. Otherwise, I'll feel suffocated. This time, you were almost beaten to death because of me. No, you were really dead. That's up to you. Now that my past soul has been released, my cultivation will increase very quickly. Or rather, it's just returning to my previous level. Killing those two people won't be a problem, but it will take some time. Wu Xiong nodded. Senior martial brother Wu, can I ask what realm you were in before? Ling Xiao suddenly asked curiously. The peak of the celestial being realm, the 10 directions heaven realm. Wu Xiong was silent for a while before he answered. Oh my god. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were 10 realms in the celestial being realm, and the 10 directions heaven was the highest realm. It was probably the realm that only the strongest person in the Yuhua school could reach. It should be noted that there were no experts above the celestial being realm on the Tianlong continent. Don't tell anyone about this, okay? Wu Xiong said. Don't worry, senior martial brother Wu. I won't. Ling Xiao would never have thought that he would unintentionally save such a ferocious person. He believed that from today on, Wu Xiong's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds, even faster than the top geniuses. Because he was just recovering, not cultivating. If he became his backer, he would be excited just thinking about it. However, What he needed to do now was to vent his anger and make trouble for Yang Cheng and Li Anli. How to make trouble for them was a technical job. Ling Xiao, among the outer court disciples, the top 30 are all given special treatment. After the 30th place, no matter what your rank is, your monthly salary will be the same. But for the top 30, every time you rise by 1 rank, you will receive an increase in your salary of 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 1 elixir. So I suggest that instead of teaching Yang Cheng and Li Anli a lesson in private, it's better to challenge them openly. Challenge them openly? Yes, go to the outer hall to find Elder Bai and submit the letter of challenge. Wu Xiong nodded. As long as Elder Bai agrees, they can't refuse. That's a good idea, but it's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao really wanted to make trouble for those two now. It's a little troublesome, but there are many benefits. The key is that it's justified, and they can't find any other reason to blame you. Wu Xiong laughed. Well, I'll listen to you, Senior Marshal Brother Wu. I'll go to Elder by tomorrow morning. The next morning, Ling Xiao really went to the outer hall and submitted a challenge application to Elder Bai. Wait a moment, I need to ask Li Anli and Yang Cheng if there's anything important. This challenge was not something that could be casually decided. For example, Jin Ming was currently in closed-door training. If someone submitted a challenge application, the outer hall would definitely not approve it. A moment later, Yang Cheng and Li Anli arrived at the outer hall. After Elder Bai roughly explained the matter, Li Anli and Yang Cheng both happily agreed. Li Anli was eager to regain his lost face. He always thought that he lost to Ling Xiao because he underestimated him. As for Yang Cheng, he could teach Ling Xiao a lesson without being blamed by old Hall Master Yang. Such a good opportunity, why would he refuse? Well, since both of you can accept the challenge, I'll approve this challenge application. Elder Bai waved his pen and settled it. Then he said, in principle, both sides of the challenge must give a certain reward. Generally, the reward is an item of equal value or something else. Elder Bai, I'll give 10 top-grade true elemental pills as the reward, Yang Cheng said. Top-grade true elemental pills were only the most common spirit pills in the Yuhua school, but they were much better than the high-grade true elemental pills in the secular world. Poor Ling Xiao, when he was in the secular world, obtaining a high-grade true elemental pill was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I'll use this precious artifact as the prize. Li Anli's reward was a long spear, a treasure, which was even better than Ling Xiao's floating snow sword. Generally, only transcendent realm cultivators were qualified to use it. Li Anli himself did not use the long spear, so he used it as the reward. Although Ling Xiao did not use the long spear, he could use it as a material to smelt a new sword. Chapter 264. Yang Cheng's wager was 10 top-grade true elemental dans. Li Anli's wager was a treasure spear. It could be said that these two wagers were very heavy. Ling Xiao, if you can't take out any decent wager, then so be it. Yang Cheng looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and said, if you lose, you will be our servant. If we tell you to go east, you will go east. If we tell you to go west, you will go west. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Hehe, just based on the wager of the two of you, you are not worthy of me betting my own fate. Unless you can take out more than 10,000 top-grade true elemental dans or a divine-grade artifact, I can consider it. He was not afraid of gambling, but in a gambling fight, the value of the wager had to be equivalent. If he used himself to gamble, it would be a bit degrading. Mph, if you don't dare to gamble, then don't dare to gamble. Saying so much nonsense, as if you can really take out any decent wager. Li Anli coldly snorted. Ling Xiao only smiled and did not say anything. He directly waved his hand and a 1,000-year golden snow lotus appeared in his hand. I wonder if this thing is enough as a wager. 1,000-year golden snow lotus. Before Yang Cheng and Li Anli could say anything, Elder Bai suddenly stood up and said in surprise, it's enough. It's definitely enough. This 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus is slightly more valuable than what the two of them have offered. Hearing Elder Bai's words, Yang Cheng and Li Anli's faces became a bit ugly. They really did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually have such a treasure. Ling Xiao thought to himself, brother, I still have a lot of treasures. For such a long time, many medicinal herbs and monster beasts have been cultivated in the mountain river world. It's just that there's not enough time and I'm too lazy to take them out. Whether it was medicinal herbs or monster beasts, the longer they were grown, the more valuable they were. This was a well-known fact in the profound world. 1,000-year golden snow lotus, that had only grown a year ago, was too rare. Now that Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul had risen to the 9th grade, he had obtained a new special ability, Mountain River Ruler. This ability was also the last special ability that the Mountain River martial spirit could give Ling Xiao. According to the description of the Mountain River diagram, although the Mountain River martial spirit would continue to level up in the future, it would only strengthen the existing 9 abilities and would not add any new ones. Ling Xiao took a closer look at the Mountain River Ruler ability. It meant that he could control everything in the world. However, his current ability level was relatively low. The effect he could achieve was to guide part of the natural energy between heaven and earth to cooperate with his own true essence to attack. In addition, it could absorb natural energy and promote the growth of plants and animals in the mountain river world. This was even better than before. Any plant or animal that grew in the mountain river world for a day was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Take the gold snow lotus as an example. A gold snow lotus seedling only needed to grow for 100 days in the mountain river world to become a 1,000-year snow lotus. Moreover, this promotion was only temporary. As Ling Xiao's strength increased and the level of his mountain river martial soul increased, the promotion effect would be even better. That was not the best part. The best part was that the animals and plants in the mountain river world would not age after reaching maturity. No matter how many years passed, it was the same. In other words, it was absolutely possible for Ling Xiao to cultivate a 10,000-year demonic beast. It was a pity that this ability could not be used on intelligent races for the time being, such as humans and the blue-eyed race. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would be able to achieve immortality to a certain extent. But even in this situation, being able to cultivate a 1,000-year snow lotus in 100 days was still Ling Xiao's absolute capital. Why did he agree to join the medicine hall and help Elder Yang? Other than not being willing to offend Elder Yang, this was actually the key. Well, since you can take out this 1,000-year gold snow lotus, let's set a date for the challenge. Although they were unhappy in their hearts, Yang Cheng and Li Anli also coveted the 1,000-year gold snow lotus very much. If they could win this thing and go to the medicine hall to ask the alchemist to help refine it into an elixir, it would be much better than a top-grade true elemental dan. Therefore, they naturally agreed to this challenge. How about this? I have just joined the Yuhua school and still have some private matters to deal with, especially the medicine hall. Give me a day. How about we have a public challenge the day after tomorrow? Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, "Why, you want to challenge 2 people at once?" Elder Bai was stunned for a moment and asked, "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded. Elder Bai frowned, thinking that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. However, he did not have a close relationship with Ling Xiao, so he did not care. He said indifferently, "In that case, let's challenge the day after tomorrow. I will send out the notice today." Agreed. Yang Cheng and Li Anli also nodded. Since Ling Xiao did not know what was good for him and wanted to challenge 2 people at once, they would not care. Okay, the day after tomorrow morning, the challenge will be held at the outer court challenge platform. If no one is there by noon, it will be regarded as a breach of contract, and the prize will be given to the other party. Elder Bai reminded. Yes. After discussing the challenge, the 3 of them returned to their own places. Not long after Ling Xiao returned, Elder Bai announced his public challenge to Li Anli and Yang Cheng. In the square, the notice board was very clear in black and white. Ha ha ha, interesting. This Ling Xiao not only dares to challenge a half-step master, but he also dares to challenge 2 half-step masters at once. I have never seen such a crazy person. A lot of people gathered around the notice board. There were new outer court disciples, but more of them were old outer court disciples. No one believed that Ling Xiao could challenge 2 half-step masters at once. Many of the new outer court disciples were worried about Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao was too impulsive. Of course, there were also people who were gloating, such as Xu Ying. As for the old outer court disciples, they were looking forward to seeing Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Second brother, this Ling Xiao is really overestimating himself. He was able to defeat Li Anli that day purely because Li Anli underestimated him. Yang Cheng is more than 10 times stronger than Li Anli. How dare he challenge Yang Cheng? Is he crazy? Standing in front of the notice board, Zhao Ci said helplessly. This girl was kind by nature, and it was rare for her to be so kind even in the royal family. Therefore, she was more puzzled about Ling Xiao. Maybe he is really confident. Anyway, I think this Ling Xiao is quite capable. Zhao Ji smiled and said, and no matter whether he succeeds or not, he will be a reference for us. Sooner or later, we will challenge the top 30. It will be a waste not to take advantage of such benefits. Alas! Zhao Ci sighed and turned to leave. According to the rules, all outer court disciples could challenge the top 30, but they could only do so once a month. Once they failed, they could only challenge again after a year. Therefore, although Zhao Ji had been itching for a fight, he had not done so because he was not fully confident. Chapter 265. For Zhao Ji and Xu Ying, Ling Xiao's stupid move was a great help. They could use this opportunity to see how strong the top 30 outer disciples were. In fact, in the Yuhua school, the top 30 outer disciples were also called quasi-inner disciples. This was not an official title, but everyone called them that. After all, the top 30 were all half-step masters, and they received more resources than those below 30. They also had more opportunities to receive guidance from the outer sect elders. Naturally, their chances of promotion were greatly increased. It was not an exaggeration to call them quasi-inner disciples. In the outer sect, everyone wanted to become a quasi-inner disciple. Zhao Ji, Xu Ying, and Zhao Ci were no exception. Ling Xiao did not care about the outside world's comments. The reason why he chose Li Anli and Yang Cheng was not entirely for revenge. In fact, he also wanted to use them as a reference. Especially Yang Cheng, who was ranked in the top 10. If he fought with him, he could roughly judge the strength of the top 10 outer disciples. After that, he would have more confidence to challenge stronger disciples. Although he had advanced to the early stage of the 9th stage of the martial vein, he did not plan to use his cultivation this time. He planned to challenge with the peak of the 8th stage of the martial vein. The greater the pressure, the greater the improvement. This was Ling Xiao's experience. Junior brother Ling, I will be leaving for a period of time. It just so happens that Yang Cheng and Li Anli think that I am dead. I can use this opportunity to go into seclusion and cultivate. I cannot accept your challenge. Wu Xiong had already thought about it. Since the seal had been opened, there was no need to continue hiding. He used to think that by being a good person, he would be safe. That was why he asked an expert to seal his essence soul. But now, it seemed that the world was not as beautiful as he had imagined. Therefore, he did not care anymore. Even if he became bloodthirsty, it did not matter. He believed that no matter what, he would not hurt Ling Xiao. Even if he used to be bloodthirsty, he would not hurt his friends or family. But is it okay to not show up for a long time? Ling Xiao asked. Outer sect disciples aren't that precious. Look, Cold Plum disappeared for a few days. Did anyone care? Wu Xiong sighed and said, as long as an outer sect disciple doesn't disappear for more than 10 years, no one will care. Even if you disappear for more than 10 years, your name will be cancelled. Of course, during the time you disappear, your salary will be stopped. So that's how it is. Looks like old man Baiyun was right. Outer sect disciples in Yuhua school are just a bunch of stinky B***ed keys. No one will care about them. Ling Xiao sighed. That day, Wu Xiong left the Yuhua school. He must have gone somewhere to cultivate. Ling Xiao did not have to worry about him. He tidied up a little and left the stone house to report to the medicine hall. Disciples like him, who had been personally requested by the medicine hall master to work in the medicine hall, would live in the medicine hall. After all, the medicine hall also had its own house, which was much better than the stone house where the outer disciples lived. Zhao Ji, Zhao Ci, and Xu Ying also had the same privilege. Dai Yuling probably had the same privilege. The other disciples were not so lucky. Hall Master Yang really valued Ling Xiao very much. When he went to the medicine hall, Hall Master Yang smiled and handed over the matters at hand to his subordinates. Then, he took him to visit the various branches of the medicine hall. The Yuhua School's medicine hall included the Medicine Mountain, the Beast Mountain, the Alchemy Room, the Medicine Hall, and so on. Anyway, there were more than 10 branches, which really opened Ling Xiao's eyes. Along the way, Hall Master Yang did not stop talking about the benefits of being an alchemist to Ling Xiao. He said that he would be respected by countless people, become the hope of the sect's future, and have a meteoric rise. Ling Xiao only responded vaguely. In his heart, no matter how good an alchemist was, he was at most a service staff. If he learned alchemy, it would be used as a support to improve his own cultivation. It would not be his main profession. As long as it did not affect his cultivation, there was nothing wrong with becoming an alchemist. Greetings, Hall Master Yang. Greetings, Elder Yang. Greetings, Elder Yang. Along the way, there were always people who came to greet Hall Master Yang. These people were respectful to Hall Master Yang on the surface, but it was unknown what they were thinking. Perhaps some people respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Some people just did not want to offend Hall Master Yang, so that no one would take care of them when they were sick or injured. There were also some people who just wanted to get the pills refined by Hall Master Yang, so they were respectful on the surface. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, who knew? Hall Master Yang did not seem to care much about these people's attitudes. He was used to these people's flattery and knew what they were thinking, so he just smiled. The puppy next to him was lying on his shoulder, still dozing off. He did not know why this little guy was so sleepy. It was as if it could never sleep enough. Of course, many people also noticed Ling Xiao. Isn't that the new disciple who publicly challenged Yang Cheng and Li Anli? Why is he walking with Hall Master Yang? They seem to be quite familiar with each other. The people who said this were naturally outer disciples. These outer disciples were already satisfied to be able to get a job in the medicinal hall, even if it was just a hard job. This was because the air in the medicinal hall was full of spirit energy. If they worked for a long time, their cultivation would improve faster. What they did not understand was how a new disciple could come to the medicinal hall and was personally greeted by Hall Master Yang. Could that kid be Hall Master Yang's relative in the secular world? Forget it, I've never heard of Hall Master Yang having relatives in the secular world. Do you know how old he is? Even if he has relatives, he probably doesn't know them. Is that the new disciple of Hall Master Yang? No way, Hall Master Yang is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. How can a new outer disciple like him be accepted? You know, even many geniuses in the inner sect who wanted to be his disciple were rejected. Then what do you think is going on? The discussion behind him was very soft, but everyone's envious and jealous gazes were real. Ling Xiao was actually able to receive such high regard from old Master Yang of the medicine hall. Even if he wasn't a disciple, his position definitely wasn't low. Over there is the Herb Mountain. This mountain is full of spirit energy and is most suitable for the growth of all kinds of medicinal materials. Before long, Hall Master Yang brought Ling Xiao to the Herb Mountain. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain range with more than a dozen rolling hills and thought of Dai Yuling. These days, he had been busy with his own affairs and did not come to the Herb Mountain to see Dai Yuling. After all, she was his senior sister who had been with him since they were in the latent dragon camp. Chapter 266. Ling Xiao. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice. Ling Xiao could tell that it was definitely Dai Yuling's voice. At this time, Dai Yuling was learning how to use martial spirits to cultivate herbs from a beautiful senior sister. Today, Ling Xiao found out that Dai Yuling's martial spirit was actually a spiritual herb. He couldn't tell the specific name. However, what surprised him was that the spiritual herb that was originally a broken martial spirit had now become a complete martial spirit. Although it was still transparent, it made Dai Yuling's strength much stronger than before. Dai Yuling. Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling were used to calling each other by their names, so they didn't feel anything wrong. On the contrary, the beautiful senior sister beside her frowned slightly. Old Hall Master Yang, Is this the genius you were talking about? Lan Yu, don't look down on him. This child's perception is high. I'm afraid it's even better than yours. Lan Yu's age was estimated to be 16 or 17 years old. She might not be much older than Ling Xiao, but her cultivation was frighteningly high. Ling Xiao couldn't tell what realm she was in, but he estimated that it wouldn't be lower than He Suo. Is that so? Lan Yu glanced at Ling Xiao. There was no color in her cold eyes. There was no contempt, but there was no surprise. It was as if she didn't care at all. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of gaze before. It was absolute confidence and strength. It was as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes. It wasn't targeted at Ling Xiao. However, she ignored Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to her. It was true that she was a beauty, but Ling Xiao really didn't want to make friends with a block of ice. How unpleasant would that be? Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to have a talent in medicine. I really didn't see it before. Dai Yuling said in surprise. You two know each other? Old Hall Master Yang glanced at Ling Xiao and asked. She and I are both martial artists from Baiyun province. We used to be fellow disciples. Ling Xiao explained. Hall Master Yang, this junior brother of mine is too powerful. When he first came to the latent dragon camp, his cultivation was much lower than mine. But now, his cultivation has surpassed mine. I have to say that he is the most perceptive martial artist I have ever seen. You have a good eye. Dai Yuling seemed to know Old Hall Master Yang, so she spoke casually. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that Dai Yuling was also requested by Old Hall Master Yang and senior martial sister Lan Yu. Naturally, they already knew each other. Yu Ling, there's no need to feel inferior. Learn well under me. With your cultivation, you can only surpass him. Lan Yu suddenly said. This woman was indeed arrogant. She could not tolerate others surpassing her, and she actually could not tolerate others surpassing her disciple. Lan Yu's status in Yuhua school was definitely not low. She was only 16 or 17 years old, yet she was already qualified to accept disciples. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is your senior martial sister Lan Yu. She's amazing. She's only 16 years old, but she's already a transcendent 9th layer cultivator. She's also very talented in medicine, so she's now one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Medicine Hall. Old Hall Master Yang smiled and introduced Ling Xiao to him. Heavens, did this girl start cultivating when she was in her mother's womb? 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation. She's not much worse than Old Hall Master Yang. She's probably one of the best among the inner disciples. Although this woman is arrogant, she has a reason to be. He raised his head and looked at Lan Yu again with a hint of admiration. He would not lower his head for beauty, but he would never be stingy with his admiration for those who were truly capable. Senior martial sister Lan is a true genius. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said. It's good that you know. Lan Yu said lightly before asking, Old Hall Master Yang has always praised your perception in front of me, and even Yu Ling always praises you, but alchemy is a profound subject. It's not something you can learn just by studying it. If you're only interested in it, I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior martial sister doesn't need to worry about that. Although I, Ling Xiao, have never come into contact with alchemy, and I don't understand anything about medicine, I'm still confident that nothing can stop me. He wasn't bragging. With his mountain and river martial spirit, nothing could stop him. As long as he was willing to learn, his attainments wouldn't be worse than anyone present. It was only a matter of time. Lan Yu frowned. She didn't like Ling Xiao's tone, as if alchemy were easy. If it was so easy, there wouldn't be only a few alchemists in the world. Old Hall Master Yang, why do I feel that your apprentice is a little impetuous? He doesn't know anything about medicine, but he dares to boast so shamelessly. Are you really going to accept him as your apprentice? Lan Yu looked at Old Hall Master Yang and asked. Not yet. Old Hall Master Yang replied. That's good. Old Hall Master Yang, you're quite cautious. Lan Yu nodded and felt that it was normal. Little Lan, you misunderstood. I'm not being cautious. It's just that this kid refuses to acknowledge me as his master. I have no choice but to accept him as my apprentice for the time being. Old Hall Master Young sighed and said, to be honest, I'm not qualified to be his master. What? Lan Yue had always been very calm, but now she was obviously very surprised. Who was Old Hall Master Young? He was the most outstanding apothecary in the Yuhua sect. If he was not qualified to teach Ling Xiao alchemy and medicine refinement, who else was qualified to do so? Old Hall Master Young, your joke is a bit too much. This Ling Xiao's potential isn't as good as several of his peers, and his strength isn't strong either. What qualifications does he have to refuse to be your apprentice? What is he relying on? Lan Yue couldn't help but raise her voice. Hehe, little Lan, you're really not convinced. I've seen countless geniuses. In terms of cultivation, they might be much stronger than this kid. But in terms of perception, if he says he's second, no one would dare to say they're first. Even I wouldn't dare to say so. Such a good seedling, I don't want to scare him away. It's fine if he doesn't want to acknowledge me as his master. I'm willing to accept it. Old Hall Master Young laughed. Lan Yue was dumbfounded. Anyway, with her eyesight and experience, she couldn't see what was so special about Ling Xiao. But this was normal. Although she was powerful, she was only 16 years old. Compared to Old Hall Master Young, her experience were far behind. Could it be that this kid really had something special? Thinking of this, Lan Yue was a little more interested in Ling Xiao. Of course, it was just a little bit of interest. Whether this person was worthy of her attention or not depended on his performance in the future. Little Lan, I brought Ling Xiao here today to let him familiarize himself with the environment. On the other hand, I'll have to trouble you to give him some pointers. You know that I'm too busy. I don't have time to teach him the basics. Old Hall Master Young said with a smile. Chapter 267. Ling Xiao doesn't understand pharmacology at all. I think you should start from the most basic pharmacology, fire control technique, basic alchemy technique, and basic alchemy technique. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Novel, Lan Yue didn't refuse the request of Old Hall Master Young, but she also put forward some suggestions. It was because Old Hall Master Young was kind to her, and she also needed a male disciple to handle some physical work. Of course, more importantly, Lan Yue had a little interest in Ling Xiao. She really wanted to see what kind of skills this genius, who was praised by Old Hall Master Young like a flower, had. Well, Ling Xiao, you will learn from Lan Yue for the time being. When the foundation is almost there, I will teach you more advanced alchemy and alchemy techniques. After saying that, Old Hall Master Young turned around and left. He really didn't worry about Lan Yue. That's great, Ling Xiao. We can cultivate together again in the future. Dai Yuling said heartlessly. What are you happy about? Have you understood everything I taught you? Lan Yue looked at Dai Yuling and said. Dai Yuling stuck out her tongue and hurriedly turned around to get busy. You come with me. After that, Lan Yue took Ling Xiao to the medicine hall's library. There were no martial arts secret books here, but there were a lot of alchemy and alchemy books. Good heavens, along the way, Lan Yue's chance of attracting attention was 100%. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, as long as Lan Yue walked past, there would be people turning their heads. Some were appreciative, but most of them were infatuated. But when they saw Ling Xiao, their eyes became sharp, as if Ling Xiao had offended them. Who is that kid? Why is he with senior sister Lan Yue? I haven't seen him before. He should be a new outer disciple. It turns out that senior sister Lan Yue likes little fresh meat. Hey, aren't we a little old? Good cabbages have been eaten by pigs. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao could only sigh. This was simply an unexpected disaster. You guys really like this popsicle? When they arrived at the medicinal hall's library, Lan Yue picked a few books from the bookshelf. In addition to the ones she had introduced before, there was also a book called Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and a book called Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. Don't underestimate this Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. These are the basics of alchemy and medicine refining. The Compendium of Spiritual Herbs records the medicinal properties, growth characteristics, and how to identify the various spiritual herbs that have been discovered so far. Lan Yu'er handed the book to Ling Xiao and introduced it to him. The other book, Illustrated Handbook of Spirit Beasts, has detailed information about various spirit beasts that can be used as medicine and the parts that can be used as medicine, including their medicinal properties and so on. Got it. Ling Xiao nodded. Not only do I have to know, but I also have to try my best to remember everything in these two books. Lan Yu'er emphasized. There were other disciples who were also choosing books nearby. Most of them were from the inner sect. When they heard this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did you see that? Junior Sister Lan is messing with people again. Yeah, even if you want to memorize just one of the two books, you won't be able to do it without more than 10 years. Moreover, you have to have a very good memory, not to mention two books. Yeah, I heard that Junior Sister Lan seems to have only memorized 70% of the contents. The rest is just familiar. Sigh, that unlucky kid, how did he offend Junior Sister Lan? He's really unlucky. Ling Xiao had heard these discussions, but he didn't say anything. He just laughed in his heart. Lan Yu'er should want me to back off. Of course, she also wanted to test me. Don't worry, Senior Sister Lan, I will definitely give you a surprise. He smiled and didn't leave. He found a seat and sat down. Then, he quickly began to read the books that Lan Yu'er brought. Basic Pharmacology, Fire Control Technique, Basic Alchemy Technique, Basic Medicine Refining Technique. In a moment, he had already copied the contents of these 4 books. Of course, copying was just the beginning. The contents of the books that were copied into the Mountain River Martial Soul would be integrated into his soul. This was more reliable than memorizing the contents. Except for the Fire Control Technique, the other 3 books were very easy to understand. In the state of soul imprint, he had already understood them in less than a quarter of an hour. The Fire Control Technique was a little more difficult. It talked about how to control the fire in the process of alchemy and medicine refining. The content was very complicated and detailed. Every medicinal herb required exquisite control of the type and size of the flame. If he wanted to fully master it, he really had to memorize the contents of the Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and the Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts. This way, he could control the flame according to the special characteristics of the medicinal herbs. Otherwise, it would be easy to make mistakes. Outer disciples weren't qualified to read these 2 books. However, since Ling Xiao was Old Hall Master Yang's man and was brought here by Lan Yu'er, the person in charge of the library didn't dare to stop him. The 2 books had a lot of pictures and very complicated text information. It even involved a lot of arithmetic problems. To be honest, when Ling Xiao opened these 2 books, he knew that what the inner disciples said was true. These 2 books looked thin, but in fact, they used a special sealing method. If they were processed according to the method of ordinary books, the contents inside would be more than a 100 square meter house. Seeing Ling Xiao's stunned expression, Lan Yu'er's mouth slipped into a smug smile. However, the next moment, she was dumbfounded. The inner disciples who sang the sad music for Ling Xiao were also dumbfounded. Ling Xiao wasn't reading the books. He was just looking at the flowers on horseback. He just casually flipped through them and stopped. Junior brother Ling, it doesn't matter if you can't remember them. I didn't ask you to remember them now. As long as you can remember them all in 10 years, it will be good enough. Lan Yu'er said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled and simply closed the books. Then, he returned all the books. That kid is smart. He knows that he can't do it, so he admits defeat. Otherwise, he will suffer later. This is called having self-awareness. Yes, there is really no need to compare himself with a genius like Junior Sister Lan. Otherwise, he will die of anger. When the inner sect disciples saw that Ling Xiao had returned the book, they all praised him greatly. They felt that Ling Xiao's action was a smart one. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to listen to their praise. In his mind, Ling Xiao was repeatedly recalling the contents of the 2 books. It was too surprising. No wonder the outer disciples weren't allowed to read these 2 books. It was estimated that a lot of people worked hard to compile these 2 books. Many medicinal herbs and spirit beasts were recorded in them. In fact, they were very common things, but if you didn't understand them, you would think that they were rubbish. Chapter 268. In these two books, in addition to most of the common herbs and spirit beasts, there were many mystical items that Ling Xiao had never seen or even heard of before. For example, Master Bai Yun once said that a person's potential was not static. It could be improved through external objects, such as some spiritual herbs, but these spiritual herbs were very difficult to obtain. In this book, there was a spiritual herb called treasure fruit. Its name was ordinary, but this fruit could slowly improve a martial artist's potential all the way to a divine treasure body. In addition, there were also strange spiritual herbs, spiritual items, and spirit beasts. For example, there was a spiritual herb called phoenix grass. After a martial artist consumed it, he could obtain a chance to be reborn from the ashes. Then there was the blood of a certain primordial beast. After consuming or absorbing it, the blood in the body could undergo some special changes and obtain the terrifying power of the primordial beast. This made Ling Xiao think of the golden dragon bloodline in his body. He had always guessed that this thing should be the blood of some primordial divine dragon, but it had never been confirmed. But today, he finally got confirmation from the illustrated handbook of spiritual beasts. The worries in his heart were gone. Not only that, but there were also some herbs that could help awaken the golden dragon bloodline, which would be of great help to Ling Xiao. In addition to herbs and spirit beasts, there were some spiritual items, such as the preserved blood of primordial martial artists and items that contained the remnant souls of primordial martial artists. Using these items to refine pills, after consuming them, there was a possibility of obtaining the martial soul of a primordial martial artist or magical powers. For example, martial souls such as Moonlight Pagoda, Blood Dissipating Sword, Golden Buddha, Book of the Chaos, and so on. There were also magical powers such as 3 Heads 6 Arms, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, Heavenly Dipper Earthly Fiend Transformation, and so on. Ling Xiao had never thought that a martial artist could become so powerful and have the power to fight against heaven and earth. This was too shocking. These two books had opened up a whole new world for him, making him completely determined to learn from old Hall Master Yang. Previously, he still had the idea of mingling around, only feeling that the work here was easier and that no one would suppress him. But now, his mentality had completely changed. Concocting pills and practicing martial arts had to go hand in hand. There was no distinction between the two. In any case, he was talented enough, had a strong comprehension ability, and also had the shadow cultivation secret technique. Many things could be handled separately. Speaking of the shadow cultivator secret technique, it could no longer keep up with his cultivation. After all, the shadow cultivation secret technique was only a quasi-gold grade auxiliary martial art. At most, it could help him reach the peak of the 9th layer martial vein. Once he reached the transcendent realm, he would need a better auxiliary martial art. Senior Sister Lan, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't let me read these two books, I really wouldn't have known that the profound world was so wonderful. There are so many things to look forward to. Ling Xiao was truly grateful. Although he knew that Lan Yu'er was deliberately making things difficult for him, he did gain some benefits from it. Moreover, it wasn't just a little benefit. Therefore, there was no need to hold a grudge. "You've finished reading the contents." Lan Yu'er was somewhat surprised. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to memorize the contents of the two books. However, with his speed, it was impossible for him to finish reading them. "I'm done." Ling Xiao nodded. Lan Yu'er's eyes flashed with a touch of disgust. She hated dishonest people, but she didn't say anything. In any case, Ling Xiao wasn't her disciple. If he liked to lie and brag, then she would let him be. Ling Xiao saw the disgust in Lan Yu'er's eyes, but he didn't explain. After all, he didn't have any improper thoughts about Lan Yu'er. Moreover, he wasn't her disciple. He didn't care what Lan Yu'er thought of him. In the following days, Ling Xiao didn't stay in the Medicine Hall's library. Instead, he went to Herb Mountain and Beast Mountain. From noon to the next day, he spent almost all of his time in Herb Mountain and Beast Mountain. The first half of his time was in Herb Mountain, and the second half was in Beast Mountain. After all, the knowledge in the books was just pictures. How could it be as wonderful as the real world? He compared the information in his memory with the herbs in the real world. This way, he could understand more clearly. It had to be said that the accuracy of these two books was very high, but there were still some omissions. Of course, this might not be an oversight. It was just that the ability of an alchemist was limited and couldn't find it. However, Ling Xiao's special ability, analysis and practice, which he obtained from the mountain and river martial spirit, could completely find these omissions and find a way to deal with them. He believed that if he were to refine pills, the pills he refined would be more perfect than those at the same level. With an understanding of herbs and spirit beasts, it would be very easy to learn the fire control technique. As for basic pharmacology, basic alchemy technique, and basic alchemy technique, they weren't worth mentioning. Of course, he still needed to ask Lan Yue about some things. He didn't care whether Lan Yue gave him a good look or not. If he learned something, it would be his. At first, Lan Yue just casually responded. But later, she took the initiative to look for Ling Xiao to discuss. This was because she was astonished to discover that Ling Xiao's understanding of medicinal herbs and spirit beasts was actually more thorough than hers in certain areas. His understanding was also more comprehensive. This discovery made her proud heart completely relieved. People who knew Lan Yue would know that although this girl was indeed very arrogant, she had always been a little crazy about learning. This was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. That night, Ling Xiao didn't sleep at all. He wanted to seize the time to consolidate all the things he learned. Learning didn't mean that he would always know. He needed to consolidate it and thoroughly understand it. Otherwise, a smattering of knowledge would kill him. The next morning, he stood up and rubbed his legs. Today was the day of the open competition with Yang Cheng and Li Anli. He worked too hard last night and almost forgot about it. Originally, before the competition, he should have a good rest. But now, he was busy the whole night. Because Old Hall Master Yang wasn't here, Ling Xiao went to Lan Yue to ask for leave. This senior sister was impartial. If he left without asking for leave, who knew what kind of rotten fruit he would eat when he came back? You're not allowed to go. Lan Yue decisively refused Ling Xiao's request. Why? Ling Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. First of all, you haven't finished what Old Hall Master Yang asked you to do. Secondly, as your senior sister, I really don't think you can challenge those two people. Lan Yue's answer was also very concise. Ling Xiao smiled and said, first of all, I have done what Old Hall Master Yang asked me to do. Secondly, I don't care about those two people at all. The reason why I challenged them is to get more resources. In addition, it's also to deter others so that they won't always come to trouble me. Chapter 269. Lan Yue was still as cold as ice. She said coldly, I don't know your strength, but you said you did what Old Hall Master Yang asked you to do. That's pure nonsense. Don't think you can get carried away just because you found something that even I don't know. Your foundation is still far from enough. Hihi, senior sister, there's no point in saying that. How about this? You can test me. If I can really complete the mission, you have to let me go. Otherwise, I can't afford to lose face. Moreover, my prize is 1,000-year golden snow lotus. It would be a pity to just give it away for free. Ling Xiao said with a smile. After getting along with her for less than 2 days, Ling Xiao had basically figured out Lan Yue's temper. She was really cold on the outside but warm on the inside. So, it was nothing to joke with her. 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. You're really generous. Lan Yue looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of disappointment. After a moment of silence, he said, all right, since you're so confident, then I'll test you. If you pass my test, not to mention challenging an outer court disciple, even if you challenge an inner court disciple, I won't care. I really don't dare to challenge the inner disciples. Senior Lan, you can't give me a test other than those books. Then, I'll just admit defeat. Ling Xiao said. Don't worry. It's all the content in those books. Lan Yue looked at Dai Yuling and said, Dai Yuling can be a witness. I naturally believe in you. You can give me a test. Ling Xiao looked at the sky outside. It was still early. As long as he went there before noon, he wouldn't automatically admit defeat. In fact, even if there was no witness, Lan Yu'er wouldn't give him a test other than those books. Most pharmacists had to study hard for 3 to 5 years before they could get a basic understanding of those books. It would take at least 10 years or even dozens of years to fully comprehend them. This was just a small achievement. She, Lan Yu'er, was naturally intelligent and had a strong perception. Whether it was martial arts or alchemy, she was a real genius. However, it took her several years to get to the small achievement. It took her nearly 10 years to get to her current level. One had to know that she had been learning alchemy since she was 9 years old. This Ling Xiao obviously had good eyesight and good perception, but his mentality was extremely impetuous. This time, he had to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't dare to be so cocky in the future. He would study hard and maybe he could really become the good alchemist that old Hall Master Yang was looking forward to. In short, she didn't believe that Ling Xiao had learned those books. It had only been less than 2 days, and it was already good enough that he could finish reading them. Learn. Was he still human? The first question is also the most basic question. What is a medicinal pill? Lan Yu'er asked. This question was indeed the most basic and simple one. However, laymen might not be able to answer it. Tracing back to the origin and development of alchemy and pills. Pills originated from the immemorial martial artists' alchemy techniques, and it was also the continuation and development of the immemorial alchemy techniques. Alchemy and pills were an inseparable whole. Without the ancient human race martial artists, it would be impossible for there to be today's pill culture. Pills were created by the immemorial martial artists' alchemists. In the immemorial era, pills had 2 meanings. One was an immortal pill, and the other was an ordinary medicine. The pills refined by the immemorial alchemists were called external pills. It referred to using a furnace to refine gold and stone into medicinal bait to create an immortal golden pill. Alchemy techniques had an early origin on the Heavenly Dragon continent, about 100,000 years ago. At that time, alchemist Li Shaojun used pill sand into gold as a food container to refine golden pills. 50,000 years ago, alchemist Wei Boyang wrote the Yin-Yang Deed of Thorough Comprehension, which used yin and yang to describe golden pills. It was known as the Eternal Alchemy Canon. 1,000 years ago, the alchemist Emperor Ge had summarized the external elixirs that had been circulating at that time. He had written a book called the Immemorial Alchemy Canon. He had divided the external elixirs into 3 categories: divine elixirs, golden elixirs, and golden elixirs. He had also called the golden elixirs as medicine. The longer it was burned, the more wonderful the changes would be. Ling Xiao talked eloquently from the first appearance of alchemy 100,000 years ago to the modern era. Not only did he clearly answer Lan Yu'er's questions, but he also talked about it in more detail. Even Lan Yu'er didn't pay much attention to some of the secrets he talked about. Okay, you passed the first question, but this question is relatively simple. The second question is not easy to answer. Although Lan Yu'er was surprised, she was very calm on the surface. Wait a minute, senior sister. You have to ask a few questions. You have to make it clear first. Otherwise, it will be meaningless after the challenge time. Ling Xiao said. Don't worry, there are only 4 questions. Okay, you ask. The second question: explain the relationship between fire control technique and medicinal herbs. This question seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. Many alchemists didn't completely understand it until they died. The reason why there were failures in alchemy was because they didn't grasp it well. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He smiled and said, "Fire control technique is about the control of the fire and the use of the flame. The control of the fire is easy to understand. There are big, small, medium, slow, and so on. The nature of the elixir is different, so the flame requirements are different. In the process of alchemy, the flame needs to be adjusted in time. In addition, the flame is divided into ordinary fire, civil and martial fire, true samadhi fire." Ling Xiao's answer was not only detailed, but also just right. Even if Lan Yu'er wanted to find some trouble, she couldn't find any. The third question involves practical application, but it's still the most basic application. Listen carefully, I'll add an ordinary golden snow lotus and various auxiliary medicinal herbs. What's the best alchemy formula? How do you operate it? When it came to this question, it basically involved the profession of alchemists. Dai Yuling was obviously nervous on the side. Conceptual questions, if one had a good memory, they could still remember them. But when it came to professional questions, they needed to understand them. It was definitely not something that could be solved with a good memory. Outside the door, Hall Master Yang had come back. He stood there and listened to the conversation in the room. While stroking his beard, a dignified expression appeared on his face. He was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's answers to the first two questions. But for this question, he always felt that Lan Yu'er was a little too hasty. Even if Ling Xiao's comprehension was good, it was impossible for him to answer such a professional question. What's wrong? Are you worried? The puppy on his shoulder transmitted a message to Hall Master Yang. I'm a little worried. This boy is indeed a genius, but it hasn't been 2 days. He's just self-taught. No one taught him alchemy skills. How can he know these? Hall Master Yang transmitted a message with a wry smile. In the room, Dai Yuling also reminded Lan Yu'er, Master, isn't it a little too much? What's too much? He's so smart. How can he not answer? In fact, Lan Yu'er was a little excited. She found that Ling Xiao's comprehension was much better than hers. For a moment, she felt a little unbalanced. She wanted to see how strong Ling Xiao could be. Of course, my first choice is the Golden Snow Lotus Spirit Dispersing Pill. Ling Xiao answered calmly. In fact, this question was really nothing to him. Chapter 270. The reason why I chose the Golden Snow Lotus Energy Dispersing Pill is that the Golden Snow Lotus contains a special ingredient called Snow Lotus Essence. It can dissolve the discomfort caused by the expansion of the true essence. In this answer, Ling Xiao not only explained why he chose to make the Golden Snow Lotus Energy Dispersing Pill, but also quoted many classic quotations and practical cases from the books he had read. Novel, La. In the whole process of answering, he said more than 1,000 words. His profound understanding of the basic books and his thorough understanding of pharmacology and medicinal herbs was simply amazing. Outside the door, Hall Master Yang was surprised and surprised. He even suspected that Ling Xiao had read those books before. But it was impossible. The Compendium of Spiritual Herbs and the Illustrated Handbook of Spiritual Beasts were definitely not something that people in the secular world could read. And even if he had read them before, Ling Xiao was only 14 years old. Could it be that he began to learn these things when he was in his mother's womb? Obviously, that was impossible. So, there was only one conclusion, that this boy was too abnormal. Lan Yu'er's face was full of surprise. At this time, she couldn't understand this boy who was younger than her at all. From the beginning of the conversation, she knew that Ling Xiao was really a layman in alchemy. But now, Ling Xiao's performance was like an old pharmacist who had studied alchemy for many years. This was too incredible. Have you really never learned alchemy before? Lan Yu'er couldn't help but ask. No. Ling Xiao shook his head. His eyes were very clear. He didn't need to lie at all. Dai Yuling, who was next to him, was surprised. She knew that Ling Xiao definitely didn't know about pharmacology when he was in the latent dragon camp. Otherwise, Ling Xiao could cure the injury of cold plum. But now, Ling Xiao felt that his foundation was stronger than hers. He was really a genius in alchemy. After all, even Lan Yu'er couldn't figure out some of the things that Ling Xiao said, let alone her. All right, last question. Lan Yu'er took a deep breath and decided to increase the difficulty of the problem. Senior sister, please speak. Now, here are the materials for alchemy. Ordinary gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill can be refined with these materials. Go ahead and refine an ordinary gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill. Creak. The door was pushed open and old Hall Master Yang walked in with a smile. Little Lan, don't make things difficult for him. In less than 2 days, it's already good that he can understand the method of alchemy, but this is completely different from actual practice. Even for you, it took you a month to successfully refine an ordinary spirit pill. Lan Yu'er also knew that her question was too difficult for Ling Xiao. This was a very complicated and comprehensive practical question. Not only do you have to understand pharmacology, medicinal herbs, fire control, basic alchemy, and so on, but you also have to understand the various tools and processes of alchemy. If there was even the slightest mistake in the process, it would be impossible to successfully refine the pill. She asked this question because she wanted to know where Ling Xiao's bottom line was. She really didn't mean to make things difficult for him. However, after being reminded by Old Hall Master Yang, she suddenly woke up. In other people's eyes, she was really deliberately making things difficult for him. To be honest, Lan Yue didn't want to offend such a genius. She wanted to use Old Hall Master Yang's words as a way to step down. So she said, "You're right. Although the practical process is described in those books, you haven't actually learned it, and I haven't taught you. It's beyond the scope. Hehe, senior sister Lan, you don't have to change the question. Anyway, refining an ordinary gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill won't take a long time. Let me try." Although Ling Xiao hadn't practiced it in reality, his martial soul avatar had tried it many times in the Mountain River world. He confirmed that he had no problem. "What? Are you sure you want to do this?" Old Hall Master Yang was also stunned. One had to know that alchemy was something that could only be done by true alchemists. Although the refinement of the ordinary golden snow lotus energy dispersing pill was relatively simple and the formula wasn't complicated, even so, it still required more than 10 medicinal herbs. The attributes, characteristics, and taboos of various medicinal herbs needed to be clearly understood. Even if there was a slight mistake, it would fail. Not to mention the control of the fire in the middle, which was simply a nightmare for newcomers. A newcomer who had just learned pharmacology for less than 2 days probably didn't even remember the names of various medicinal herbs, let alone the characteristics and taboos. You want him to refine a pill? Wasn't this purely funny? But Ling Xiao actually agreed. Could this kid really do it, or was he just unwilling to admit defeat? Or was he just arrogant? Ling Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. He still had to rush to teach Li Anli and Yang Cheng a lesson, so he had already started. Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yue looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. However, what happened next made them feel even more incredulous. Ling Xiao's process of selecting the herbs, mixing the herbs, lighting the fire, controlling the fire, and refining the pill was completely smooth without any pause in the middle. There were even some medicinal herbs that he could tell exactly what they were with just a glance. The gold snow lotus was relatively easy to identify, but the dozen medicinal herbs that went with it were more difficult because they were all inconspicuous. Only an old alchemist could identify them at once. However, Ling Xiao was more terrifying than an old alchemist. He didn't even need to weigh the number of medicinal herbs, as if his hand was the most accurate measuring tool. Looking at this, Old Hall Master Yang was dumbfounded. Lan Yue's heart trembled. She really couldn't believe that this 14-year-old boy in front of her was actually more outstanding than her. For many years, she had always been known as one of the most outstanding geniuses among the inner disciples. In terms of pharmacology, she was absolutely number one. But now, her number one position was obviously inferior. Originally, she should be angry, but strangely, she actually had a special feeling in her heart. She couldn't tell what it was, but looking at Ling Xiao's serious appearance while refining the pill, his originally ordinary appearance became handsome. After he finished his analysis, he left the dumbfounded old man Guan and alchemist Yun Yao. Time's up. Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand to open the alchemy furnace. Seeing this, Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yue heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they felt that Ling Xiao was too early. This Ling Xiao wasn't monstrous enough to defy the heavens. For ordinary people, 15 minutes was the standard time to refine the gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill. However, Ling Xiao was still far away from 15 minutes, but he actually wanted to open the furnace. Chapter 271. Without looking at the pill in the furnace, Old Hall Master Yang smiled and said, "Ling Xiao, although there is a problem with your pill refining process, it doesn't matter. You've done very well. At your age, only Lana can do this. But she started learning alchemy at the age of 9, and you've just started. Old senior, Is there a problem with my pill refining process? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. He didn't understand what was wrong with his pill refining process. Everything was going smoothly. It's too early to open the furnace, but this is normal. After all, it's your first time refining pills, Lan Yue replied. A rare smile appeared on her face. Could it be that this popsicle was going to melt? But old senior, I think the quality of my gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill is better than the ones refined by your medicine hall. Ling Xiao took his pill and handed it to Old Hall Master Yang. How is this possible? Ah, this is impossible. Old Hall Master Yang's words were a little incoherent. That was because he had initially thought that Ling Xiao was a little arrogant. However, when he saw the medicinal pill, his expression turned into one of astonishment. At this time, even the puppy on his shoulder, which had been sleeping with its eyes closed, opened its eyes and barked twice. Lan Yue's face was also flushed with shock, like a ripe apple. Dai Yuling sat directly on the ground, her whole body drenched. He only used 1/3 of the time to refine such a perfect gold snow lotus spirit dispersing pill. This old man isn't hallucinating, is he? Old Hall Master Yang pulled his beard fiercely, as if he wanted to save himself from an illusion. Oh, it's not an illusion. Boy, how did you do it? Old Hall Master Yang asked in amazement. No, no, no. Don't answer. Let this old man think. He walked around the furnace, then carefully observed the furnace fire. Finally, he observed the pill. Then, he clapped his hands and said, I understand, I understand. You're really a genius. When most people refine pills, a lot of the furnace's energy will be wasted in the process. Moreover, there will always be mistakes in controlling the fire. Therefore, one can only refine slowly. This way, if there are mistakes, one can fix them in time. But you're different. You actually used your true essence to create an insulating layer around the pill furnace. This prevented the furnace's energy from leaking out. Of course, this is only a small trick. This old man and Lan girl have tried it before, but we weren't as good as you. The most surprising thing is that you didn't make the slightest mistake in the process of controlling the fire. In other words, the entire process was flawless. That's why you were able to greatly reduce the time. Lan Yue asked anxiously, Ling Xiao, are you hiding something from us? Just the day before yesterday, you didn't know anything about pharmacology. How could you refine such a perfect gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill today? She suspected that Ling Xiao had never concocted pills before. Ling Xiao smiled unhurriedly and said, Senior sister, I don't have many advantages, but my memory is especially good and my comprehension is passable. I have memorized all the books you gave me the day before yesterday, and I have more or less comprehended them. Moreover, I have already gone through the process of refining pills more than 100 times in my mind, which is why I was able to succeed so easily. Don't tell me that you've memorized all the books. Lan Yue's eyes widened like two bright moons. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly and said, Senior sister, you're right. I've memorized all the books. In fact, not only the gold snow lotus energy dispersing pill, I can even refine other ordinary pills. When he spoke, his tone was as modest as possible. He didn't want others to think that he was too arrogant. But, what was the use of being modest about this kind of thing? In the eyes of others, being able to do this kind of thing, modesty would become arrogance. Old Hall Master Yang glanced at the puppy on his shoulder. At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared on the puppy's forehead. Although it disappeared in a flash, it was still caught by Ling Xiao. Only now did he know that the puppy was not ordinary. Old man, do you mean that he didn't lie? Old Hall Master Yang's face showed ecstasy. His puppy was not ordinary. The golden light on its forehead was an ancient magical ability, the eyes of truth. It was useless for anyone to lie in front of it. Now that he learned that Ling Xiao didn't lie, it meant that what Ling Xiao said was true. He really did have a terrible memory and perception. Old Hall Master Yang had lived for more than 100 years. He was close to 200 years old. He had seen too many geniuses. Among them, there were many people who had a retentive memory. Ling Xiao seemed to not only have a good memory, but his perception was also heaven-defying. If one only remembered, It was impossible to successfully refine pills. That required a complete understanding. Obviously, Ling Xiao did it. In fact, Old Hall Master Yang didn't fully understand how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He didn't have a good memory or a high perception. Instead, he could directly integrate what he saw and touched into his soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. All the knowledge, memories, skills, and so on of a person existed in the soul. Not to mention a few books, even if it was a complicated martial art move, he could directly take it for himself. It just depended on whether he liked it or not. Monster. After a long time, Old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yu'er said these two words at the same time. Yes, an existence more terrifying than a genius. Wasn't that a monster? You two are overpraising me. I just have a good memory. I can probably achieve a retentive memory. In addition, my perception is slightly better. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Pretend. You brat, keep pretending. Having a retentive memory and a terrifying perception is very important for a martial artist. Don't you know how important it is? Old Hall Master Yang said with his eyes wide open. Although his eyes were wide open, there was a smug smile on his face. Fortunately, he had poached this brat early. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss if others took a fancy to him. Not to mention comprehension ability, just the ability to remember things with a single glance was enough to allow a martial artist to stand above others. If coupled with comprehension, it would be like using cheats. However, Old Hall Master Yang didn't know that these two so-called abilities were just the branches of the mountain river martial soul. Ling Xiao's ability was far beyond their imagination. Can I test you again? Lan Yu'er hesitated and said. Senior sister, we agreed on 4 questions. You can't go back on your words. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. No, I just want to confirm if you really have a retentive memory, Lan Yu'er explained. Ling Xiao looked at the sky. There was still time, so he could only sigh and say, okay, but it can't be too long. If you want to ask, hurry up. Haha, I want to participate too. Dai Yuling said hurriedly. This old man will also join in the fun. Old Hall Master Yang also became playful. Chapter 272. In the next quarter of an hour, Old Hall Master Yang, Lan Yu'er, and Dai Yuling took turns to bombard Ling Xiao with questions randomly. Sometimes, they even asked Ling Xiao to recite some content directly. As a result, not only did Ling Xiao answer the questions fluently, but he also pointed out some omissions in the book, which directly made the 3 of them dumbfounded. Dai Yuling smiled bitterly. Lan Yu'er's arrogance was completely defeated by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's monstrous talent isn't something they can compare with. Even Old Hall Master Yang smiled bitterly. This is really a case of talented people being born in every generation, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. This old man's generation is going to be beaten to the beach by your generation. Although he said so, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. The reason why he hasn't had a breakthrough in his cultivation wasn't because he couldn't, but because he put a lot of energy into training his disciples. He needs an heir for his medical knowledge. Unfortunately, it hasn't been realized yet. Lan Yu'er is a real genius, but unfortunately, her identity is noble, and her master isn't inferior to him, so she can't be his heir. He didn't expect that God wasn't blind and actually gave him Ling Xiao. This is simply the best gift given to him. He originally fancied Ling Xiao only because of Ling Xiao's comprehension ability in the God Sealing catalogue. But now, it seems that he really underestimated this kid. This kid's talent is definitely much more terrifying than he imagined. Senior Sister Lan, you won't stop me from challenging him, right? Ling Xiao looked at Lan Yu'er and asked. Lan Yu'er sighed. I really don't know why you have to challenge him now. It won't be too late to challenge him after your strength has increased. How can you win now? Little Lan, don't worry about him. It's good to let this kid suffer a little. Otherwise, his tail will be raised to the sky. Old Hall Master Yang smiled. Thank you, Senior Sister Lan. Then, I'll go. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Wait a minute. Lan Yu'er suddenly shouted. What's wrong, Senior Sister? Are you really going back on your word? Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good. He didn't like capricious people. Don't worry, I just want to go with you and take a look. Lan Yue suddenly laughed and said, let's see how you will be beaten until you look for your teeth on the ground. You're not a little guy yet. Ling Xiao muttered, you are only 2 years older than me. How dare you pretend to be an adult? What did you say? Lan Yue widened her almond-shaped eyes. Nothing, nothing. Ling Xiao really didn't dare offend Lan Yue. After all, the other party was a 9th-layer transcendent realm master. If she wanted to teach him a lesson, wouldn't it be child's play? Master, I want to watch the show too. Dai Yuling added. You can't do it. Ling Xiao reached this level in less than 2 days. You've been studying for longer than her. Stay here and study the book I gave you. You'll be tested when you come back. Lan Yue was really impartial and didn't care about human feelings. Okay then. Although Dai Yuling really wanted to cheer for Ling Xiao, she was more concerned about working hard. She couldn't surpass Ling Xiao and Lan Yue, but she could at least become a character like old Hall Master Yang. She really had to work hard. Just like that, Ling Xiao left the medicine hall under Lan Yue's supervision and rushed to the outer court square. He was going to complete his first official challenge since joining the Yuhua school. This was different from the usual private matches. This time, the challenge was allowed by the outer court main hall, and the entire outer court knew about it. If he won, he would be promoted to the top 30 and enjoy the preferential treatment of an inner court disciple. If he lost, he might not be able to raise his head again. Along the way, Ling Xiao was thinking about the challenge and didn't even look at the beautiful woman beside him. Lan Yue was a little disappointed. Her master was the grand elder of the Yuhua school and had a high status. Even the current headmaster of the Yuhua school didn't dare to offend her. Her martial arts talent had always been one of the best in the Yuhua school. Her medical talent was the best, second to none. Her beauty was definitely one of the best in the entire Yuhua school. Because of this, she had always lacked true friends. Those who surrounded her all day long just wanted to curry favor with her. Therefore, although she longed for friends, she pretended to be an iceberg, a woman who didn't want anyone to get close to her. However, Ling Xiao's appearance was gradually melting this iceberg. Lan Yue suddenly realized that there was someone more outstanding than her in this world, and it was a man. She didn't want to accept it, but she was also surprised. Regardless of Ling Xiao's martial arts talent, his medical talent was absolutely unparalleled. Such a talented young man didn't have the slightest arrogance and could get along very well with Dai Yuling. It was said that he also had a good relationship with Wu Xiong, a low-level outer sect disciple. She had gradually changed her view of Ling Xiao. However, she definitely didn't want to win him over. She really admired and was surprised. Ling Xiao didn't know what Lan Yue was thinking. He didn't care. He hated it when others ignored him. If others ignored him, he wouldn't pounce on them and pester them either. If others were warm to him, he would also express his kindness. Wu Xiong was like this, and so was Hall Master Yang. Lan Yue still needed to be observed. However, her current attitude was quite good. At least she wasn't as arrogant as she was the day before. A lot of people had already gathered in the outer sect square. Today was an open challenge. The outer sect headquarters specially allowed the outer sect disciples to ask for leave to watch the challenge. If it was an ordinary challenge, it wouldn't be necessary. However, someone wanted to challenge a quasi-inner sect disciple. Moreover, he wanted to challenge 2 inner sect disciples at once. This was really necessary. It was also a learning experience. It wasn't just watching the fun. Originally, many people hoped that Ling Xiao would win. At least, he could break the current situation of the top 30 disciples. However, when Ling Xiao and Lan Yue appeared together, these people's thoughts completely changed. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. This Ling Xiao, how did he manage to hook up with senior sister Lan Yue? This is too awesome. Senior sister Lan Yue is the goddess in my heart. How can I let this guy tarnish her? I hope senior brother Li and senior brother Yang can teach this guy a lesson today and embarrass Ling Xiao. Not to mention the outer sect disciples, Even Hei Suo and the other inner sect disciples who were watching the challenge were dumbfounded. Especially Hei Suo. Although he didn't particularly care about women, he only coveted Lan Yuer's beauty and ability. However, he was only at Transcendent Realm Stage 3. He wasn't qualified to pursue Lan Yuer. Lan Yuer was usually very noble and indifferent. She kept everyone at a distance. Aside from the older generation of warriors, almost no one could see her smiling face. In Hei Suo's mind, this woman must be given to him to conquer. Chapter 273. Seeing Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer's affectionate appearance, Hei Suo felt like his vision had turned dark. If he, an inner sect disciple, was like this, then the outer sect disciples were even worse. All of them were gnashing their teeth, wishing they could immediately switch places with Ling Xiao. "Senior sister, I'm going over." Ling Xiao turned around and said. "Go, be careful." Lan Yuer wanted to express her concern, but her words were still cold. Probably because she was used to this kind of disguise, she really couldn't change it in a short time. Ling Xiao walked towards the square's challenge platform. This challenge platform was a specially made treasure. Even a transcendent realm cultivator couldn't easily destroy it. The strongest outer sect disciple was only a half-step grandmaster, not even reaching the transcendent realm. This was definitely very sturdy. Standing on the challenge platform, Ling Xiao looked around. Yang Cheng and Li Anli hadn't arrived yet, but Zhao Ji, Xu Ying, Zhao Ci, and the others from the outer sect had all arrived. In fact, everyone wanted to challenge a quasi-inner sect disciple. Because in addition to an increase in salary, they would also have more time to cultivate. They wouldn't have to do heavy physical work, and would only need to be responsible for management. And the higher the ranking, the more power and status they would have. They wouldn't even need to do management work. Every day, they would only need to cultivate, and they would receive more generous rewards than other outer sect disciples. Right, the top 10 outer sect disciples could also have their own secluded caves. Not only was it comfortable to live there, but it was also rich in world energy. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Soon, Yang Cheng and Li Anli also arrived. Even Elder Bai had arrived. Elder Bai would always be present for challenges related to the top 10 outer sect disciples. This could be regarded as a kind of expression of the sect's importance. Ling Xiao, come down first. Yang Cheng will also accept 2 challenges today. Let him fight someone else first, then you fight Li Anli. Stagger in the middle to make the challenge fair. Elder Bai called Ling Xiao down from the challenge platform. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Cheng. He could roughly understand Yang Cheng's thoughts. Even Ling Xiao dared to fight 1 against 2. Yang Cheng, who was ranked 10th in the outer sect, wouldn't dare to fight 1 against 2. From now on, Liu Qiong, who is ranked 15th in the outer sect, challenges Yang Cheng, who is ranked 10th in the outer sect. This was a battle between quasi-inner disciples. One was ranked 15th. One was ranked 10th. Both of them were half-step masters. It turned out that this Liu Qiong had once challenged the 3rd-ranked Jin Ming, and the result was a crushing defeat. This time, he had learned his lesson, so he chose to challenge Yang Cheng, who was ranked last in the top 10. Under normal circumstances, Yang Cheng was the weakest among the top 10. As long as he defeated him, he would be able to obtain his own cave, and the resources would also be much richer. The top 30 were considered one class. The top 10 was another level altogether. If you want to get into the top 30, you have to get into the top 30. As for those in the top 30, they hoped to enter the top 10. Seeing Liu Qiong, Yang Cheng just smiled slightly and said, "Can't beat Jinming, so you came to challenge me. Do you really take me to be a pushover?" Wind and rain sword technique. As soon as Yang Cheng finished speaking, he stabbed out with his sword. The sword light was as fine as the wind and rain, densely covering Liu Qiong. It was continuous and extremely terrifying. Liu Qiong held the steel saber and used all his strength to block Yang Cheng's attack. The battle between the 2 half-step masters, as their auras collided, the aftermath spread out and shrouded the audience below the stage. Many of the outer sect disciples could feel their auras shaking, as if their true chi was being forcibly drawn out. It was extremely uncomfortable. Such terrifying power, but it doesn't belong to the transcendent realm. This is the power of a half-step master. Although he hasn't reached the transcendent realm, the power of some of his martial skills is no less than that of a first-layer transcendent realm martial artist. Yeah, it's obviously much stronger than a peak 9th-layer martial vein martial artist. Among the audience, whether it was the new outer sect disciples or the old outer sect disciples who wanted to challenge the top 30, they were all shocked by this shocking scene. They had never seen a battle between half-step masters, but when they saw it, they knew that they were invincible. The Yuhua school had been established for 100,000 years. It wasn't that no one could defeat a half-step master with the cultivation of the peak 9th-layer martial vein, but it was extremely rare. It was impossible for someone below the late-stage 9th-layer martial vein to defeat a half-step master. This had almost become the truth of the Yuhua school. Because of this, when they heard that Ling Xiao wanted to challenge Li Anli and Yang Cheng with the cultivation of the peak 8th-layer martial vein, they despised and ridiculed Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even old Hall Master Yang and Lan Yue didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do this. On the stage, although Liu Qiong and Yang Cheng were both half-step masters, there was still a huge gap between half-step masters. However, there was still a huge gap between half-step masters. This included martial techniques, quintessence, combat techniques, and other factors. Combining all of them, Yang Cheng was much stronger. Asterisk puff 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 puff. Asterisk the sword move, which didn't seem fierce, suddenly burst out with amazing power. Poor Liu Qiong tried his best to defend, but his protective true qi was like tofu. It was pierced full of holes. It was very miserable. Even on his body, there were many injuries. Small bloody holes were constantly spurting out blood. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The wind and rain sword art that Yang Cheng used was only a gold-grade entry-level martial skill, but it had reached the perfection level. It was almost perfect. In contrast, Liu Qiong was much worse. Yang Cheng had a reason to be arrogant. After a dozen moves, Liu Qiong didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was injured all over and was in a sorry state. Fortunately, he knew his own limits and directly admitted defeat, thus avoiding continuing to make a fool of himself. He's too strong. Is this Yang Cheng's strength? No wonder he can be ranked in the top 10. Yes, Liu Qiong is already terrifying enough. It is said that he once defeated Li Anli in 3 moves. In the end, he was defeated by Yang Cheng in a dozen moves. Moreover, it was a complete defeat. Can Ling Xiao withstand one move? Hehe, I think it's difficult. Discussions rose one after another. The people who didn't think highly of Ling Xiao were optimistic about Ling Xiao after witnessing Yang Cheng's strength. Zhao Ji frowned at this time. He thought that if he fought with Liu Qiong, he wouldn't be able to withstand one move. However, Liu Qiong, who was so powerful, lost so miserably. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt a little lucky that he didn't rashly issue a challenge. Otherwise, he, a prince, would be defeated so miserably. He would lose face in the future. Compared to Yang Cheng, Ming Tian is nothing. At least in terms of strength. This was Xu Ying's judgment. Ming Tian's potential might be stronger than Yang Cheng's, but when Ming Tian left Baiyun province for Yuhua school, he was indeed far inferior to Yang Cheng.